Let me
All
know when
right.
you click the go live button.
I've clicked the go live
Oh
button.
my goodness. Look at
It's
that.
that time of year again.
It's that time of year again.
Another
Absolutely.
year, another set of movies nominated for best of that year, Jamie. It's a magical moment.
It's a magical moment. It's a magical time. Yes. Yep. It's Oscars time again, baby. So yeah, we're gonna talk about some movies today. We're gonna talk about some Oscar nominated Best Pictures. We've already talked about a couple on this channel. We've talked about Dune Part 2 way back when that came out. And we've talked about Amelia Perez, which is one of the more fun streams I think we've ever had on the channel. So
the
definitely go
the
check.
the the future Best Picture winner, Amelia Perez, I
I
believe
don't
you
think
mean.
so.
I
I don't think so. I
I
think
think
all the all the controversies have sort of dashed its hopes and
I'm rooting
dreams, I
for it
think.
even harder now.
That's fair.
That would
That's
be
fair.
that would be the ultimate fuck you to the film community, and I'm for it. I'm here for it.
Yeah, so we talked about those two already. You can go check those out if you want to know what we think of them. Today we're going to talk about three more. It's going to be a chonky stream. We're going to talk about three movies today. We're going to talk about Anora, Conclave, and The Substance, not necessarily in that order. Actually, we're going to talk
Actually, in
about
the
it in the
opposite of that
opposite,
order.
yeah, in the opposite order, but so it goes. That's just, the way the cookie crumbles. Oh, look at that. Chat's on screen, but because of the background I chose, you can barely read them. But that's all right. You're on screen, and that's what counts.
Yes, we're glad to see you there. Very glad you've managed to join us.
Yes.
You've lived according to the laws of Vin.
And here you are, being
You
rewarded
had
by being
faith. You lived your life a quarter mile at a time.
Hugh. While we wait for some people to stroll in, I know we have a lot to cover, but why don't you tell us a little bit about some hockey shenanigans? You were all
Oh
fired up
boy,
about it right before.
I am all fired up about this. I'm
Why don't you
feeling
tell the fine people for a
patriotic
couple
as
of
shit. The United States clobbered Canada yesterday, both figuratively and literally. Three fights in, I want to say, 10 seconds of gameplay. I don't think they won too many of those. The Canadians are a little bigger, but they did win the game 3-1, all because the Canadians booed our national anthem in Montreal. And you know what? That's pretty goddamn sick. The U.S. already earned a berth in the championships at this Four Nations face-off. So yeah, the rest of you countries out there, can bicker amongst yourselves for the privilege of being defeated by the Kachuk brothers, aka the Bash Bros from Mighty Ducks, all growed up. So
I didn't watch the game, but I'm glad to hear that we won because we've been talking a lot of shit on Canada
we've
recently.
been
So
talking a
it's
lot of
nice.
shit on everybody recently, and we're being
Yeah,
like,
Canada especially.
yeah,
You know, um, the president's been calling the Prime Minister of Canada the governor for quite a while. So it's nice that we can back it up.
yeah.
Beat them at their own sport.
Yeah,
That's what I say.
beat them 3-1. Beat Finland 6-1. So we have now outscored our opponents, our snooty European opponents. I'm counting Canada as a snooty. This was French Canada, so I'm going to count that as a snooty European country as
I
well.
think that's fair.
9-2 in 2 games. We have the best goalie in the tournament by far, and we're rolling deep. Freebird plays every time we score, and they've had to listen to that 9 times now. Get used to it, because
Funny.
it's gonna
Don't
keep
change it up.
happening.
Don't change. I'm assuming it's the like when it really picks up in the
Oh,
second
it's
half.
going right on into the solo, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Hell yeah. That's America, baby. Anyway, enough about America and sports and things of that nature. I suppose we have a lot to talk about today, so I think we could just jump right on into it.
Oh boy, are you sure? Are you sure they're ready for that?
I don't know if they're ready for it, but I'm ready for it, and that's what matters.
All right. Well,
Also, yeah, you just want to make sure you have live chat, not top chat.
I do have
Good,
live chat.
good. All right. Well, as a Canadian, it's embarrassing how cringe the average. Well, you know what? I'm sure there's some good people. I'm sure there's fine people.
There's
up in
very
Canada.
fine people. No, I've met quite a few Canadians from the parts of Canada that I like Alberta, and with the Manitoba region. Uh, they
Manitoba is like the most Canadian word I've ever heard.
yeah, it's the most Canadian place you'll ever visit. Actually, Winnipeg. I'm pretty sure I've been to Winnipeg, and it is dismal. But the people there,
That's not very nice, Hugh.
yeah. Well, I don't think there's very many Manitobans who would disagree with me on that, but I did like it a lot. So, if I'm remembering correctly, I'm pretty sure it was Winnipeg. It may not have been. I may not have ever been there, and I could just be making this up because half of that middle part of Canada all kind of looks alike. It's kind of like Ohio, you know, like it's dismal, but I'm glad the people there like it. You know what I mean?
Well, on that note, I suppose we should start talking about these movies because there's going to be a lot to say, and
All
I think
right.
we'll start with The Substance.
Yeah. Well, real quick, I just want to mention that Emily Roberge in the chat is saying Canada really has a God Squad too. They kind of do. They got like some two maybe out of the three best players in the entire NHL and therefore the world.
Hmm.
And the United States put the best one, Connor McDavid, on his ass like 4 times yesterday. Just like ran straight over him when he was trying to come in and get something started, and it was a beautiful thing to see. So, really, just in his head,
That's
rent
that's
free,
great.
baby.
All right, The Substance. I
Yes.
suppose we're going to
Oh
spoil all
boy,
three of the movies that we talk about today. Oh, is that a beer
that
cracking?
sure is a beer. That sure
Oh
is a
boy.
beer cracking.
So, um, we're gonna spoil all the movies that we talk about today. So, first, before we spoil anything about any of the movies that we're discussing, we will give our thoughts overall and whether we'd recommend the movie, because I'm sure there are some people in the chat who have not seen all three of the movies we're discussing today. So, let's start there. Hugh, would you recommend people that haven't seen The Substance go see The Substance?
Jamie, no. I did not care for the substance. Is That's my thoughts on the matter. I did not care for it. It insists upon itself. If ever that applied, that criticism applied to a movie, it is to this film. Not a big fan. Really did not enjoy it. I had to go
From what
through.
you've told me already, I think not a big fan is underselling it. I think from the sounds of it, it sounds like you hate this movie.
I kind of did. I'm not gonna lie. Kind of hated it. I believe what I sent you, the joke I sent you in our off stream chat was summarizes everything I hate about the French and most of what I hate about women. um, yeah, not a did not enjoy it.
So
Would
you
not
would not,
recommend
so
it.
you would not recommend it, is
No,
what I'm getting here. Um, I I didn't like this movie really either. I don't think I hated it as much as you, but I think a lot of this movie is incredibly stupid. And so what I would recommend, like, if you're the type of person who just wants to watch like a wild roller coaster ride of crazy things happening, maybe this will
maybe.
be enough for you. Maybe. That's really about all the value I think it has. It's funny because there's a poster for the movie. Hold on, let me get it because it's there's a pull quote on the poster which is absolutely baffling to me. So the pull quote on the poster says a fearless takedown of absurd beauty standards. It's amazing the movie thinks it does that. It's amazing that the movie thinks it has anything really of value to say in terms of social commentary. I think the best way to enjoy and appreciate this movie as just a wild sort of exploitation, crazy body horror. I don't know if schlock is the right word, but just gonzo, crazy, over the top cinematic spectacle of crazy things happening. And, shots of Margaret Qualley, is that how you say her name?
I'm pretty
Shots
sure.
of her
Yeah.
butt. There's quite a few of those. I would say that's like 80% of the runtime.
Yeah, I
It's
think if I hadn't gone into this, with the understanding that it had been nominated as one of the best films of the year, I may not
Mhm.
have disliked it quite as adamantly as I did.
Yeah, I get
Um,
that.
that I think that kind of colored my perception of it a little bit, and that's that's fair. If you are the type of person who really just likes to watch some crazy schlock for entirely too long of a runtime, then
Entirely too long. Yes,
that's totally
absolutely.
that is a fair perspective, I suppose. It's not for me, and I wouldn't say that I found it worth it in that, because I can enjoy some stuff like that. You know, I even like I was telling you earlier, I even kind of enjoyed, in the way that it is possible to enjoy that sort of thing, Emilia Perez, when we were watching it. That felt a little
I mean,
bit
I
more my
enjoyed
speed.
Amelia Perez ironically quite a bit. I had a lot of fun watching that movie,
Yeah.
but I guess that you need kind of niche tastes and cringe to enjoy Amelia Perez.
Yes.
So,
Yeah.
but you didn't enjoy this one, is what you're saying.
Yeah. Um,
It's funny because you watched it going into it having the knowledge that it is nominated for Best Picture, but the Academy has deemed it one of the 10 best movies of the year. I watched it when it came out, when it was just like I'd heard nothing about it, and I had no idea that it would be, you know, up for all these awards. And I was like, oh, this trailer looks kind of wacky and wild. Sure. And then I could not believe how poorly paced the movie is. It's first of all, it's 2 hours and 20 minutes long, which
way too
isn't a
long.
problem in itself. But for how much story this movie has, that's entirely too long. I think this movie could be good just as a like, whoa, what the hell is all this crazy shit? If it was like a 45-minute long or an hour long Black Mirror episode, that's kind of the best version of
Yeah.
it. If it were that short, and there really is that much to cut out. It's kind of crazy how repetitive and redundant and indulgent this movie is. I can't say I'd recommend it except to like a very sort of narrow group of people who kind of value style over substance and just kind of want to watch some crazy shit happen that they don't usually see in movies. Like it's certainly original in a
Yeah.
lot of ways, but
And
that doesn't get very far from me if it's not
I've
super meaningful.
I've seen some members of our chat in, streams past mentioning how, they're glad the Academy is sort of recognizing this body horror kind of subgenre. And I
Hmm.
do appreciate that. There is some element of that I think could be enjoyable again if it was like maybe an hour long, 45-minute long Black Mirror episode. I just wish that they would have done that with a better body horror movie at some
Yeah.
point.
Hmm.
Um,
Like any of the
like
David Cronenberg
any
movies.
Cronenberg movie or a John Carpenter movie perhaps
Sure.
would have
Hmm.
been preferable. This
Yeah.
just not great.
All right, so we're gonna talk spoilers now. If for whatever reason after that glowing endorsement you don't want to have it spoiled, you can go away or or mute it until the background changes. Whatever you want. We're gonna talk about it now. So the substance is essentially like a Twilight Zone Black Mirror sort of premise. More Black Mirror than Twilight Zone, I would say. Demi Moore plays. Do you remember her name? Because
I do.
you're
Yeah.
gonna have to describe the plot of this movie more because I saw it months ago and I did not feel like rewatching it. So Hugh, give us the overview of what the story is here.
All right. So as we begin with our protagonist, played by Demi Moore, Elizabeth Sparkle. She is a very popular aerobics instructor in the vein of like a Richard Simmons type, I suppose.
Is it Jane Fonda who did a lot of those?
I think so. Yeah, Jane Fonda did quite a few, right? Now,
Yes. So
Did
that's
Jane Fonda do them on TV, or did she do like she did like videotapes that were sent, like home videos that were sent out that you ordered?
yeah, I think so that
Yeah,
you ordered. Yeah, but that's more the type she's playing than Richard Simmons, I would say.
yeah, yeah. Well, yes, because they do mention the the premise that we get introduced to within the first 15 minutes of the movie, right, is that Elizabeth Sparkle is an Oscar-winning person, I suppose, who, after a particularly unlively episode of her aerobics instructor program on what is described as network TV, she overhears her misogynistic producer boss named Harvey. I wonder what they're going for with that. Planning to fire her from the exercise program because
Played by
she's
Dennis Quaid.
yeah, played by Dennis Quaid, because she is too old and too uggo, and they're in need of a hot young babe to really boost the ratings. Now, already I have
Already, this is stupid.
this is very
Yes.
like I because one of the things that we're not going to see throughout the duration of the film, which is it's another almost 2.5 hours long after this point, right? We're not going to see anything of what her career was before this, so we don't really
Mhm.
know if this is like if she's on like the back end of her career. As far as we see, this exercise program has sort of been her thing. She's kind of nationally and internationally recognized for this aerobics program. It is
I think
not.
it's they never show it really, but I think you have to assume that she was like a successful actress who now, as she's getting older, is sort of middle-aged. She's doing these workout videos, right? Because that is the target audience for those videos.
Yeah. Well,
And that
okay.
will
Yeah.
become
So, but
relevant.
this is, but what they say though is that this isn't a video. They're not recording this to be like taped and sent out to
No,
women who are ordering them. They're showing this on network TV, which would imply that it's something that like people are actively tuning into.
I
Uh,
think there was like I can imagine that daytime television used to have more things like that back in the day. I feel like I
maybe.
remember being a kid and like, flipping through the channels during the day and finding stuff like that,
Well,
just like
okay,
workout
that might
content.
be true. However, as an
Mhm.
Oscar winning actress, or I guess Oscar winning aerobics instructor, we don't know whether or not this is something that she's pivoted into. Like
Yeah.
I said, it seems like this has been like the selling point of her career. You know, she's on top of the world as far as we can tell. The giant portrait of herself that hangs above her mantelpiece is her in a workout costume.
Yeah.
Her billboards are all over the city of Los Angeles. Um, her in a workout costume,
He's
right?
certainly most famous for that
Yeah.
now. Absolutely.
And what he wants to do is replace her with a younger, more attractive personality because she's getting too old and wrinkly to be on network TV, essentially. Now, I had a problem with this almost immediately out of the gate because I was thinking to myself like, who is watching? Like it's an exercise program on network TV. Let's like if that was a thing, which I'm not aware if it was, but maybe it was. You know, the '80s were a different time.
It certainly wouldn't have been prime time. It would have been during the day
Yeah,
when
when
who would be watching that sort of thing, Hugh?
well, my mom. Like
Yeah.
not my mom, my mom is
Middle-aged women.
a
Middle-aged
career lady
women.
who, goes to the gym and does, other shit, productive shit with her TV time. This is for, housewives who are,
Mhm.
hitting that sort of middle age point and want to stay in shape and have some fun with someone who they know and respect, and someone who like that basically with Elizabeth Sparkle, the Oscar winner, who the nebulous
Yeah.
Oscar winner, right? um
Someone like Demi Moore, yeah,
yeah
who was in movies that they watched growing up, and is roughly their age and, looks good for her age, and then they also want to look good for their age. Like, that's the target audience.
right now, I don't once we get like essentially we fire her, Harvey, and the men folk of this world fire Elizabeth Sparkle, and they go and hire someone else younger and more attractive, and essentially what's going to end up happening is we're gonna make like a TikTok strip tease or a music video strip tease,
They
and
totally, like, pornify, essentially. I mean, it's not actual porn, but they,
it's close.
it's close. They pornify the program that she did, this workout program, and then 90% of the program is just, like, close-up shots of Margaret Qualley humping the ground and things like that. And they like the evil male patriarchal scumbag producers are firing this old woman because she's getting too old and uggo now and replacing her with the younger, hotter version of herself. We'll get into the sort of sci-fi premise of that and what that actually entails, but already the premise is wrong.
Yeah, I
Like
don't.
that makes no
When you
sense.
watch that part with the younger version of Elizabeth Sparkle doing the striptease video and like shaking her ass and humping the floor and then slapping her thighs like she's in the Mean Girls the Mean Girls talent show scene. Once we get into that point, right? Like you start to wonder like who is are any of the people who were watching this show watching this to try to stay in shape? Like, what are they really trying to keep up with that? Trying to stay in shape and have fun
No,
at the same time?
no.
No, they're not doing that. They're turning this off. They're like, oh, this is not what I want.
They
And
have turned this program into something that doesn't appeal to its target demographic and also wouldn't really be watched by the people they're actually aiming it for.
yeah,
You know what I mean? Like men aren't gonna watch this in particular
no,
if it's
in this universe, the men are at work. Like the men are at work doing things with their time.
yeah,
Like
yeah.
they do not have the time to like switch this on and watch this in the middle of the day. No, well, okay. That's not entirely true because there is one character who does not seem to have a job but who owns an apartment next to the penthouse of Elizabeth Sparkle, like a young annoying guy who like
Mhm.
immediately after the first program airs, which is the morning show, Dennis Quaid's character is going to tell I'm just going to jump around.
That's
Dennis
fine.
Quaid's character is going to tell us that this is the morning show, the morning program, like 10 a.m. probably. He comes right over after like this, assume, hour-long exercise show to bang on her door and be like, "Hey, you were really sexy. You should come over to a drink for a drink to my apartment so that I can bang."
Okay.
Essentially, like,
Yes. So what are we learning here? That the core premise is entirely stupid.
yeah,
Like nothing about this makes sense, and it's all in the attempt to, I guess, it's impossible to assume. I think that they're not trying to say something because in the trailer, in the poster, they keep using this pull quote about how it's a fearless takedown of beauty standards. So clearly, the movie thinks it's saying something, but the movie is so stupid and unrealistic that it fails to say anything because like this is not reflective of our world at all because it's so cartoonishly dumb. Like none of this.
yeah,
So like they've Demi Moore is the person who would sell a show like this. This is the person who you'd get for the target audience. I mean, there's other problems. Okay, so Demi Moore, really quick, is performs well in this movie. She's a good actress. I think
yeah.
she does a good
She
job.
does a very good job throughout the movie. The one thing I will say that she does not do a good job at, and because like, look, I'm an Apple Fitness kind of guy. I like my Apple Fitness videos. If you've ever used the Fitness Plus thing, they've got a lot of these essentially kind of workout videos that you can follow along and do at home. I don't got a lot of time to go to the gym, so it's nice to get that in, right? There is an art. What I've learned from like looking at the Apple ones where they pay people good money to do these kinds of things and the ones that you can find on YouTube for free is that there is an art to making this an enjoyable experience and like getting people
Sure.
involved in doing that. Demi Moore does not do that in the one part of her aerobics thing that we see her doing. It's
Hmm.
very uninspired, just kind of like
Yeah.
repetitive, sort of like you can do it. Let's go. Keep on moving. It's like that. It's very dull and not interesting. It goes on for way too long if that's all you can give.
Hmm.
And so it's just
And
that
also
is like
she
the one
like
flaw that I have with
also
one problem
Demi
that I have with
Moore.
her performance in this movie.
I agree with that. Also, I think her casting is like she's in shape for she looks good for her age, but like a normal person.
Yeah.
She doesn't look like she's been a fitness instructor for like 20 to 30 years.
She doesn't look
You
like
know,
she's
she's
been doing an hour was worth or more of aerobics
no,
fitness
not
every
especially.
day for the
No.
last,
No, she would
20
be in better
years.
shape. She would be in better shape for that. Angst Kitten, I would like to respond to in the chat, says, I wouldn't assume that women aren't into it. Sometimes watching a fit, attractive woman can be motivating. I don't. If you've seen the movie, what they do with Margaret Qualley in the like new revamped version of the show is that it's just softcore porn. It's like a hip hop music video essentially. Like
Yeah.
that's what it is. It's
Like,
not.
what I'm saying when I say that Demi Moore is doing a bad job as like an aerobics instructor, Margaret Qualley is doing infinitely worse. She does
Yeah.
she like they don't even give her lines to be like they don't even give her like those lines that Demi Moore is using like keep it up. You can do it. It's just twerking, humping, like doing the WAP dance from the Cardi B video. Like again, like putting your face between your legs and like showing off your butt crack to the camera. Like,
Yeah,
I
it's
do
it's
not
been total.
believe that that is something
Yeah.
that the women who are watching this program, the viewership of this program, is going to find appealing enough to skyrocket the ratings the way that the
Hmm.
movie claims it does. It's
And
very male
and
gaze. It's
yes,
not for older women or for like it's not it does not feel like it's even for women, really.
no.
Like
And so, and that's the thing. So obviously, the movie is trying to say, this is all that, like, evil chauvinistic male producers in Hollywood actually want. But it's like so unbelievably unrealistic that it kind of fails to say anything. The movie will go on to say that Margaret Qualley's character, simply by doing these like hip hop music videos, softcore porn, TikTokified workout videos that aren't even good workout videos, has risen to popularity such that she's going on late night talk shows. It's just everything about it is retarded. There's no other way to say it. It's just kind of a wild, crazy ride once we get to the actual sort of body horror sci-fi premise. Nothing about it nothing about it makes actual sense or can like map onto our reality such that it says anything of value in terms of satire and social commentary. It's like it just utterly fails in that because it's made everything too ridiculous, either because it doesn't understand how the world actually works or just wants to have fun in this crazy gonzo world where everything's turned up to 11. But either way, like the core premise doesn't work.
no, like not that
No.
they're replacing. So I want to respond to just a few things in the chat. So opinionated Meerkat asks, "When is this set?" That's anybody's guess. They have cell phones, and they have the like the substance, the nebulous injection that can be delivered by mail, like little touch card key cards that open up doors and everything, and that can essentially duplicate. We're gonna get into the mechanics of how the duplication process works too, because I have a bone to pick with that also. But they have cell phones and everything, but it like everything is very 80s coded. I mean, like first of all, this is something that feels very 80s. The
Yeah.
aerobics instructor
The
kind of
outfits.
thing, outfits and everything. And well, the aerobics and jazzercise type exercises alone feel very much more 80s than they do modern. But
Hmm.
all the outfits are like look like they're from the 80s. A lot of the sets are aped off of Stanley Kubrick films, which gives it this feeling like it's some kind of bizarre late 70s, early 80s sci-fi alternate reality kind of thing. So the studio that she works in looks like the hallways in The Shining, except, more in your face about the color scheme.
Hmm.
A lot of the shots of Los Angeles, I think is where this is supposed to be, look like they're from A Clockwork Orange. There's a lot of just aping off of other things to sort of lend it its gravitas and its visual interest, and that also bugged me a lot because I was like, well, I can't number one can't tell what time this is supposed to be. Is it near future? Is it a bizarre alternate reality? Like it doesn't matter.
It's a bizarre alternate reality. That's
That's the only real explanation that you can get, right? Or
yeah, and
yeah.
then the only way to truly enjoy the movie, I would say, is to completely let go of any hope of this like being a sort of commentary on anything and just going along for all the crazy stuff that happens because we haven't talked about the sort of crazy sci-fi premise at the core of it.
No,
here.
we've just talked about like, the part that they believe they're satirizing, right? The part like is the position of older women in the entertainment industry as a whole,
Mm.
basically. That's the part that they believe they're saying something profound about in this movie.
It's so funny because this movie came out and like everyone that watched it and saw it, but especially women were like, "Wow, Demi Moore looks great," which cuts against the core message of the movie.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
So
I don't
and
know,
then
man.
Topaz
It's like
Dude.
more and more actually what I'm seeing is like that this doesn't happen much anymore. Where
No.
like for better or for worse, a lot of older actresses are still getting roles that they're too old for, actually, a lot of times. Like Anne Hathaway still being cast in rom-coms where she's like dating a 24-year-old and stuff like that. Like a lot of these older actors are still around, still getting roles. It's like almost the opposite problem in some instances. Not that it's always a problem, of course, but like,
Well,
we
there's
don't have.
sorry,
Go ahead.
there is like a bit of a I don't know if I want to call it necessarily a revolution, but there is a sort of like older actresses in Hollywood as they age are basically like making themselves quality roles in these
Hmm.
movies, and there's a growing audience for it because otherwise they wouldn't be making the money that they're making with these movies rolling in. So I feel like we've
Yeah.
already, if this had come out like 30 years ago, maybe I would be a little bit more like, oh wow, yeah, okay, maybe this makes sense. But now I'm like, no, we're kind of already on the right path to course
Hmm.
correcting exactly what you're criticizing here. So like
Yeah.
I think you're a little late with what you're saying, and you're
Yes.
not saying it very well on top of that. So like
Yeah, because everything is so ridiculous that I can't believe any of it.
yeah.
Yeah, a
Um
lot of people have mentioned the Kate Blanchett in the
oh my god,
Borderlands movie.
playing Lilith in the Borderlands movie. My yeah, that so I did want to address too so Topaz Dude asks for Demi Moore, this doesn't make sense, but for Quayle, isn't that what Gen Z audiences want? Maybe they're not getting that through network TV though. Like this is another thing that like kind
And
of
not
bugged me.
aerobics workout videos,
Yeah, aerobics
It's like,
workout videos. Like if Gen Z is getting this kind of stuff, like they're going to TikTok. They're using that
mhm,
phone that we see Demi Moore calling people with all the time. So the
mhm.
ratings and the producer and everything like that doesn't play into it very much at all.
No.
Um, yeah, so there's also references to Lost Highway, which okay, sure. um,
Yeah, there's
you
a
can
there's a lot of sort of visual references to movies that I like better. And so when I see those in a movie that I don't think is very well written or structured or paced or edited or anything of the sort, I'm like, cool, please stop reminding me of movies that I actually like.
yeah.
Like, you're not earning yourself any points here. You're sort of losing points in my head a little bit. Like, oh wow, look at that like single point perspective wide shot of a long hallway. The carpet looks like The Shining. I'm like, yeah, but I like The Shining and I don't like this. So like you're annoying me now.
Yeah.
Please stop it.
So to fill out the premise, right? So we've got an
Hmm.
aging celebrity who is fired for being too old,
Hmm.
and they introduce in the very first shot of the movie. What they do is they introduce this substance, and the substance, the first scene we see is of somebody sticking a needle full of it into an egg yolk, and then the egg yolk spawning another egg yolk off of it. Now,
Yeah.
somehow, this is meant to show us that by injecting yourself with this substance, you will create a younger, more beautiful version of yourself. I don't understand what duplicating an egg yolk, how you get from duplicating an egg yolk to being able to make like a younger version of you hatch out of your back. It's if
It's
anything, why not have it be like you injected a hen with it and a chick popped out of the back or something like that? That would translate better. As it is, I don't understand how it's not being used to just like create infinite food at that point, right? Like if you can just inject an egg yolk and have two
mhm.
egg yolks with, for the price of one with that, right?
Yeah, depending on how expensive the substance is, sure.
Yeah, like
But yeah, I take your point, but you're overthinking it way more than they did. So
that. Yeah, that's
you're just
my
gonna have to
fault. That's
stop
my
doing
fault.
that.
I have to pull back on the logic.
It's not really sci-fi. It's just an excuse for this premise where basically she is convinced that in order to save her career, she needs to take this mysterious substance, liquid goo, and then that will make a younger version of herself. I don't think she knows that it's going to literally hatch out of her back like an alien, but that's is she told that part, or is it just like you'll get a
No,
younger
what
version of
ends
you?
up happening is this young Twinkie looking doctor slips her a note that, with the phone number for the substance people, and says it changed my life.
Yeah,
And
because
so she
obviously
like,
he is one of those people as well.
yeah. So like when you know that the premise is, oh shit, somebody, you're gonna get younger by doing this, right? Like that's what ends up. So, but you know that that's what's going to happen.
Hmm.
You don't. He never explains to her that this is how, like, it's going to make you younger or anything like that. He gives her the
Well,
address for it, and
she
she goes
goes.
and watches the video, which is very like, have you ever dreamt of a better version of you? And then
Yeah.
it kind
Well,
of
she
it does
goes.
its spiel, its Black
The
Mirror
reason,
spiel.
yeah, but so she goes to the doctor, like wondering if there's things that they can do to like help her look and feel younger, right? Isn't that what she goes to them for?
No, she gets in a car accident because she's spacing out because she's watching her billboard
Oh,
be
you're
torn
right.
down.
Oh, okay, never mind then.
Yeah, she doesn't go to try to like de-age herself or like look into plastics, which would make way more sense, right? If she goes to
Hmm.
a doctor. Now, we gotta throw a lot of logic and a lot of like basically just like world building out of the window here, because you would assume, this is another thing, you would assume that this Oscar winning celebrity who has a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, billboards all over Los Angeles, and an avid viewership because this exercise program has been going forever, right? That
I mean, maybe
she might have an
maybe it's on
agent,
the wane. Maybe it's on the wane now, but yes,
maybe,
at one
but
point she
like
was on top of the world.
you might assume that she would have an agent of some kind to help her in this
She has an
time.
agent. She has an agent. There's no way she doesn't. There's just there's
Well,
no way around that.
yeah, and you know what? How the movie gets around it? They just pretend like that's not a thing. Um, she is fired very unceremoniously. A box of her shit is just like shoved off at one point later on in the movie. And along with a present from like a smarmy backhanded present from Dennis Quaid's Harvey Weinstein stand-in. So,
Hmm.
but yeah, so she's basically like, he even says on the phone at one point, like, this is the way they get around the whole thing. I don't care about her contract or what we promised her. Yeah, I don't
Oh.
give a shit that she won an Oscar. When was that? 1930 for King Kong? Haha, get it? Because she's old. And then that's it. We're done. We're done talking about any
Hollywood
of the
hates
legal.
old women.
Yeah.
Also, what year is it?
Yeah,
Uh,
what? How long ago was that? Actually, I'm not really
well,
sure.
also, so you can't just okay. So the whole contract thing, you think you can't just go, well, I don't care.
Yeah, that's not how that
Okay.
works.
I mean, unless you're gonna pay her a big severance package. I don't know. It depends on what the contract was, but either way, she doesn't have an agent or anything of the sort to like help her find more work. Like it shouldn't be that hard to do. Her character in the in the normal universe could be starring in movies like The Substance.
So Hossman's Lounge says, I would assume her contract expired and that's why she was fired. Nope.
Oh,
He just says, I don't care that she has a contract. She's gone. And that explains it away. And so this is a good the comment here from Topaz Dude that says, I do appreciate how cartoony evil Quaid is. So I want to use that as a segue to talk about something real quick that I find to be kind of annoying. How come it is that when a guy like, I don't know, Stephen King or George R. R. Martin writes a very cartoonishly female woman character, that
cartoonishly
is
female.
hmm?
What,
Like
what is
cartoonish,
cartoonish?
like if they write a woman that's like, a wish fulfillment fantasy woman of a man, right? Or they write like a particularly evil
Yeah.
woman character, right? How come when they do that, people take to Twitter, and you'll see it all the time. Stephen King doesn't know how to write women. Male authors write, like, there's big threads of male authors writing female characters, and it is excoriated on social media like this all the time. And then when a woman comes along and writes Dennis Quaid's character like this, that that's totally fine. It's subversive. It's, it's whatever, right? Like, how have we been gaslighted
Power
into believing
dynamics,
this is okay?
too.
Like,
Well, I mean, like,
that it's not the same thing, just
I think
reversed.
well, here's the thing. The movie is so over the top and unrealistic that you can just be like, oh, that's kind of a goofy caricature. But then you get the feeling that the movie thinks it's not really all that over the top. And so it's like, oh, you're just kind of delusional then, huh?
Yeah.
Like,
Oh yeah, Hossman, thank you. Christopher Nolan can't write women. That was a big one that came out from, Oppenheimer.
well, that's a big one all the time.
All the time.
That's a big
Yeah, Christopher
all the
Nolan can't
time.
write women. Well, I don't think this woman can write men. I would say. Not a very
No, but everything it all really depends. If I'm trying to judge the writer of this movie, who's also the director, and their sanity level, it's like, well, how much do you think this actually does map onto reality? Because if you're just goofing off and having a fun time with everyone being super over the top and unrealistic, then I'm like, okay, you do you. I don't like it. It's not enjoyable for me to watch, but sure, have fun. Dennis Quaid gets to ham it up in the scene. Oh, sure, fine. But if you're like, this is a fearless takedown of beauty standards, it's like, no, it isn't, actually.
No. If anything, it is a comment on vanity, but I don't think it realizes that. I'm
No,
not
because
sure.
I mean, yeah, because this is a character who has like built her whole identity and career around being beautiful, and then like eventually there's a ticking clock on that, as it is for everyone essentially, and so then that sort of leads her to like take this incredibly extreme measure to try and regain some of that, and so like that's not. And I don't know if that's society's fault, especially, but also it's certainly not our actual society. That's not how it works. A lot of these older actresses are doing really, really well for themselves, better than a lot of younger actresses in many cases. Like that, we've a little overcorrected in some ways. But in the logic of this universe, it's like, I guess she just doesn't have an agent. I guess there's literally nothing else she could do. Like, I don't believe that at all,
No.
actually. But the movie just insists, like, well, she's got to take this mysterious goo substance that's going to make her young and a better version of herself again, because Hollywood has cast her aside for being too old and uggo, and you just go, okay, I guess. Let's get to the body horror stuff.
Yeah, let's get into it. So, well, she gets the substance, which is kind of a funny process of how she has to get it. There's a gate that in a slum, an abandoned slum somewhere in the city that she has to crawl through because it doesn't open all the way, for like very secretive kind of thing. And it's a very slow process of her walking all the way to get that. She gets it and she reads the instructions and she does it. She injects herself, and a younger, hotter version of her. We'll put that in air quotes because I believe, as you mentioned, we know what Demi Moore looked like when she was about Margaret Qualley's age, and
Yeah.
I gotta say, like, it's not quite a comparison. Demi
No.
Moore,
I'm afraid not.
yeah,
Margaret Qualley, she's a good actress. I
she
like
is
her and
pretty. Don't get me
everything.
wrong. I think she's, yeah, but like, this is Demi Moore. I mean, this is one of the most beautiful women who's ever lived. I mean,
And she still looks
she still
really
looks
good for her age.
fantastic. Yeah.
So, anyway.
Anyways, Margaret Qualley hatches from her back. She splits open, and hatches from her back, and she spends a very long amount of time admiring herself in the mirror
Mhm.
before she realizes that maybe she should stitch up herself, I suppose. One of the things that the marketing for the substance is really going to push us for to remember here is they are the same person. They are one in the same. Whatever.
Except that they aren't.
They aren't. We're gonna, like, as the movie goes on, they will play fast and loose with exactly what that means. At times, it seems they remember what the other did when they were out. Like
But most of the time they
most of the
don't.
time they don't. So it's a little strange. It's very hard to
Mhm.
follow exactly what they know about each other, and what their personalities are like.
And
But
how they're the same person.
yeah,
Like,
how
the
they're the
movie
same
keeps
person at all.
insisting, "Don't forget that you are one," but they're so, like, cleaved off from each other for the most part that I don't think it's actually true to say that they are one, because they don't have the same interests or goals or motivations or memories for most of the movie, except for a couple times when they break their own logic.
Yeah. So the there's a couple of the comments here that I just want to point out here. Replacing yourself with a younger person doesn't make sense for a doctor. That is very true. People do tend to trust doctors who are older, who have more experience.
Yeah, not quite sure why he did that one
Because
exactly, or why he did that to keep going on working as a doctor anyway.
yeah, like he could have gone and become a pop star or something like that. That might have been like
Or whatever, yeah,
yeah.
whatever he dreamed of doing before he, went down the path of being a doctor to please his parents or whatever. So Hostman's Lounge says the substance is incredibly voyeuristic for a movie that claims to be against over sexualization. Yeah, well, see, what you need to understand is that it's a French movie.
Yeah, they do that a lot, right? Like Cuties is the same way. It's incredibly pornographic for a movie that claims to be against child pornography. This is
Yeah.
sort of in that. This is the more acceptable version of that, you could say.
But like so many sort of like art housey adjacent French movies do the thing that they claim to be satirizing at the same time, and it's like, do you not see any sort of problem with doing that? Like, and to be clear, obviously the sort of sexual attractiveness of the younger version of herself is part of the story, but they hang on so fucking many shots of just her ass like throughout the movie. It's crazy. You could make probably a 40-minute compilation of just those shots. It's
The
crazy.
scene where the younger version is admiring herself in the mirror is excruciatingly long and very voyeuristic. I mean, it is very close shots of her bare breasts and of her ass and of her
Hmm.
posing. There's scenes after this when like she stitches her older self Demi Moore up and plugs in the food drip that's supposed to keep them. The rules of the substance, by the way, are you have to swap back every 7 days.
Yeah.
That's the established rule here. That every
Or
seven
else
or else
the other version.
nebulous or else. You would think that okay, so you would think that in the first of all, you could have just had this be somebody administers it to her. I don't like. I guess for the purpose of an anonymity, because this is clearly not FDA approved and it's operating under the grid. Um, they send it to her as like a self administered treatment, a self
Like
administered Botox
steroids.
treatment.
It's
Yeah,
it's steroids or yeah, Botox or whatever.
but the instructions are like one word, one sentence instructions
Big
that
bold
like
font, yeah.
big bold font. So like essentially like you're giving it to a teenager who has no attention span or who can't read a fucking manual. So the problem that I have with that, right, is that there are dire consequences that are going to happen that you could have just written down. Like you don't have to cryptically say you must switch every 7 days without exception. Doesn't even say or else, just says without exception and it's underlined and it's just like or what? You could have written that down in the material and like you could maybe the character still chooses not to read it. I mean that would work better, I would say, for
Mhm.
the overall tone of the movie. But maybe a warning label like, hey, if you do fuck around with this, you will cause dire consequences to happen to yourself. Like
Yeah.
it will fuck you up beyond repair. And
As
tell
is,
them
it
what
seems
is going
like
to happen.
it's designed by the people making the substance just to play a demented trick on people.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Otherwise, like, why is it framed this way? Why is there no warning? Why don't they not tell you any of this? It just seems like a sort of devilish trick. Like she makes a deal with the devil, and the devil's like keen on not telling her exactly what the consequences will be if she fucks up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's so like obviously nefarious, I would say.
Yeah.
everything about it. And so you have to suspend quite a bit of disbelief to like even survive this movie, I would say.
Well, and then you have to ignore some of the rules as the movie sets them out and ignore what the movie's showing you as opposed to telling you because they're not the same thing. So the other thing that it tells you, right, is that they are one and the same. It
Mhm.
hammers that home. You are the same person, right? It
Yeah.
tells you that multiple. Do not forget you are the same person split across two bodies. You are
Yeah.
not independent of each other, right?
Let's talk about that because a couple people have mentioned it. I just want to read those comments. Angst Kitten says, I feel like the substance would make more sense if Demi Moore was able to experience life as her younger self, but she doesn't, so I feel like it's not as effective. Topaz Dude says, yeah, if it was written to where it's clearly more controlling quality, the movie is so much more interesting. 1000%.
Yes.
That is the big sin that the movie commits. That is an incredibly dumb missed opportunity. Like it would make so much more sense that way. But she doesn't even Demi Moore doesn't even get to actually experience the being younger. It creates a younger person that lives for 7 days while she doesn't get to experience anything. She wakes up after those 7 days, and except for when they break the movie's logic, the movie thinks that she has no memory or experience of anything Margaret Qualley did. So how is there any benefit to it at all?
I don't know. The other thing that I don't quite understand, right, is that like this is a woman who has clearly been in the public eye for a really long time, right? Elizabeth
Hmm.
Sparkle is a big celebrity whose, star is now waning. Does nobody remember what she looked like when she was young? And does nobody realize that young Elizabeth Sparkle is now strutting around Los Angeles
Uh,
taking over Elizabeth Sparkle's show? Like
well, I think it's. I don't think the movie pretends that young Demi Moore looked like Margaret Qualley specifically.
I guess that's fair because it does give her like different color eyes and everything, and
Yeah,
yeah, I guess that makes sense.
it's
It's a better version of you. It's not just you when you're younger and hotter.
yeah,
Okay,
and,
yeah,
and also it's very odd that like she essentially goes missing for weeks at a time. Both of them go missing for weeks at a time, but like no one really notices or cares.
well, the reason is because she after she stitches herself up and she spends some time tearing her own apart. Like this is where it immediately removes any like sense that it might it stops following its own rules. Right? She stitches her old self up and leaves her lying on the bathroom floor. And then she goes and immediately just starts tearing apart the apartment, basically. Like she goes and like she pulls her own photo down and everything, like her own portrait down, and then she goes and gets the job, right? And when she goes to get the job, she does her, dance, her whatever. She says name and measurements, name, date of birth, and measurements. Her name is just Sue, no last name, I guess, and they just roll with that. And then of
Yeah,
course she gets hired on the spot.
I guess you don't need a social security number for hiring paperwork or anything like
You
that
don't need
because
any
she
of that.
blatantly
Fuck
would.
that.
No.
Why she's hot? Why would we need any of that? We're gonna
Yeah,
give
I
her
mean, but like,
everything she wants because she's young and pretty, and that's what's gonna happen next. Is when she comes in to take the job with Dennis Quaid, she immediately like he goes, okay, you've come out of nowhere, you've got the job. We're gonna put you on the morning show. We're gonna make you a star. And the first thing she says to this guy is, "Yeah, I'm gonna need to be completely off every other week. I can only work every other week of the year."
okay, so here's the thing, Hugh. This movie is not a movie that has any desire to make sense. So I think at a certain point, we almost just got to stop pointing it out because, for example, that she comes out of her back and then she's just fine. All she needs is to be stitched up. Like all of these things combined, the movie doesn't care
No.
about making sense. Doesn't care about making sense in the slightest. You might have thoughts like, "Oh, wait, how is any of this possible?" Stop it. This movie doesn't give a
They do
flying
not.
fuck.
They don't fucking care. You're right. They don't care, and as a result, neither do I. Like I
Yeah.
cannot get invested in this because every single time they give me something to work with, I just go. So we're just fucking around. We're just fucking following this around. We're gonna do this for 2.5 hours. We're gonna be doing this, and I can't ask any questions about how any of this is possible. How none of the like I'm looking for, okay, well, where's it going to go wrong, right? Obviously, she's going to stop switching back at some point, right? But is somebody going
Hmm.
to, she has to keep it a secret. So is somebody going to find out? Is something she's saying going to clue somebody in? Is the neighbor going to be like, peeking through the window, waiting for her to leave, and notice that Elizabeth Sparkle is still there, even after young Sue told him that she had moved out and that this was the new tenant, right? What's going to go? They're not going to pay any attention to any of that. None of the stuff that you think would be kind of interesting to see happens. It all
Hmm.
just follows in this dreamlike logic of driving home the point that younger and hotter women are treated better than older and aging women in Hollywood. And that's all
Hmm.
that it's interested in saying
Yeah,
for 2.5 hours.
because they're because if you have a logic to like how this actually would work to a degree, like you can bend it a bit with the like popping out of her back sort of thing. You just go, oh, that's kind of a over the top stylized way of indicating that, and you can just go, okay, the magical drug makes her survive. But at some point you would hope that the drama of the movie would have to rely on certain logical consequences of like there being two people trying to share one life. But the movie is so disinterested in making any of that make sense that it just removes any possibility of drama regarding that.
Yeah.
The
So
other thing is, people have said like, "Oh, don't they share memories?" No, they don't, except for when they do a
except for
couple
when they
times.
do, right? Because like after she gets the job and she has to swap back, she remembers the name she gave to the producers, and she can write out. She's like, "Oh yes, I am Sue. I like." It's gonna be Sue this week. I'm gonna be Elizabeth this week, right? And she's writing it out on the calendar for some. It's like it's literally every 7 days. You have a phone. You can don't have to write it on the calendar for like that scene could have been cut. We don't need her writing it out on every day of the calendar which one she's going to be Sue. Okay?
I mean, half the movie could have been
Yeah.
cut, Hugh. But there are so many times in the movie where they do not remember what the other person did.
Yeah, most of the time. Well, okay, yeah. So we'll get real quick. I just want to get into the mechanics of how Sue is allowed to like basically how Sue lives as this is going on, right? So for there are little pods that are numbered 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, all the way down, and a giant spinal tap needle that Sue needs to use for 7 days to extract fluid from the spine, magic fluid from the spine of Demi Moore. And she needs to inject herself with that fluid in order to function for the day, right? That's what keeps her, that's what gives her the pep in her step. That's what keeps her from disintegrating or from like falling apart, like because and as we what the way we figure this out, because they didn't write that down in the instructions for the substance, she starts hemorrhaging blood out of her nostrils, and she has to like in a panic stricken fit of terror pull that fluid out of like figure it out as she like looks around, right? Oh shit, I gotta okay, this is what I gotta do. I gotta fill that up, inject myself. Okay, now I'm good to go, right? And there are only 7 of them, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, until she has to basically put herself back to sleep and swap back to Elizabeth Sparkle. They don't. What's going to end up happening is obviously Sue is going to start overdrawing on that spinal fluid. That's what we're setting up for there. Um,
Hmm.
and what they're gonna show us is that if you overdraw, the the older version will begin parts of their body will begin to age rapidly, like decaying sort of aging, right? That's what basically what we're setting up here.
Like her arm gets like necrotic. It's
Yeah,
not
her
even just
finger
aging.
turns into like a witch hag. Like somebody said
Yeah.
hag maxing earlier. That's what this movie could have been called, honestly, by the end of it. Um, but yeah, she does this. They don't share memories. It's just a separate person as far as we can tell. They keep saying remember you're the same, but they're not, right? Um I forgot where I was going with that, but that's an important thing to know. That's an important thing to know is that
They do not
that
have the
spinal
same
fluid.
consciousness.
They do not have the same consciousness, but the spinal fluid from the older one is what keeps the younger one alive.
Hmm.
And there is a week is the determined amount of time that fluid regenerates in. Who knows what kind of fluid it is? It's
Yeah,
age potion
it's
something.
it's all magic.
All
So
magic.
what this could have been is a sort of interesting demented fairy tale, right? Where you have a person who sort of makes a deal with the devil or a witch in, in sort of Black Mirror terms, but it's obviously a sort of devilish trick, right? She thinks we can even keep it as like two separate bodies if you want. If you want the body horror stuff, sure. She thinks she's going to be rejuvenated and made into a younger version of herself. But the trick is actually there's going to be a separate body that's the younger and an older body, and that they have to like switch back and forth. Let's say you want the two separate bodies for the sake of the body horror scenes. Fine. I would just have it be that like it's sort of like magic. She turns back into old at 7 days or like during nighttime, kind of like the opposite of what happens in um
I mean, it's literally what
Shrek.
happens in Shrek. Yeah.
Yeah, not the opposite. Yeah, what happens in Shrek? Something like that, right?
Yeah.
And like she would just want to stay younger more often, and that would do bad things to her. You know what I mean? Like it should be the same consciousness.
Well, and
Or,
like the thing is that it kind of plays with that idea, right? When like after Sue has a week of, basically success and living the high life, she has to transition back to Elizabeth, who is like bummed out and bored that she can't go. Like she goes back to work, into the office, and she's immediately pushed off with a French cookbook and all of her shit in a cardboard box. Nobody's even noticed that she was gone, which is kind
yeah.
of funny. Um, but then like she's in her apartment and she's kind of just like wandering around. She's like, oh shit, what do I do? Like I can't do anything until I'm back in the younger body, is what it's sort of implying. Like the younger body is my only way to like enjoy myself anymore. But she doesn't share the memories apparently. Like we'll find that out later that like they don't really know what the others are up to when they're not awake. So
Hmm. So what's the point?
what the fuck is the point?
So this has all been just sort of an elaborate troll on behalf of like on the part of whoever's making the substance,
Yeah,
just to
basically.
fuck with women and drive them crazy.
Well, not just women.
Well, men too.
Yeah, just like to
Men
fuck with
too.
vain people. Essentially, is what it's doing. So
It's
it like
like the whole thing is a trap.
yeah.
There's,
I mean, we
it's
have a
crazy.
very long scene of Margaret Qualley like destroying her bathroom and building. Like, this is another crazy fucking thing, right? Is that like this is this is an apartment. She
Hmm.
destroys her bathroom and builds a like hidden chamber in the back of it on her own. I'm like, don't you have to go to work when you're in this body? Like, I thought
Yeah.
you can only work, 1 week, like every other week. Are they
Yeah.
really going to be this laissez-faire about letting you come in so that you can completely destroy? As if there's any space in that apartment building to do this in the first place, and you're not just knocking down the wall between you and the next guy over, right? But
Hmm.
you
And
can
everyone
just
would
do
hear it.
this. Well,
Yeah.
yeah, you can just do this for a week, and like not nobody's gonna notice that you're not there. You're not even people don't know who you are. Like they're not gonna give you that pass
No,
within like
you're
it's like
not
taking
already famous.
vacation
Yeah.
within 2 days of joining a company. They don't like that. They don't look
Yeah.
kindly upon that.
Well, here's the other thing. Like, there's no leverage that Sue Margaret Qualley has at this job because she's just a young, attractive girl, and there's a bajillion of those in Hollywood. Like,
Yeah.
they would just fire her. They'd be like, "Oh, you can only work once every other week." Or not once every other week, but like, you have to take 7 days off.
Every yeah.
All like, yeah, like
Every you're you're
they
literally
would just
working
fire you. They would just
half the year.
yeah, they would just get someone else. And like, sorry, Margaret Qualley, but there are more attractive women in Hollywood,
Yeah.
who like aren't, you know what I mean? Like, there's nothing.
There've got like if there have got to be other young pretty women who
They don't
can
need to act. They just need to dance around and
yeah
hump the floor.
like
They just need to be fitness models, which there are a bajillion of on Instagram. Just like go get one of them for this show that no one's gonna watch, but whatever.
yeah. So she builds a chamber in her bathroom to store the bodies to store the older body essentially in because like Demi Moore's character is essentially dead to the world. That's sort of what the movie is implying that like she because the crazy thing about it is like why can't you as Demi go out and like still enjoy yourself with your friends if you have any. She doesn't. The movie basically implies that she doesn't have friends or relationships or anything. She's just like this Oscar winning actress who was a very popular host of an exercise program for older
And
women.
there's no one in her life
Just
at all.
there's no one in her life and she just falls off the face of the earth as soon as
There's
she loses the one gig that she has. Like
Yeah,
it's ridiculous. But she's stopped bringing anybody over. It's just that the younger one may want to bring models, like hot young male models, like Derek Zoolander, home every now and then. So she has to be able to hide the old, ugly her in the bathroom for that week. But pretty much immediately, right? What ends up happening is Sue starts sucking out extra spinal fluid to stay young and hot longer, and Elizabeth Sparkle notices as she comes out the next time is one extra day, and her finger is necrotic already, right?
Mhm.
Oh boy, that's a problem. So she calls the substance people and she's like, "Hey, she took extra time from me. What am I supposed to do about this? How do I fix this problem?" And the guy tells her, "Oh, you can't. What's been taken from one cannot be given back." Which I'm like, okay, wait. So like immediately my first thought is, okay, well, why wouldn't you? If he tell like, because when she asks like, "Hey, what happened?" He says, "Oh, she must have taken extra time. She must have taken some extra shit, right?" If you have these memories of like what she did, because like that has to. I guess the indicator is that her finger is necrotic, right? She doesn't remember taking her
No,
own
she doesn't
spinal
remember
fluid.
it, and it's not like she can talk to her because they're not the same consciousness.
Yeah, they're not the same consciousness at all. But like, could you not try sucking the spinal fluid out of Margaret Qualley and putting it in yourself and seeing if it fixes you? Like, why
No,
wouldn't that
because
work?
don't think about it.
Yeah,
Don't think about it.
yeah. Don't think about it. Yeah, don't
So,
worry.
okay. So for the people in the chat that think I'm insulting Margaret Qualley, I'm not. She's a pretty lady. But if she can only work for half the year, and in the logic of this world, she's just a pretty young woman with no previous experience at all in Hollywood, they would just find someone else who doesn't have to take like half the year off. Like
Yeah,
there's just no way.
they'd be like,
There's no way.
you can only work every other week. Yeah, yeah.
Like,
Well,
okay,
yeah, okay. And then like as soon as she's out the door, they'd be like, "Is Sydney Sweeney available? Like, can we get her instead? Maybe. Like, I don't know. Like, who
it doesn't
else?
even need to be an actress.
Yeah,
It can just be a fitness lady. You know what I
yeah.
mean?
It's just audition, and they run an audition. They run an audition notice in the classified ad in the newspaper. Like this is the 1980s, you know. Like
Yeah, everything. Yeah.
yeah. So anyway, she doesn't. She finds out that taking extra when the young one takes extra spinal fluid, it causes her to become necrotic in different extremities of her body. And she doesn't think to try swapping it back, and she never will, and the movie will never acknowledge that might even like they won't even acknowledge that could be a possible solution. They won't let her try it to see if it works. They're just gonna say like, "Nope, it's gone. You can't get it back. Like you're stuck with the hag finger for the rest of your life. Better be careful and
If this is
center
just a
yourself."
dark, if this is a dark fairy tale and other, writing problems were addressed, the fact that it's permanent, that's fine. You know what I mean? There's nothing wrong with that. That the consequence is permanent. But it needs to be like it needs to be a bit more like the picture of Dorian Gray, where like the longer she wants to she finds out that she actually has to switch back and that she can only exist as the younger version for like half the day or like, 1 week off, 1 week on kind of thing. And she didn't see that coming. And so, of course, she wants to be young all the time. And so she keeps trying to push it longer and longer, but that's doing more damage to her.
Well, they even
Uh,
do that a little bit. Like they had the portrait of Elizabeth Sparkle, like when she throws that thing at it, and the glass cracks on the eye, and it starts to sort of like look like a aged and decrepit version, or like a nightmare version of herself a little. It's like I assumed that had to be a reference to the portrait of Dorian Gray, because like
yes,
otherwise,
of
yeah.
course, but it's like it's like if the picture was a person and like the person that didn't age was also a person, but they weren't the same person. Like it should be it should be Demi Moore pushing it further and further and then
Yeah.
like dealing with the consequences, but like she doesn't care and eventually gets to the point where it kills her. Because there's only so much damage she can do to the older version of herself, kind of thing.
You know what
But
else
like,
is kind of odd that they don't do? Like, and I just realized this as I'm thinking about it, right? Like, if Demi Moore is worried that every time she swaps back to Sue, there's going to be more damage done to her, why doesn't she try, like, staying Elizabeth Sparkle for an extra day and seeing what happens? Like, why don't we get to see her struggling with that, or like she decides like, I'm not going to switch this time. I'm tired of like waking up with
yeah,
necrotic feet and my hands shrivel. Like you probably would in this situation.
yeah,
Like I'm
you would just
tired of this bitch like stealing what little life I have left as I am aged and decrepit as Demi Moore. I hope you could hear the eye roll in that statement. Why would she not be like, I don't want to switch back this time. Maybe this week I'm not gonna do it. And then she realizes that like if she doesn't, then the younger version of her starts to, I don't know, melt or something. Give me some reason why she's
now
trapped
she
in
has
this cycle.
like a
Like,
body to deal with, kind of thing. I don't know.
well, not now that she has a body to deal with, but like she, now she, is kind of trapped in the cycle. She can either stop it entirely or keep going, but she can't just like take it at a different pace.
Do they ever say that she can just stop it?
Yeah,
Like, do they
yeah.
address that?
Every time she calls the Substance customer support, he goes, "Do you want to stop the program? Would you like to
Yeah.
stop the program?"
Yeah, if you wake up with a necrotic foot, you don't even get to enjoy being the other person, and all that happens is you go dark for a week, and when you come back, you have a foot that's falling off. You would just stop. Unless you're like an absolutely deranged person, which is what she has to be for any of this to make sense. And then at that point, are you really commenting on society or are you just commenting on
The one
like
person.
delusional
Oh well,
people?
no,
Yeah.
she just feels pressured into that into
Yeah,
this
fuck
by
off.
society and
Fuck
by
off
Harvey,
with that.
the producer, who says, like, direct quote later on in the movie, with no trace of irony, pretty girls should always smile.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
wonder what the movie's trying to fucking say.
yeah. It's society's fault that Demi Moore is so
Vain
vain
that she
and
can't, yeah,
deranged that she
that a
doesn't just
necrotic
stop.
foot doesn't just stop her, make her, give her pause and be like, maybe this isn't gonna work. Like, any she doesn't have any like she's not getting to use the young avatar of herself to do the
Hmm.
dances. She's not getting a boost in her career or anything like that.
For her self
Or her self
confidence.
confidence. Every time she wakes up, she's lost another limb to necrosis, essentially. Like, what is like the only benefit is what? There is no benefit to her.
There
There
is
is
no
none.
benefit.
So like there's not really, because every time she gets close to stopping the program, she looks out her window where she has a giant billboard of her younger self, of Sue, staring at her, and she goes, no, I can't. It's like, but you're not getting any of the benefits.
But you're not that person. Like the
It's not
substance
you.
makers keeps telling you that, but they're lying to you. or they don't even know how this works because you don't get any of that. What's the point? Maybe there could be something in like, well, I created this life, I can't just destroy it, like as a sort of moral dilemma, but that's not what this movie is. So,
No.
yeah, I think the movie, in terms of the actual storytelling, is worthless.
Yeah.
Essentially, the best you get out of it is a sort of aesthetic spectacle of like crazy body horror sequences and some neat shots. But even then, that doesn't get very far for me.
No.
It has essentially nothing to say of value. There's a sort of spectacular body horror. Well, I suppose we should talk about that. The climax,
Oh
sort of
no!
final.
Before we do that, there's another thing that I wanted to talk about. Because you might think like the younger version taking extra spinal fluid, that's affecting the older version, right? Like, so you might
Mhm.
wonder, since they're not going to explore whether or not the older version can take spinal fluid back from the younger, how does the older body affect the younger body in that week that the older body is around, right? And we get that answer in the second scene of Margaret Qualley dancing around like a stripper on the set. She goes to put her head between her legs, and a weird pop in her hip, like right in her ass cheek, jumps out of her body, and she freaks out. And everybody stops. They're like, "What the fuck? What's wrong? What happened?" Because then she goes to look at her ass, and there's nothing there. So she takes 5 while they watch the footage back. She goes and avoids it because they're like, wait, well, I see something. I thought I saw something there. They're all gathered around the monitors, looking at the footage, trying to going frame by frame over her butt to see why she would have stopped. And she goes into the bathroom and she starts poking at her butt, and she realizes there's this like big clump of something inside there. So what she does is she sticks her whole fist inside her belly button and pulls out a whole chicken leg.
Yeah, because isn't that crazy? Isn't that a
Because
crazy?
apparently,
Isn't
whatever Demi Moore eats resurfaces in the younger body as entire, like, rematerializes as entire food items within the younger body? And so Demi
yeah,
Moore
it's
just eating is the conflict?
it's retarded. It's a stupid, worthless, retarded movie. So yes,
Because
that's how that
that'll set
works.
up the big horror sequence of Demi Moore, like after she's like become even older and more witchy and hag maxing, right? Because the gift that she was given by Dennis Quaid as a way to keep you busy, in your retirement, is a French cookbook, and so she just gross cooks every meal
Yeah,
in
but
this
like what?
cookbook.
But here's the annoying thing about that. Like, the logic should be, if based on what we see, that literally everything she eats just appears undigested inside of Margaret Qualley's body. Which why that makes any sense, and
Yeah,
what we get from that in terms of like storytelling makes no sense to me. Like, clearly, that why would that be? What? I don't know why I'm
and
asking any of these
why?
questions.
Yeah,
It's
like,
just
does what Margaret? Because there's no way Margaret Qualley doesn't eat, right? Like, or is there? I don't
no.
know. But if she eats, does her food show
For
up?
7 days, no, she eats.
Yeah, she has to.
We
So
just
like,
don't see
we'd
it.
never see it. But like, does her food show up inside Demi Moore's body? Is it only a one-way street? Like, the movie is it, like, that's the only time that really plays a role. And all it, or that food really plays a role in the plot or in the conflict. And all it serves to do is set up this like scene where Demi Moore is disgustingly just like with no care for anything in her kitchen. She is blending eggs and spraying them all over the place. She's like frying blood sausage that like she got somehow, I don't know. Like, she's just cooking every recipe in this French cookbook and then devouring it while she yells at herself on TV, on at
TV,
Sue
yeah.
on TV, going on.
Jimmy Fallon or whatever the fuck she's
Yeah,
going
like,
on.
it's like a random talk show where they're saying things like, a lot of the details of what she's doing are given in a really like a way that makes me think of American Dad episodes where they parody high school things like, "Oh, we're going to the big game." or the big dance, and then they get to the prom and it just says big dance on the banner up above. It's like, you're gonna be on the New Year's Eve show. We're moving you off the morning show. It's like, okay, but she's yelling at herself about how, like, oh, you're taking my legacy. I'm the only reason that
Yeah,
you have any
she's
success.
spiraling
She's
and all that.
spiraling out of control, eating all this gross food. Doesn't show back up. It's not like when Margaret Qualley wakes up next, she vomits up 3 whole blood sausages and half a Cornish game hen. She just, it like looks normal, and there's a nasty mess in the kitchen.
Okay, so someone in the chat is saying that the chicken leg is a nightmare and it's not real. Is that true?
I don't think so. I don't think that's true, because don't they see that going frame by frame when they're like looking at her butt in that scene trying to figure out what went wrong? Don't they see it pop up on the camera?
I don't remember.
I
saw
don't
this
think that's
months ago.
a nightmare. That does not sound accurate to me.
So let's talk about, either way it doesn't make sense, but let's talk about it. So if she's having a nightmare where she's seeing the gross food inside of her that the other body ate, that doesn't make sense, because they don't share memories, except for when they kind of do. They don't, it's not the same body. And then if it's real, and like the way she's having a negative effect on Margaret Qualley is that when she's letting herself go, that's actually doing damage somehow to the younger version of her. That doesn't make any sense. At least with extracting too much spinal fluid, you're actually damaging Demi Moore's body, so that that her finger is necrotic, that her foot's necrotic. It's a little stylized and over the top, but at least there's a logic there that anything Demi Moore does to Sue without actually touching Sue has any effect on her doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. So the climax of the movie is essentially that Sue basically just starts taking spinal fluid like all the time. She never resets. That's like, she's too addicted to the high life. She does not want to go back, which, like, or go to sleep for a week. She just wants to, keep on living. So she sucks all the spinal fluid out of a Lizzie Sparkles, and then eventually, in the middle of like getting ready to fuck this male model who kind of looks like Tyler One if he was taller. It's a League streamer, but like for Jamie, and he does not know Tyler One, but he looks like Tyler One if he was taller. And in the middle of getting ready to fuck him, she starts like having her hemorrhaging episode where she's bleeding out of her nose and everything. And she runs into the secret chamber in the bathroom to get more spinal fluid, and there ain't shit in there. It's all gross and poopy looking. And so she calls the substance customer support, and they say, well, you got to recharge it. You've used too much up, and it needs a week to recharge. And so she's
probably needs more than a week to recharge.
Actually, at this point, I would say, probably needs way more. But she really can't do that because she's got her her big New Year's Eve dance tomorrow.
Oh my goodness.
Oh no, what's she gonna do? So she goes and swaps it all out. She swaps it back. And Demi Moore wakes up looking like fucking a combination of Gollum and Gothmog, that burnt white orc from Lord of the Rings. And she howls angrily, right? And the male model who Sue is banging comes to the bathroom, and he has this really dumb line where he looks down at the fucking floor and sees the blood from her nose and goes, "Are you embarrassed because of your lady times?" And he tries to open the door to he says that and then immediately tries to open the door to the bathroom. And he hears angry Elizabeth, hag Elizabeth, screaming at him like, "Now get the fuck out of my house!" And he's like, "Well, what the hell are you doing?" And then she's like, he tries to open the door again. We get a shining shot of hag Elizabeth with her titties hanging down over the camera, like she's trapped in the pantry in The Shining, right? And
Shining's a good movie.
Shining's
Maybe
a great
talk
movie.
about that sometime.
We get that shot, and then she Hawk Tua's on the floor, and the Hawk Tua sound is what makes him go, "What the fuck?" and run out of the house, or out of the penthouse apartment, with his dick and his underpants in his hand. That's what does it. That's fine. So
Yeah,
she
whatever.
she is completely uh
You okay?
yeah, sorry, I was looking at the chat. So the guy who was talking about it was a dream. It says Sue wakes up immediately after pulling the chicken leg out. I don't. Maybe they do.
I'll take your word on that. I don't actually remember.
Yeah, you might be right about that. Then I don't really recall. I didn't read it as a dream, but I think that's mostly because the movie all feels like it
Like a dream?
follows
Yeah.
dream logic. So it was very like I didn't know what was what. So that's my bad for reading that wrong. But yeah, so now she's a hag. Now she's fully hag maxed.
Yeah.
And it is brutal. But she's not necrotic, really. I mean, like she looks like she looks like she's aged terribly, and her back is all hunched, and she's gross and everything. But she can move for the most part. I mean, like, yeah.
Yeah.
She can move she'll be able to move pretty fucking fast later, actually. She, like, books it out of the... So she calls the Substance customer support, and she says, "I'm stopping the program. Like, this is fucked. I'm tired of this. We're done." And they go, like, "Okay, sure, go pick it up. Go pick up the termination kit at your lockbox." Now, I don't know why this is the moment where she's just like, "Well, fuck, I'm stopping," right? Because, like, I don't know where... You can't go back, right? They've already described, like, explained, there's no reversing this process. So, like, you can't... You're not... Like, if the whole thing is that you are vain and that it has led to this, there's no way she's going out in public looking like that. And she covers herself up when she does. So it's just like, I don't know. I feel like if it was a full leg and there was still some hope for her, maybe I would buy that this is her turning point. But, like, there's no hope left. I mean, like, I don't know. Desperate times, I guess. But she runs out to pick up the termination kit from her lockbox, and she brings it back, and she drags Margaret Qualley out to the living room, very unceremoniously, and sets her up to inject this goopy the black goo from Prometheus straight into her heart. And she does it. And then she looks up at the billboard for Sue's big New Year's Eve show, and she has a change of heart. She decides, fuck, I can't do this. Oh no, I guess, yeah, why? You're not her. Like, we've already kind of established, like, this
And
is
you
not
know,
you.
and you owe nothing to her because she's killing you.
Yeah.
So, like, why?
She's literally killing you. So why does this, like...
Well, because we need the crazy body horror finale, Hugh. Who cares?
Yeah. Well, so she reverses it by... So they do, like, a little swap transfusion. The swap transfusion that they usually do to, wake one up when the other is asleep. And for some reason, this swap transfusion of, like, she's injected the black goo into Sue's body, but the swap transfusion doesn't pull the black goo into Demi Moore and kill her and allow Sue to wake up. It doesn't really seem like it does, like, by doing the transfusion, now they're both awake at the same time, basically. Which, again, like, don't think about it. Don't think about why the murder goo doesn't kill the one person who puts it in her body after it. Don't think about that. Anyway, Sue wakes up, and this is yet more evidence that they don't share any memory of what the other has done while they're asleep. She looks down and sees the termination kit, and looks up at evil hag Demi, and loses her shit, chases her around the department in an entirely too long and very gratuitous fight scene, essentially, where Sue kind of reveals that she has some kind of super strength. I want Jamie to come back for this one, because I really do want to to get his thoughts on the part where she kicks her literally halfway across the room like she's Captain fucking America. But she kills her in a very brutal way, bashing her face into the mirror, after a very long chase through the apartment. And now we're, in dire straits because how is she going to get spinal fluid from a dead person? Ooh boy. I wonder if this is going to cause a problem with the New Year's Eve show. Um that I wonder if we're gonna have some issues. God, I think she also throws her through a wall at one point too. It's I guess those aerobic exercise programs really work. Really work out for you. Yeah,
I'm back.
yeah. Okay,
Where are we now?
well, I wanted to. So Nails is bringing this up because I wanted to say, like, the fight scene, between
Yes.
Sue and old Hag. Um, how did you feel about the part where Sue kicks her halfway across the room like she's been taking the super soldier serum from Captain America?
I mean, it's just who cares about anything anymore?
It's fucking insane.
Yeah.
Like it's wild. She has like
I mean, like wire work kind of fight scene. Yeah.
yeah, like she smashes old Demi's face into the mirror, and she kills her. And now she's in some real trouble because there's no spinal fluid to be had. So how is she gonna get out of this one? Oh boy. Well, she doesn't really think about it at first. She just goes to the New Year's Eve show the next day, and in the middle of a rehearsal, she starts coughing really badly, has a fit of coughing, excuses herself to go to the bathroom, and a tooth falls out into the
Uh-oh.
sink. And then she starts pulling more teeth out, like she's Charlie from
Yeah.
Sunny.
It's like, oh, they just coming
Oh,
right
they're
out.
just coming right out. Oh my god, yeah, you really need to brush your teeth more, Sue.
Yeah, I had that thought in the theater as well.
Yeah, so she's pulling her teeth out. Now, you would think that like with what, like after one falls out, you wouldn't go looking for more,
Yeah.
but she does it anyway.
You might go to your teeth to like see if any of the other ones are loose. Another one falls out, and then you stop.
Yeah.
That's probably what you would do.
Yeah, but we get a couple of very close-up scenes of her like yanking her teeth out.
Yeah.
George's
like,
Rex.
well,
Oh
okay.
yeah, New Year's Eve aerobics episodes are all the rage.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, because
Exactly.
she's like exactly, she's
But
a
she's
stripper.
she's a rising superstar TikTok stripper who runs an aerobics class during the day and is now becoming the biggest star in Hollywood, and she's going to be on the New Year's Eve show. What's not to get? All right. It all makes sense.
And it's a family program. We're gonna see little girls dressed as Sue sitting in the in the audience, while Vegas showgirls with their tits out are running around on stage getting ready to dance like essentially a cabaret. What the fuck are we?
Here's the thing. Here's what drives me nuts about this, because the movie thinks it's about patriarchal beauty standards and objectifying women. It thinks that's what it's about, at least to a degree. There's too much evidence in the movie and in the marketing of the movie to ignore the fact that they clearly think they're criticizing something here, right? So here's the thing about like really scantily clad women in public family friendly shows, is that like female pop stars do that of their own volition all the time. Not like with their tits actually out, but close enough. And so it's like, I don't think you can blame that on Harvey Weinstein's behind the scene who are forcing women to do this. It's like women, like I don't.
Let me
I don't
pose
believe.
this little problem to you, right?
Sure.
We created an app called TikTok. Human beings
Hmm.
did, right? And
Yeah.
young women across America, probably millions of them, I would say, started using it to post scantily clad cosplays of themselves doing dances in order to make money off of men, off of lonely men, right? Who are going to pay
And
look,
women.
and women. Look, gut your bag, dude. I'm fine, like whatever your talent, your meager talents can pull in for you, go for it. But how do we blame this on Harvey? Let's extrapolate. Solve for X on that one, would you?
Yeah, I don't get it, man. It annoys me. Like, I mean, I have some problems with this sort of like It is kind of crazy how many female pop stars are like a step away from just being strippers, and and society treats them as if they're sort of like a lot of them are just sort of family friendly for all ages kind of thing, or close enough that they're just plastered everywhere. And it's just like, yeah, I don't think that's great in an ideal world, but like also that's not because Harvey Weinstein orcs behind the scenes are like, oh, we gotta put the hot one in. We can't have the old women. Blah, blah, blah.
While they munch prawns in the
Yeah,
most
it's just
disgusting way possible. There's a lot of really gross close-ups of eating in this
you
movie.
you don't get to pretend like that sort of thing is empowering, and then also be like, yeah, this is all men's fault that we're doing this. It's like, I'm sorry, you can't do both.
No. And so anyway, she's getting ready to do all this, right? And her teeth are falling out, and she's having a tough time. She's really going through it. So she's still like walking up to the stage, trying to figure out what she's gonna do, when Dennis Quaid, Harvey Weinstein comes marching down the hallway with a bunch of old, like probably with the old man from Requiem for a Dream, the ass to ass guy, in tow, and. He goes, give us a smile, would ya? Why you look so glum? And so she smiles with no teeth, and he goes, ah, perfect. Pretty girls should always smile. And they turn and, like, mime run back down the hallway like they're all out of their fucking minds on cocaine. Most accurate part of the movie, more than likely. And she starts to have a fucking crisis because she's like, God damn, I'm missing. I pulled 3 of my own teeth. One of my teeth fell out on its own volition. I pulled the second one out to test it. That one, not my fault. But then I pulled a third one out, and now I've really screwed the pooch. So I've got to do something. And her immediate thought, essentially, she goes, "Oh fuck, wait, the substance. I can make a better version of me." So she runs home real quick and grabs the leftover substance that was just in the medicine cabinet that said discard after first use. And again, because they put no fucking warning labels or like a detailed manual or anything, that she just assumes that this is gonna work, right? And she's desperate, so she was gonna try anyway. I still think it would work better if she just ignored the fact that they had warned her of the consequences, but that's fine. So she sticks herself with it and goes, "Oh, please help me. I need a better version of me." And she turns into a Cronenberg monster. With honestly, it kind of reminded me a little bit of The Thing. I'm pretty sure that's what it was going for, right? With Demi's
It's The Thing,
face,
it's Cronenberg, it's all of that. It's a body horror monstrosity.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, yeah, man, Cronenberg actually makes good movies, though.
Yeah.
He can actually write.
John Carpenter did a pretty good job when he was, still. Is he dead?
No, he's still alive.
Okay.
He just doesn't make a lot anymore. He smokes weed and plays video games, from what I understand.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, Cronenberg.
Yeah. So Topaz, I agree with you, right? She is desperate, and she would have ignored the warning labels. I still wish that they had there probably there would have been a warning label
to ignore.
Yeah, there just isn't.
Not. This is not like an actual product that they're hoping will help people. It's just a devilish, witchy trick. There's no other way to look at it. Like these are people fucking with Demi Moore and others. They're just like, haha, you made a deal with the devil. You didn't know what you were signing up for. Like, what is the purpose of this? What do they get out of it aside from money? You would think maybe like they would make more money in the long run if they stayed alive and still needed more of the substance.
They never go into whether or not you're actually paying for it.
Well, presumably she paid for it in the beginning.
You have to assume, yeah.
Yeah.
That it's like a subscription model thing, right? Every
like everything nowadays,
yeah, basically. You have to assume that, but they don't really go into any of that, so which would give us a little bit of a hint as to why she feels like she can't stop the substance thing, because she needs money to keep it going, and the only way she's making any money is because Sue is the one with the job, because she's not her Oscar-winning ass is doing nothing, I guess.
If they explored that and other things, then maybe we'd give it credit, but
yeah, no, it doesn't. So she turns herself into Monstro Elizisu, I think is what the title card reads. There are title cards in this movie, by the way, a la Stanley Kubrick. Um, they don't really
Uh,
denote anything. They don't
no.
denote chapters, or they don't fuck with your sense of time like they do in The Shining.
Ugh, they're so good in The Shining too.
Yeah, they're amazing in The Shining.
Anyway,
But anyway, so she turns herself into a Cronenberg monster, and in a desperate attempt to like save herself here, she takes a photo. She takes the portrait picture of
yeah.
Elizabeth Sparkle and sticks it on her demented monster face and puts some lipstick, like Joker lipstick, on, like paints a Joker smile onto
Just
it.
go in Joker mode.
She puts on her party dress and like it doesn't fit, obviously. It doesn't fit because she's Elephant Man herself, and her like she's got these like twisted monster boobs just like sticking out at weird points. Demi Moore's face is like frozen in agony with an arm reaching out of her like shoulder, and she limps her way back to the New Year's Eve show, where I think this like the dream, I guess, with the chicken legs. Like I think this is a hallucination where she walks in and everybody's applauding her and being like, "Oh, we could never have done it without you. We missed you so much. Oh my goodness, you look so gorgeous in that dress, right?" And then I think that's a dream. Again, this is really different. I read that one as a hallucination, but that very well could be real,
The movie
and I
is
just would not have
ridiculous
noticed.
enough that it doesn't matter. It
Yeah,
might as
like,
well all be real.
because she makes it all the fucked way out onto the stage, so it's like nobody noticed, and nobody does notice that like this is a picture of Elizabeth Sparkle plastered to something like
Blob.
some Joe Rogan shaped blob, like that just walked out onto the stage. Nobody notices until it falls away as she's like mumbled speaking, and then she like
That
hacks
was
a
kind of
booby
funny.
out of her eyeball.
It was kind of funny that like no one noticed until the picture fell off. Like it's so stupid that it made me laugh. There's a few moments like that in this movie. I really can't tell how funny the movie is trying to be, but there are some laughs to be had at the like pure insanity, cartoonish stupidity of it all. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like why doesn't anyone notice that there's a giant blob monster just because there's a crappily cut out photo of Demi Moore's face plastered on it? Like I don't know. It's kind of funny though. I can't tell exactly how funny they're trying to be sometimes. I didn't find most of the movie isn't funny in my opinion, so it's certainly not enough to like justify it as a funny, crazy thrill ride. You know what I mean? It's mostly unfun. It's mostly not funny.
yeah, and Kevo was like, so this movie is a bad trauma film. She actually does kind of resemble the Toxic Avenger in that
A little
like
bit.
it looks like that makeup creature thing. But yeah, so she
Um,
like
really
she
quick,
starts.
more
You go
really
ahead.
quick. More Daka said, would it have been better if it was just supernatural instead of pretending to be sci-fi?
Yeah,
Yes, it would have helped.
it would
There's
have
still a
helped.
lot of other problems to fix, but that would have helped for sure. It'd be much easier to suspend disbelief at how this all works. For
Yeah,
one thing, that it's not just an actual goo that you inject and that we're like pretending a tech company is doing this. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Anyway, go ahead.
Well, yeah.
Go
So
ahead.
she
We're
starts
almost there.
mumbling, like, "I'm very glad to see you," and like everybody's kind of like looking sideways at it. The picture falls away, and it's revealed, and people like kind of go ooh, and then she starts like coughing again, and a tit like a boob, like a full on breast, just like vomits itself out of one of her eye sockets. I think it's like it comes out of her face, and it's weird and gross, and she stands there for a couple of minutes and before somebody stands up and starts screaming like monster, and they all start like, then somebody else jumps up and it snap zooms to them and he's pointing at her and he's like, kill the monster, and the little girl starts screaming and crying and everything's going awful. She starts, mumbling like Frankenstein, right? Like, no, it's just me. Why? Kind of thing. And then they get up there, they chop her head off, and then a new head grows back. Like, it's not really a head though, it's more just like a weird like set of jaws or something like that. A new head grows back, and then they cut her arm off, and it starts spraying Tarantino blood all over the place, and everybody's running for the exits, and it starts getting cut like it's fucking Carrie, like the where she's spraying everybody with the fire hose. um and then the next thing you know, she's like outside running away, and her leg, her knee implodes, and she falls onto the
As it might.
ground and explodes. And Demi
Yeah.
Moore's face in a pile of goo is the only thing that's left. And that goo monster slime ball of Demi Moore squelches her way to the star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, where she has a hallucination that everybody loves her again, and then she disintegrates into a pile of ooze and is mopped up by a street sweeper. And that's the end of the fucking movie.
Yay! Let's talk about anything else now. This movie is it's like so insufferable to even talk about to me because it's just like because nothing makes sense. There's no point. There's no point in really trying to base the drama of the story on anything logical that happens because there isn't anything logical that happens. Um, there's nothing to really glean in terms of like allegory or metaphor that has any weight or value because everything is too ridiculous. If you, I guess, just turn your brain off and want to see some crazy stuff happen, if you're capable of doing that, maybe you'll enjoy it. But otherwise, I
It's
think it's a
too
pretty
long
worthless
for
movie.
that.
It's
Like,
too exactly,
it's too
exactly.
long for that. Like, I mean, like you were saying earlier, you could cut more than half of this movie probably
Yeah.
and have it down to something that is at least watchable, if not great. You know, like,
Well, it certainly wouldn't be great, but at least it'd be like, whoa, that was it just kept like if it was just nonstop crazy thing after crazy thing for like an hour, I'd be like, that was a quite the roller coaster ride. But there's so much boring, filler, indulgent, repetitive, redundant nonsense in this. I couldn't believe it. It's like, yes, it's her butt again. I get it. Like, I'm actually tired of seeing it, which shouldn't be possible, but why like what are you doing? Can we please move on? I would like some story, please. And then you get story and you're like, oh, that doesn't make any sense though. I guess it doesn't matter. Who cares?
yeah,
Anyway, that's the substance. Um, I don't think it's very good at all, actually.
no.
I don't think it has much redeeming value. And I don't think it deserves to be in the best movies of the year, though I will say it was a rough year. So maybe it is one of the best movies of the year. Who's to say?
uh, yeah, I might have been able to enjoy it more if it didn't have that weight attached to it. But like, even still, I feel like I would have been really annoyed by all of the times where it deliberately reminds me of better movies.
Yeah. As someone just mentioned, like The Fly and Videodrome, like any good Cronenberg movie, if you like body horror, The Fly is one of the better movies of all time. The Fly is incredible.
Yeah,
I'm also quite fond of
the thing is my
The
one of my
Thing,
favorite
obviously.
movies ever.
Quite a
Like,
big fan of The Brood as a slightly lesser known David Cronenberg movie, if you want to check that one out. It's like Cronenberg does his version of Kramer versus Kramer. That's sort of the pitch of The Brood. It's a good movie. I like it. Anyway, and also all the references to The Shining just make you go, oh, yeah, but Stanley Kubrick, his movies had good stories, so maybe I should just watch those instead.
yeah.
Um, as a general rule of thumb, I would avoid all French movies. That's my recommendation. Until you hear really good evidence to the contrary, I don't think they're ever worthwhile. There are, of course, exceptions. Movies like Anatomy of a Fall are certainly leagues better than
Yeah,
this.
yeah.
They have characters and a story to tell, and they care about making sense. So, and they're not doing the thing where they're trying to criticize something while simultaneously doing it, which a lot of French art house movies do. And so, yeah,
Yeah.
I don't want to talk about this movie anymore.
Yeah,
I
let's
don't like
talk.
it.
Well, let's talk about one. Do you want to talk about Conclave?
I suppose we should. Let's talk about Conclave.
Yeah, let's talk about it. So Jamie, what did you think about?
Oh, you're gonna make me go first?
Well,
Okay.
you made me go first on the substance, so
That's true. That's fair. I did.
we're gonna take turns being haters here.
Yeah, okay. So now it's my turn to be the extreme hater. I really don't like Conclave for very, very different reasons from the substance. It's certainly a much better story. It's just like, things follow on. There's a logic to the Conclave that the substance completely lacks. So they're not really comparable in most ways. But I don't like Conclave. I don't think it's actually very good at all. I find it quite obnoxious, and it's like super on the nose and unsubtle and unnuanced messaging. Um I really don't like it. But
Yeah, you had a stronger, so you had a much stronger response to it than I did, because I went into it rather blindly, and I was enjoying it basically right up until the, pretty much right up until like the last act, I would say, the final
mm,
bit, where it all kind of fell apart. And then I don't plan on rewatching it now because I was very let down by that. I have a feeling that I would like it far less if I did rewatch it. I didn't think it was, like I said, I wouldn't recommend it, honestly. I don't think I would say that it's worth sitting through after getting to the ending. Um, if it had gone a different way, I would have a much, I think I would have a much better time. Would have had a much better time and had a much easier time telling people that it was worth seeing. Um,
so
yeah,
so here's the deal with Conclave. If you go into it knowing nothing about what the story is, a lot of people seem to think it's going in one direction and then it doesn't go that direction. And it goes a completely different, largely unmotivated direction instead. That's the criticism that you've made. I know some other people who have similar thoughts that like they thought that the movie was setting up something and then it goes in a completely different direction that they found much, much less interesting. I watched this movie knowing a little bit about what kind of movie it is and what happens in it. Not all the details. The very ending was not spoiled for me, but because I did know it was based on a book and I had heard some things about the book. So I didn't have that experience of reasonably expecting what some other people expected, and so I didn't like it for most of the movie. I found it um quite unenjoyable as an experience. And it's a shame because there's a lot of really good actors in it, but I really, really think the story is unbelievably hypocritical and like nakedly, what would you say? Political is not maybe the best word for it, but it obviously is rather political, but it's just
yeah. I mean, it. Okay, so I'll just say what I. Well, actually, before we do that, let's address some of
yeah, we
the
should
super
okay.
chats real quick.
Super chats because we had a couple roll in. Thank you very much. Nick the Greek says random question, but very important. So I hope you're sitting down, Hugh. Can you do a review of Killer Clowns from Outer Space? I love that movie. Have
Yeah,
you seen Killer
I've
Clowns from Outer Space?
never heard of that one. I mean, I suppose we could. We could always add it
I
to the
don't
list.
see why not. Killer Clowns from Outer Space. Sure. We will add that to the list of things to get around to at some point. Maybe we can pair that up with another sort of B horror schlocky thing. I don't know. We
Yeah,
can make something of
we
that
could make. Yeah, we could
for
have some
sure.
fun with that ginger dead
Thank
man, maybe.
Thank you very much for the super chat. Hostman's Lounge, also thank you very much for the super chat. For good French films, watch the Three Colors trilogy and Jean-Pierre Melville's crime thrillers. Yeah, to be clear, so I've not seen the Three Colors trilogy, but I have heard it's good and I want to check it out at some point. I don't actually hate all French movies, but a lot of modern art housey French movies, the kind that get a lot of buzz in the United States, I find mostly horrible. That there are some quite good French movies. We'll give them that, but they tend to be older, is what I've found in my limited experience.
Yeah, I mean,
They're,
I don't know if you've ever seen Elevator to the Gallows. I enjoyed
no, I
that. It's
haven't.
like a new wave noir thing. Really, the nice thing or the neat thing about that is that Miles Davis improvised the entire soundtrack while watching the movie, and it's
Oh,
fucking
that's fun.
incredible. Um,
That's cool. I like
but
that.
like the soundtrack's incredible. The story, like, it may be a little predictable and kind of. It's not the strongest part of the movie, but it's pretty good. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, there are plenty of French movies I actually like. They tend to be older though.
Yeah.
Like a lot of the worst extremes you get of like the sort of indie art house side of the filmmaking spectrum are like really exacerbated among the French. So
Yeah.
that's the pattern I've noticed. Anyway, so before we start spoiling Conclave, you already mentioned that you think you probably would not recommend it. Is
Yeah,
that right? Is
probably
that
not. Well,
true?
okay, so what I anticipated it was going to be based on the direction, the music. This is going to be important. The score kind of gave me this impression from the get go, and from little things that it seemed like it was setting up at the beginning. That this was sort of going to be either like an Agatha Christie in the Vatican kind of film, or it was
Hmm.
going to be a Machiavellian political drama where the are seemingly what would you call him, self-effacing, and basically where our main protagonist, who's kind of muted and self-effacing, is revealed to be like this kind of political mastermind who gets, basically cons his way through a series of a bunch of different plays into the top job,
Yeah,
and
that
sort
he's
of,
playing
yeah.
4D chess, and it's a
Yeah.
sort of political succession thriller, if you will.
And I was
Um,
very on board for that. And then where it goes is very much not that. And I felt that it fumbled it very hard at the end and ended up in an infinitely more uninteresting conclusion that
mhm.
only made me kind of like confused more than anything. And I
Yeah.
just kind of was like, oh, that kind of ended on a wet fart. I don't think that was a very good. It did not. It doesn't stick the landing, and I think that the problem with that is that everything building up to it then kind of gets spoiled. By the time you get to the end. Um,
Yeah,
yeah,
it's funny because I never once read that main character as a super 4D like Machiavellian genius, and like it because it just didn't seem possible. So that possibility of a twist reveal towards the end never really occurred to me, and so basically I hated it for most of the movie. I suppose we could start talking about it now. I would not recommend the movie either. This is Hugh was the big hater on the substance, and I think it's my turn now to be the big hater on Conclave. So I don't recommend it. I don't think Hugh does either, and so now it's time to spoil the movie. So
yeah. All
Conclave.
right. So
Conclave is a movie with a lot of good male actors in it, like Rafe Fiennes and Stanley Tucci and John Lithgow. Is that his
yeah,
name? Yeah, there's some good boys in the in the cast. It's a movie about the death of a pope and the conclave that is formed and headed by Ray Fiennes' character Cardinal Lawrence, among the other cardinals of the Vatican and I guess the Catholic Church globally, to determine who is going to be the next pope. And there are different factions within the church vying for, power and who determining what the future direction of the church is going to be. There are like progressive liberal types among the cardinals. There are some that are more traditionalist, and then there's some that are, I think, the movie would probably describe as even more reactionary than the traditionalists. So it's a movie about cardinals who disagree about the future of the church, specifically regarding a lot of social and political issues, trying to cobble together a majority of voters in order to choose the next pope and have their say in what the future of the Catholic Church as an organization is. Someone already mentioned in chat that the director said that he felt like this didn't even really need to be about the Vatican. It could have been about any organization. I think that's a really dumb attitude to have, personally, because not all organizations are the same. Like the Catholic Church is rather unique in a lot of ways that should factor into how this all plays out, but we'll get to that specifically. This is directed by the same guy who did the more recent adaptation of All Quiet on the Western Front, which we talked about last year around Best Picture time.
Yeah, a lot of the same. So the music style is very similar. The composition of the
Yes, let's
score
talk about the music. You
yeah.
talked about the music as like setting up a direction that the movie doesn't ultimately go in. I totally agree with that. When I started watching the movie, I found the music unbelievably like it's like a horror movie. It has horror thriller musical energy, but then nothing in the story really warrants that. It's incredibly obnoxious. So when you find out that the Pope died and they're playing horror movie thriller music, you're like, "Oh, did someone kill him? Are we like do
Yeah,
we
like is
suspect?"
there like when the summary, the plot summary on your Peacock where you can watch it is like, oh, he uncovers a conspiracy behind, like after the Pope dies, he uncovers a conspiracy that could change the direction of the church. And I was like, "Oh fuck." Like, okay, like we're conspiracy thriller in the Vatican. Like, fine,
Yeah.
yeah. I'm like, and so I was like, cool. That seems pretty unique to me.
But I knew that's not
See,
what
I didn't
happened.
know that that's not what happened. So I was on board with it for a while, where I was
Sure.
like, is he going to be investigating it? Is he going to have been the cause of it? One of the very
Hmm.
first things that happens in the film when he walks into the room where the Pope has passed away is Stanley Tucci is sitting there with a chessboard,
Hmm.
staring at it longingly at a chessboard, and he asks Cardinal Lawrence, "Do you think anybody would mind if I took that? He and I used to play all the time, right?" And of course he says, "Oh, of course not. You can take it. He would have wanted you to have it." And he goes, "Did you ever beat the Pope? Did you ever beat the Holy Father?" He goes, "Oh, no, no, no. He was always 8 moves ahead, right?" And to
Hmm.
me, that line right there, saying that to the protagonist, is evidence, right? That, like, oh, okay, the Pope is always 8 moves ahead, and there's something like going on. He has been working with somebody to engineer a successor in this like incredibly complex kind of way. And I was like, okay, so that's what I'm looking for. And so I'm
Yes.
I'm digging into all the little details as it goes along, trying to figure out, where's it gonna go? Who's gonna be the one who, like, obviously the current Pope didn't want the Italian who's, wants to restart the Crusades to take back.
Don't. We need to hold on. We'll come to that. But yes, I see what you mean. Because I knew that this was really just a sort of like drama about who's going to get the votes and that there wasn't like a murder whodunit sort of thing happening here. The music, with that in mind, with the rest of the movie in mind, the music is awful. The music
Yeah,
is really, really, really poorly suited for the film. It does not belong. It's very, very like it's trying to establish a very strong like tension that the movie just simply doesn't have. And so it's just laid on super thick. I had the same problem with his adaptation of All Quiet on the Western Front. There's that main musical theme that's played on a synthesizer. And I'm like, you probably shouldn't do that for an otherwise grounded period piece, my dude. I think that was a really poor choice, and it's very like uber dramatic in a way that actually kind of undercuts a lot of the scenes. And it plays all the time. And it played constantly when it kept winning awards at the Oscars. It made them seem like the villains of the award show. It was pretty funny. Yeah, the music in this, it's just awful. I think Topaz Dude has been railing against the music in the chat already. I totally agree. The use of music in Conclave is awful. It doesn't fit the movie at all. It's incredibly obnoxious. It's also mixed very loud, very,
yeah,
very loud. The music, I found it like distractingly loud constantly. I'm just like, like every time the music comes in, I have to turn the volume down just because I'm just like, stop, please, stop it, stop it. You're trying to make me feel like what's happening here is like there was foul play in the killing of the Pope, or like actually this main character is a secret genius mastermind, and it's just none of those things are true. It's it feels insecure. It feels like the music is desperate for you not to be bored by what it is worried is actually kind of a boring premise. It isn't a boring premise, but it is just people in rooms talking. And so I feel like the music is trying really hard to make you think that like, no, 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 this is not boring. There's intrigue here. Listen to how loud the music is. And I think it really sucks.
yeah.
I can like while I was watching, I just kept complaining to you about it. Hostman's Lounge, thank you very much for the for another super chat. Says Conclave thinks it's edgy, but I can find what it's going for free in r/atheism fan fiction. Well, there is that. This
Yeah,
movie, This okay, here's the thing. Here's what I've noticed about the discourse surrounding the movie before I even watched it. The discourse surrounding the movie seems to be, this is a oversimplification, but it's a consistent pattern, is that religious people, but especially Catholics, are insulted by the movie, and then people who aren't religious and who are like atheists think, no, this movie's respectful to Catholicism, and they just don't seem, and they think the Catholics are wrong to be insulted by it, even though they're not even religious themselves. So it's like I've noticed that
Oh,
pattern,
really?
and
Wait, that actually is that they actually think like Catholics are saying we're offended by this, and they're like, "No, yeah, you're overreacting."
yes, I've seen people who like, you know, it seems like the people who don't like it are Catholics and Christian people, among others, who just don't think the filmmaking is all that great, like the music and the direction and all that sort of stuff. Um, and I've noticed a lot of people who roll their eyes at religious people for being offended by it think, no, actually, the movie is actually really reasonable. But it's like the movie is unbelievably like politically biased towards progressive, liberal, modern, secular politics and against traditionalism, even though this is a church that is the sort of like the protectors
Paragon
of an
of
ancient
yeah.
of an ancient tradition. And the movie could not be more clear about what side it takes. So this is I'm going to say this now because there's a scene later in the movie where Rafe finds his character. Um, Cardinal Lawrence is giving a speech before the conclave is to begin, and he sort of goes off script. He's told because it's such a fractious caucus, if you will, of like traditionalists and progressives and all that sort of stuff. He's told that like he probably shouldn't offend anyone with his speech, right? And so he starts off giving a general sort of vanilla speech full of cliches and platitudes that wouldn't offend anyone. And then he decides to go off script and say what he really thinks. And he's very clearly a sort of progressive type. And he gives this speech about how, as in all his years, what he's come to fear most is certainty. The sin of certainty, and that he thinks doubt is, in so many words, he says that he thinks doubt is a virtue, and certainty is a sin. Now, I've seen a lot of people praise this as if it's really good, it's about uncertainty, and like the real problem is when people claim that they know for sure about some of this, like about all these things, and it's like, okay, but guys, you can't found a religion around doubt. Like there are things that Catholics believe and they like profess in their creed that are kind of like, you have to believe these things. Like
Yeah,
this
like
is what
you
it
can't
means.
really formulate an institutional canonical religion with a creed that goes like we might believe in, God the Father the Almighty, who might have made heaven and earth. Like it
Yeah,
doesn't
what I
quite
really
work that way.
like, I'm deeply suspicious of people who are certain about these things. It's like, really? Really? And so, but anyway, that's Cardinal Lawrence's character. He's a progressive type. It's not totally unreasonable that a character would say that. The big problem I have with the movie, and this is I think the worst thing about it, is that the movie is absolutely certain of its own message and its own worldview. It has absolutely no doubt about the message it's trying to convey. Traditionalism is bad, and modern progressive liberalism, in the context of the Catholic Church, is good. The liberals are the good guys, and the traditionalists are the bad guys. The movie is not interested in meaningfully exploring the argument for a more traditional, like return to the Latin Mass and blah blah blah, and like affirming the sort of current, you know, because there's talk about the inclusion of women and whether the Catholic Church should like have female priests and stuff like that, all those sort of debates. The movie is not interested in the more traditional side of the argument. It knows that they're wrong, and so it like the movie, for a movie that valorizes doubt and thinks certainty is a sin, it could not be more sure of itself. It's one of the most hypocritical movies I've ever seen. That is the big problem with the movie for me. It's incredibly unsubtle, unnuanced. It's not interested in exploring these issues. It's like the liberals are the good guys, and how are they going to play politics in order that the obviously good guys win against the obviously bad guys? That's the movie. I think it's kind of insufferable.
That's
And that's
fair.
how I feel about
That is
that.
very.
There will be more evidence to point to regarding that argument, but that is the gist of everything I hate about the movie. And I think when Hostman's Lounge said that Conclave thinks it's edgy, but I can find what it's going for free in r/atheism fan fiction. It does feel like it was written by someone who isn't religious, who thinks they're doing justice to religion, but doesn't really understand it. Because it's not the subjects are not being approached with humility and a general interest in sort of hearing both sides of the debate. There are good guys and there are bad guys, and we have to watch the good guys try to do everything they can to make sure the bad guys don't win. And the
Yeah.
bad guys are obviously bad. It could not be more obvious.
Yeah, like well, yeah. I mean, it's funny because I didn't realize this until a little bit further in, but there's before the homily that he gives, where he presents doubt or certainty as the cardinal sin amongst the cardinal sins. Um, he has a moment where he sits and talks with the Italian cardinal who is set up essentially to be the bad guy, and the Italian cardinal presents his points in a way that I kind of sat there and went, "Oh, I guess that is an interesting argument actually that the Latin mass was better for the church because now like at that point people weren't divided by the languages that they spoke. So if like all the cardinals from all the different parts of the world who can't understand each other and who gravitate towards their cliques and everything like that, the Italians with the Italians and the Africans with the Africans and all that, um, with the Latin Mass, everybody would be speaking Latin, and people would, essentially have to or be able to. There would be less of a barrier to
Mhm.
communication between the different groups, and it wouldn't have
Yeah.
fragmented quite so
And they would
badly.
have one holy language to unite them. And he sort of scoffs at people who called it a dead language. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And I was like, oh, wait, do I agree with that? Actually, like, is that seems interesting. Like, that's a different perspective than I've heard. I did not realize that immediately that the movie was implying that that was the evil perspective. Like that was the bad guy's way of thinking. I was kind of like, oh, I mean, okay, like sure, yeah, maybe this guy who does have some direction. Of course, he's immediately presented as hypocritical by saying like, well, I mean, an Italian should win. We haven't had an Italian pope in over 40 years, right? So he's
Mhm.
just as
And then he's
sectly.
like, imagine the alternative, and looks over at the black African cardinals
Yeah,
as
like
if
as
to be
soon
like,
as that
could you
happens, I'm like,
imagine?
oh, he's a bad guy. Oh,
Yeah, he's racist. I guess that means we don't have to take any of his arguments for a more traditional direction for the church seriously because he's obviously racist. And he's obviously rude to his sort of like servant assistants, whatever I don't know what their titles are, but the people who are like helping him, his assistants, we'll call them assistants. He's obviously rude to them, so it's like, oh, he's bad. So that way, that means we don't have to actually take any of his arguments for tradition seriously. And because all the liberals, of which the protagonist is one, they're like, well, it obviously can't be him because he's going to take us backwards. That is going backwards is bad, you see,
yeah.
by default.
Yeah.
So
Nothing,
yeah,
no changes have ever been made that were actually for the worse. Just keep
yeah,
that point in
okay.
mind. Confirmation bias.
So okay, so let's rewind a bit, right? Because first thing that happens is Cardinal Lawrence, played by Ray Fiennes, shows up because the Pope has died, and
He's
so
the dean of the cardinal of colleges, so he has to organize the conclave that will elect the new pope.
yeah. But at first, we're just dealing with the basic sort of stuff after he dies, like. There's a weird moment where they go to take like an official like Holy Father ring off of him, and it's like hard to get off. It's kind of an awkward moment. And I wasn't quite sure what the vibe we were going for here is, but it was a very unceremonious moment. And then you have the scene with Stanley Tucci's character, which is Cardinal. Is it Bonini? Bellini? What's his name? I can't
Bellini,
remember.
yeah, Cardinal Bellini.
Cardinal Bellini. He's another liberal type. I'm gonna call them progressives because they're more progressive than liberal. Um, the progress is good. It's that simple. So he is like, hey, can I have this chessboard? Do you think anyone will mind? And he's like, no, of course you can have it. Because I used to play with the Holy Father, and he was always 8 steps ahead of me. You might think that's a clue for the fact that the Holy Father has been like secretly orchestrating something in a sort of like Machiavellian way, even past his death. That's not really
That's
what
not
happened.
really what happens at all. No.
No, at the most you could say in that vein is that the Holy Father knew things that others didn't about other cardinals and was trying to make sure that they couldn't get into power, but he wasn't doing ultimately all that much to stop it. So, like, I don't know. The movie presents the old Pope, the now deceased Pope, as good. He's not even especially morally complicated. He's just presented as good. We'll talk about the implications of that later. So after that, they're figuring out what to do with the body and all that sort of stuff. And then we fast forward to 3 weeks later, and it's the eve of the conclave. And now Cardinal Lawrence, who has been put in charge of the conclave itself, is making sure everything's in order, dealing with a lot of logistical stuff. Like, apparently, they have to erect like something along the very high tall windows in the chamber where they're having the conclave to prevent people from using technology to read the vibrations in the old window panes to determine what is being said.
Wait, what? Is
Do you
that
not remember that?
no? I thought that was
It's a-
just like I don't remember them saying that. I just thought that they were like, "Oh yeah, no, we're sequestering and this is like the traditional thing that we do is we set this up every time." I don't now I think about it, I don't know why I thought that, but I just yeah. Shit, I don't remember that.
He says, "Is this really necessary?" And he says, "Apparently so. They can eavesdrop using lasers to read the vibrations of the glass." Um,
Okay.
That doesn't really amount to anything. It feels like another setup with no payoff. There's quite a few of those in
Yeah,
this
that
movie.
because that goes fucking nowhere. Like
No.
that is why
Before we get too much further, I almost forgot to read a chat from Kevo. Thank you very much. Kevo says, "This summer, this Pope has a hidden confessional in Conclave 2, the search for Benedict's diocese." Um, yeah. Thanks, Kevo.
would have been a much more interesting movie. Also, Kevo said Bluto spying on the nuns. Like I like the idea that he's actually secretly setting that up to stop Bluto from hopping over with his ladder to peek in at what the
Yeah.
cardinals are doing.
So the laser microphones reading vibrations in the glass, I believe that's a real thing, and I can believe that people would do that to try and like listen in on the conversation. Like, you know, I could believe people would do that. It's a weird thing to show on camera and then do nothing with. That's all. Because it sort of establishes along with the horror thriller music that like there's going to be spies
Yeah, but
or
like
like,
maybe or
things
like
of
that
that nature.
maybe there's that Ray Fiennes is worried perhaps about some of the things that are going to be said in the like that he does
Yeah, but Ray Fiennes is like, is this really necessary,
oh he
dog?
he's the one who's
He's
saying
the
is it really necessary?
yeah.
Wait, who's setting it up?
One of the other Cardinals.
Ah,
He doesn't get
okay.
much screen time.
All right. So, yeah.
Oh, so as they're getting everything ready, then we're establishing a few of the major players before they come. Um, there's a cardinal who's not, because not every cardinal is in the conclave. There's like the highest ranking ones. I'm sure there's a special name for them. I just don't know it. Anyway, one of the cardinals who's not actually involved in the conclave itself says like, "Hey, really quick, there's a guy who wants to talk to you." And he's like, "Really? We're about to get started. We're going to be sequestered in an hour. Like, can this wait?" And he says, "No, it's very, very important." It's like, "Okay, fine, I'll go talk to him." We see nuns going around doing nun things, but they don't really say anything. This movie thinks it has commentary about how the nuns are like sidelined within the church, and that's obviously bad because sexism or whatever. The movie's very unsubtle about its messaging. So now the Cardinals are arriving, and we see them doing like normal human being stuff, like smoking cigarettes and going through metal detectors and like whatever. And then uh, Bellini shows up. That is Stanley Tucci's character, And they're talking, of course, now it's time to start, the conversations about who they're going to put forward, because you need, I think, 75 votes, which is a majority, I believe, of the conclave to
Yeah.
vote for a certain person. So already Bellini's like, hey, who should we put forward? Because we need to put forward someone because it can't be the Italian, right? So already it's like, ooh, who's the Italian? What's his deal? Why is he obviously bad? Then the Italian shows up, and I the movie really insists that I shouldn't like him. His name is Cardinal Tedesco, but except for the obvious like unsubtle things they do where they make him say racist comments, and later when he's talking about launching
Literally
basically
restarting the Crusades.
against Islam in a like really obviously like war hungry sort of vibe. In general, I find him likable, and I'm like, nah,
Oh,
I'm
you
rooting
didn't
for
you didn't
him.
like that part? That swung me. That swung me
Well,
back. I was like, oh shit,
he
wait, I vote for him now.
well, it's just I'm like movie. I don't care what you say. I'm rooting for him. I don't care because it's just so annoying how obvious everything is. Um,
Deus Vault. Let's go.
so new people are showing up, and we see a moment where Bellini and Lawrence are like looking at the outfits that the Pope wears, which are all white, and they're like why is this one so big? And he says apparently, hold on, I want to get this exactly right. They're looking at the outfits, and Lawrence says, "Tell you what, that's enormous." And Bellini says, "Apparently, Pope John the 23rd was too fat to fit into the biggest cassock that they had to cut him into it essentially." And so they're like, "Haha, some of the popes have been fat." So like we're doing stuff to like establish the popes as like popes and cardinals as like real people, which I don't hate. It's all right. Like sometimes they're fat, and sometimes not everyone agrees with their sort of political worldview, and like even if they're the new pope, like obviously there are people who wouldn't have wanted them to be pope and stuff like that. And so we're sort of humanizing the process of selecting a new pope by seeing all the different factions and realizing that these are human beings, right? So far it's not incredibly obnoxious. But then Cardinal Lawrence goes to hear. I wish I knew what his name was, like what his title was. He appears to be a cardinal too, but he's here to tell him that right before the Pope died, he had a meeting with the cardinal played by John Lithgow. Help me out if you remember his name, because there's a lot of names in this.
Oh shit. No, I
John
don't.
Lithgow, John
Cardinal
Lithgow,
Lithgow.
cardinal,
Let's call him
cardinal,
Cardinal Lithgow.
Cardinal Lithgow. Apparently, according to the person who wanted to see Lawrence before they go sequester themselves, is like, hey, I need to tell you this. The Pope, right before he died, had a meeting with Cardinal Lithgow, and afterwards he told me that he was going to relieve Cardinal Lithgow of all of his duties. He's going to fire him essentially, or demote him from being a cardinal. But that didn't happen before the Pope died, and so now they're like, why would he have done that to Cardinal Lithgow? Like, obviously they didn't hear about this.
Yeah,
So
he did
the
that right
Pope,
before he died, and then he died. Wow, he said he was gonna fire a guy right before he died, and nobody heard about it. And again, we're setting up conspiracy shit that you would hope is gonna somehow lead, like, given the music and the direction and the way that we're calling this a conspiracy, we're thinking that if we start pulling this thread, we're going to start unraveling something bigger and bigger and bigger the further we go, right? And that now they're all like about to be locked in a room together, and there's going to be they're sequestered, so there's limited opportunity for them to sort of figure out what's going on. I'm like, okay, like shit, we've got a premise, like here we go. Like we've got a mystery, a suspicious circumstance surrounding the Pope's death. Like I'm buckled in. Let's see where we go with this. Let's continue. At this point, it's going fine for me anyway.
yeah. So at this point, what have we established? That the Pope was always 8 steps ahead, and he was a clever boy. Cardinal Bellini doesn't want the Italian because he doesn't. He's like, it can't be the Italian. We got to figure out who we're going to put forward. It's like, But all we've learned about the Italian is that he's a little brash and a little rude. but he's kind of charismatic in a fun, likable sort of way. I'm already rooting for him. That's Cardinal Tedesco. And then we're also learning that Cardinal John Lithgow, who has not appeared on screen yet, was apparently sacked right before the Pope died for gross misconduct, but we don't know what the misconduct was, and obviously it never made it out that he was fired
So we
because
don't even know if it really happened. We don't know if this
yeah,
is
we
a
don't.
rumor being spread. Yeah.
Yes.
Like to discredit a potential rival. We don't know
Yeah.
what's going on.
Yeah, because the guy telling him this wasn't there at the meeting, but he said he talked to the Pope afterward, but so he doesn't have any real evidence
And
of
he's a
that yet.
drunkard. He's an
And he's a
alcoholic.
drunkard.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
So is he reliable? Not particularly. Everybody seems to know that he gets drunk a lot, but he seems very sincere. So
Very earnest. Yes.
yeah, we've got a premise. Let's go.
And the last major player to be brought in at this point in the movie, or to be introduced without being shown on screen yet, is a new mystery cardinal. What?
Whoa.
Like we have one more than we anticipated having. And Cardinal Lawrence is like, "What are you talking about?" He says, "Another cardinal has just turned up." He's like, "Well, then we left someone off the list." And he's like, "No, he was never on the list." And so apparently he was
what is
created
going on?
he was created in pectore, which I sort of assume it means the Pope did it of his own in secret, essentially. He made this guy a cardinal. We'll eventually find out that this cardinal was created single-handedly by the Pope in secret because his mission is in Afghanistan,
In
in
Kabul.
Yes, so that's why it had to be done in secret, because that is a very dangerous place for Christians to be, because Muslims. And so he's
They
a
all
secret.
it just hit me that I like they all accept that, right? Like that premise, like, oh shit. I mean, like, yeah, I guess he must have, like, of course he created him in secret. If they had said anything out loud, the Muslims would have killed him. They all accept that premise.
And then later they're
and then,
like, how dare you say that Islam is incompatible with
yeah, how dare you?
how
Like the
you
bad guy will rail against Islam and how we tolerate them in Italy, or we tolerate them in the West, and they
don't tolerate us.
Yeah, they don't tolerate us at all. Like he will rail against them later, and the movie will treat that like, the bad guy speech essentially. That's kind of interesting.
Hostman's Lounge, thank you again for the super chat. Says it's a shame that the author of Fatherland wrote the Conclave novel. I have heard that the author is otherwise quite good, but as far as I know, it's the same basic story in the book, including the big twist, which some people have already said in chat, but we'll save for when we get to it for those who haven't seen it. Yeah, so it strikes me that the book would not be all that much better, honestly, but maybe it wouldn't have the obnoxious music problem. I would assume not. So Cardinal Lawrence is like, well, then he has to be an imposter, surely, because why would there be a mystery cardinal? And he's like, well, I thought that he was, but apparently this guy is legit. Apparently he's legit. So let's go meet him. The Archbishop of Kabul, but he's Mexican. So they go to meet this guy. And apparently the Pope wanted it kept a secret because obviously Kabul, Afghanistan is not a very safe place for Christians to be. And so the Pope kept him a secret.
Yeah,
and
you might think, you could be forgiven for thinking that because there was that little clue dropped earlier by Stanley Tucci that the Pope, the late Pope, was always 8 moves ahead in chess, that perhaps this is some
ringer or somebody.
This is some kind of chess piece that he's maneuvered in. And nobody's quite sure why he's there, but like all the paperwork is good to go, so he's in there to push whatever agenda the late Pope might have had, right? And in the confusion and chaos of getting all this shit organized, they just kind of allow it in, and they don't quite realize the full implications of what it means to do that. You could be forgiven for thinking that. They're not going to do anything with it, though. I'm going to stop you right here. It does not go any further than that. Like, it's just, oh, okay, this guy's here too.
This guy's here too, and ultimately he will be incredibly important for the future of the whole church. But we'll save that for later. So now, Everyone's in like a giant mess hall cafeteria, and they're all eating together. And right before they eat, Cardinal Lawrence is like, "I'd like to introduce a new member of our diocese whose existence was not known to any of us until only a few hours ago. This is because our brother was made a cardinal by the perfectly legitimate procedure known as creation in pectore. He is the Archbishop of Kabul." And then everyone is kind of looking on in stunned silence. And then Cardinal Lawrence starts clapping awkwardly, and everyone sort of
Everybody sort of
reluctantly joins in.
follows along with him. Jay Jameson asks, "Why make a big deal over spies if this person is just allowed access?" Good question. Moving on.
Yeah, moving on, because there's no threat of spies. That's not really a
Yeah,
thing that happens.
nobody cares. Nobody cares enough to spy on the popes or the cardinals.
So, and then right before they're about to sit down to eat, there's this awkward moment where like, um, they all go to sit down, and then the new cardinal decides to keep going with the blessing after our Cardinal Lawrence has already said amen. And so everyone like starts to sit down and then sits back up as he keeps going, talking about, oh, bless the sick and the poor who can't be with us, to remember the hungry and all that sort of stuff. And then they're like, okay, thanks, man. And now we can actually eat for real. Now, Cardinal Tedesco sees Lawrence. He's like, hey, get over here. I want to talk to you. And this is where we get a bit of the conversation that Hugh already mentioned, where Tedesco is talking about, oh, look at all the different cardinals, how they're all sort of segregating by language. You know, all the Italians here, all that sort of stuff. But he starts off the conversation. He's just very charismatic and fun. I like Cardinal Tedesco. He's looking at Lawrence. He's like, "You look anxious. We haven't even begun yet. Why are you so anxious?" You know, and so he is talking about how like so many Cardinal Lawrence is like so many of different people and cultures all bound together by a faith in God. And Tedesco kind of like laughs a little because he's like, look, I mean, everyone's segregating into their own individual cliques by their own countrymen and by their own language. See, now if we still had the Latin Mass, we'd all be unified in language and we wouldn't naturally segregate by language. Maybe we should go back to the Latin Mass. He even makes a funny dig at the French, which is kind of funny. Of course, I find that enjoyable. So he's talking about the Tridentine Mass, which is the name for the Latin Mass, and sort of longing for going back to that. And we cut to Cardinal Lawrence, who just rolls his eyes at him. And that's the movie's attitude as well. There are a lot of people who in the Catholic faith who would like to go back to the Latin Mass, and you could have a conversation about the merits and benefits of a mass in the language of the people, where whatever country the mass is being held in, or whether the Latin Mass is better. But the movie's not interested in that. The movie's more interested in rolling its eyes at anyone who would suggest that we should go back in any regard at all towards tradition, even though the Catholic Church is supposed to be stewards of an ancient tradition. But never mind that, because the movie doesn't care. It's really quite obnoxious. Really, really, really quite obnoxious, I would say. And he even Tedesco even makes a dig at Lawrence. He's like, when the Latin Mass was still the only true liturgy in the world, we would all have been speaking Latin. And then he gets in a dig at him, and he says, "But then your fellow liberals insisted we get rid of that, a dead language." And he goes, "Ugh, yeah, dead language, my ass," kind of thing.
Yeah.
And I'm with him. I like this guy. I'm rooting for him. But then immediately,
he's the only one who's giving like an interesting perspective on the things that are, like affecting the church,
yeah.
right? Like all you hear most of the time, if you follow any of the Catholic stuff, I don't tend to, but like most people, when they criticize the Catholic Church, most of what you hear is women aren't allowed to, hold particular positions of power. Like there's no female cardinals, there's no, no women popes, anything like that.
Priests.
Or priests. That, gay marriage thing, all that, that, the abortion issues, all you hear about is how like they're on the wrong side, because most of the people who pay attention to that thing are the ones who believe that that they're on the right side, and they stand against the church. So this guy offering some perspectives about like maybe we shouldn't have like taken away the Latin, maybe we shouldn't have done that. It's like, oh, you know what? I've never thought about that before. That's kind of an
Just-
interesting thing. Tell me why. And then he presents a pretty compelling reason why. I'm like, oh, okay.
No, but Hugh, you don't understand. Ray Fiennes rolls his eyes at him, and we're meant to do the same. So there you go. That's it. That's the
Oh,
end of that
yeah,
conversation.
fair enough. And then he says something racist about the Africans.
Well, yeah, but before we get to that, he starts talking about, oh, how you liberals decided we just had to do away with the Latin Mass. And he says, without Rome, without the tradition of Rome, everything falls apart. And so his perspective is very clearly that, like, we're supposed to be, the stewards of an ancient tradition. And if we, like, cut ourselves off from the tradition, everything falls apart. And so he's obviously more conservative. He's obviously much more of a traditionalist. But before you really get any time to assess maybe you agree with him or not, or whether you think maybe he's right and our main character, the liberal cardinals, are wrong, Cardinal Lawrence says, so what? The next pope must be Italian? And he's like, why not? We haven't had an Italian pope for more than 40 years. And so it's like, oh, so now we're trying to imply that he only really cares about an Italian becoming pope, that it's not really about traditionalism, because he's going to say, can you imagine the alternative? And then he goes and looks.
Look at the Africans, which is funny because the African immigrants are pretty notoriously traditionalist.
Well,
Like,
these aren't
even immigrants. Like
Yeah.
like Africans and religious Africans are pretty notoriously traditionalist. So like,
Yeah. So immediately it becomes clear that he's not even really a representative of actual traditionalist conservative thought within the church. He's really just interested in an Italian, specifically him becoming pope, because he's like, ugh, imagine the alternative. Like, imagine a black pope. Ugh. Even though the black pope has more in common with him in terms of his actual perspective, like surely he does, because we're going to learn that he's even more of a quote reactionary than Tedesco is. So it just makes it's just so obnoxious, dude. I hate it.
you might as
I
well have
hate
just
it.
said like, what is the barrier between human and animal? Well, the tradition of Rome would dictate it's the Mediterranean Sea, and just like looked over that direction. Like it is like that level of just like, oh, okay, he's just a hypocrite who wants.
Yeah, he's just a hypocrite.
Yeah.
He just wants, yeah. I mean, he probably does believe in the Latin Mass, but like immediately after offering the traditionalist conservative perspective, the movie goes, oh, and also he's racist, because those are the same thing.
Yeah.
And then Cardinal Lawrence is like, excuse me, I must go talk to the other brothers. And we're meant to be like, oh, this fucking guy. It obviously can't be him. And that's the extent that the movie will seriously engage with any conversation about whether returning to tradition is good or not, or whether we should just constantly move in the direction of like modern left-wing progressive political movements.
Yeah, and have we talked, by the way, about the fact that Ray Fiennes' character, like, he keeps telling everybody that he had tried to resign as a cardinal and, like, get sent out of Rome, and the Pope stopped him from being able to do that?
We have not talked about that yet. So Cardinal Lawrence, yes, he's the one in charge of the conclave. He was having questions about his faith. And this is presented like a problem that like maybe he shouldn't be cardinal anymore, because he shouldn't be in charge of this conclave. He definitely shouldn't be pope. He doesn't want to be pope. Because he's had, questions about his faith. He's faltered a little bit in his belief. And so he wants to be sent to another position where maybe he can just go do charity work somewhere. He wants to do that sort of thing. But the Pope does not accept his resignation and says that, like, no, you're a good manager, and I need you to manage stuff like the conclave for me. And so that's why he's here. Now, surprise, surprise, the guy that's questioning his own faith is like, it's actually the worst sin, certainty. Like, shut up, dude.
And he's been telling everybody that too. Like it's
Yeah.
he's not really keeping that a secret. He's telling people like, "Oh, I'm having a crisis of faith." And then he has that whole speech about like certainty is a sin, right?
And actually, it's good to doubt fundamental things about the religion that you're supposed to be in charge of.
So he does that, right? And those are the things that started to give me like, oh, is this is this like all some elaborate power
Play.
play maybe
Yeah.
by him that he's because he also will say things like, well, I have to like he'll imply, I don't remember if he says this entirely, but he's basically like, well, I'm managing this whole thing and I have to make sure that it's as fair a process as possible. But then he will actively go out of his way multiple times to knock like other members out of contention. And so I was just
Yes.
like, oh fuck, like he's gaming this. Like he's gaming the whole system. Like that speech that he gives about certainty at the beginning of the conclave immediately kind of puts his liberal brethren on the back foot, or his progressive brethren on the back foot. Bellini is now worried that maybe that speech offended enough people who are traditionalists that he can no longer win the votes, right?
Yeah.
Um,
So already they're like, don't say what you and we actually believe to be true, because that might ruin our chances of winning. It's like, oh, am I supposed to like you guys?
yeah,
You're literally hiding your power level so that one of you can become Pope.
yeah, and so, but like he does that, he goes off script and kind of submarines his own partner's ability essentially to win. And then he
Hmm.
goes many times further throughout the film out of his way to sink the other major players until at one point he's essentially presented as the only one who could potentially outdo the bigoted Italian.
Hmm.
And I was like, "Oh shit. Okay, like is
He's
that
playing
how
4D chess.
he's playing 4D chess? Is that how we're going to go?"
No,
No. The answer is no.
no,
It's
he
much
actually just
stupider
doesn't
than
want to
that.
be
He
Pope.
actually
It's much
just doesn't
stupider than
want to
that.
be pope. He's actually and
Yeah.
there are a lot of hints that like that is the case. He has
Yeah.
shouting matches with other characters about how he doesn't want to be voted for,
Hmm.
which is oh god. Anyway, so
The
yeah.
closest thing the movie gets to nuance is painting some flaws into the character of Bellini. So Bellini is a liberal who's like, it can't be Tedesco. It can't be Tedesco. It's got to be one of our more liberal types. He's unhappy with the speech, not because he disagrees with Cardinal Lawrence on any of those points, but because it makes them look bad and it makes it seem more likely that a traditionalist might win. But he's like, I don't actually want to be Pope. We will later learn that that's kind of a lie. So that's like the most nuance the story gets, is that Cardinal Bellini, Stanley Tucci's character, does actually want to be Pope, but has this idea that he's trying to put forth that no, it should be someone who doesn't want it. It should be like we should actually be suspicious of people who do want to be Pope. Like that's his whole perspective. But he actually does want to be Pope. So there's a little bit of like shades of gray to him, slightly, but ultimately nothing about his perspective regarding sort of progressive values and the direction he wants to take the church is ever criticized at all.
Yeah.
He's just categorically right. So he's having this speech. They're having a little meeting basically of their faction in the caucus. The progressives are gotten together and they're talking about, well, it can't be Tedesco. We got to rally around one person if we're going to have a chance of winning. And they're like, what about you, Bellini? He's like, no, I don't actually want it. But he's like, listen, he's like, I'm not going to pretend not to have views that I have. So tell them, like, if tell your voters, people who agree with you, that I stand for, and this is how vague and like platitudinous, if that's a word, that the movie is. He says, tell them I stand for a common sense approach to such issues as gays and divorce. No elaboration on that.
Well, because common sense would dictate that the Catholic Church just agrees with it.
That seems
I
to be
think
the
that's what you're
implication.
supposed to take from that.
I think
I think
so.
it's pretty obvious, right?
I think so, but it's not clear. He says, I stand for common sense. Tell them I stand for never returning to the days of the Latin liturgy. Okay, so here's the thing. For a while, for a very long time, the Catholic Church, once it got rid of the mandate of the Latin liturgy, it actually mandated that you didn't do the Latin liturgy and you did it in whatever language was spoken wherever you are. Um, And now they've relaxed on that finally, and now you can do it in Latin if you want to. Um, which at least it seems to be better because a lot of people really want it and really like it. Um, but his character, and it seems to be the movie's perspective that like I will never go back to that because that's going backwards, and obviously going backwards is bad. Um, it's just so childish. I
You're
hate
saying we made a mistake? Fuck you.
it. We never make mistakes. It's like he says, "Oh, I'm never going." It's even worse. Tell them I stand for never returning to the days of the Latin liturgy or families of 10 children because Mama and Papa didn't know any better. That was an ugly, repressive time, and I'm glad that it's over. Oh, so you mean like almost the entire history of your church? Like he's incredibly radical. The movie is incredibly radical, and like it's presenting it like, oh, it's got a fair and balanced view of Catholicism. No, it doesn't. No, what exactly is he opposed to families having a bunch of children for? Like, what's the logic there? How is it ugly and repressive to have big families? What do you mean by that, movie? That feels kind of ugly to me.
It's funny. It's like very Protestant, right? Like it because America feels that way. Yeah, like that's one of the found like American Protestants felt that way. Puritans felt that way, right?
Yeah.
Like that feels as ugly and repressive as
Tell them
yeah.
I stand for never going back to the ugly and repressive times where families had 10 kids because mama and papa didn't know any better. What the fuck does
What
that
well
mean?
didn't know any better, like as if they didn't understand that contraception was a thing, right? They didn't understand it. They just chose not to use it. That's or it's not that they didn't understand it. They chose not to use it. Is how you
That
would
just
put it normally, right? But he's like, "Oh no, they were ignorant saps and fools, and so they had 10 children because
yeah,
yeah."
it's so annoying. It's
It's
so
it's
annoying.
almost the thing you would say if you hate like if you're from that era and you dislike Catholics. It's a
Yeah.
little bit yeah, it's a little bit like that. It's kind of
Yeah,
funny.
yeah, and then he says more platitudes. Tell them I stand for respecting other faiths, for tolerating other views within our own church. It's like, are we going to explore that at all? No, because there's no need to. Because obviously tolerance is good. This is the political perspective of the movie. There was no conversation about like, well, at what point does tolerating dissenting views within your church mean you don't have a uniting set of beliefs anymore, and the whole thing collapses and falls apart,
That could be an
kind of like
interesting
Tedesco.
issue to
Yeah, it
explore,
would be,
you know?
wouldn't it?
Like that could
The
be an
balance
interesting
of
issue
those
to
sort of
explore.
things. No, but we don't do that here because tolerance is obviously good, and the guy who's saying we should go back is obviously wrong. Because it's amazing that people think this movie is incredibly like nuanced and mature. It's baffling to me. And then he ends by saying, "And I believe that I stand for women playing more of a role in the curia, which is like the organization, the running of the church." And then one of the other cardinals is like, "Can we not mention that? I feel like that's going to tank our chances." He says, "Brother, I have no intention of concealing my views or pretending to be anything other than I am in order to sway any of our number who are undecided." So he says that,
He
but
he says that, but
Cardinal Bellini is either a giant, giant liar and a hypocrite, or just he's stupid. Because later he's gonna be like, we need to do everything possible to make sure it isn't one of these backwards, regressive,
savages.
bigot freaks. It's got to be a liberal. And then he's like, yeah, but like I'm not gonna pretend to be something I'm not. Whatever. If people don't want to vote for me because I believe there should be women priests, well, then I'm not going to pretend to be something I'm not. But then later he's like, no, it can't be
When he
them.
starts losing, he immediately like
Yeah.
loses his mind on the guy who agrees with him who's getting votes, which is it's just like, oh, how dare you do that? How dare you take votes away from me?
Yeah.
Even though I
He's
just said I didn't care about getting the votes, and like we have to win. This is he'll say in that confrontation, this is a war.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he values progressivism more than anything else. He says he specifically stands for everything that Tedesco does not. So Yeah, and so does the movie. And so now they're going to go their separate ways, and they're going to go talk to members, like the people in like their supporters, essentially, and say, "Hey, we should all vote for so and so." So they're trying to like get all the progressives on the same page about voting for the same person. That way, a clear progressive candidate can come forth, and so they're not fractured, and that way all the votes go to Tedesco or worse. So, um, now, Lawrence is going to confront Cardinal John Lithgow and say, "Hey, someone told me that, hey, I'm sorry to ask you this, but I was told that the Holy Father demanded your resignation." John Lithgow's like, "Nope.
What?
What? No, no, no
No,
way,
that's
dude. That's
crazy.
crazy talk. Who said that? Oh, that guy? Yeah, I
Oh,
hate
that
to
guy, that
mention it,
drunk?
but he's kind of a drunk, and I don't really know if he can be trusted. So more on lack of subtlety. He's obviously being suspicious about it. But Cardinal Lawrence, to his credit, because we haven't completely jumped the shark in this movie, he handles it well
Yeah.
politically. So he's like, like, of course, I just had to ask. You can't fault me for asking, can you? And he's like, no, of course not. Um, but obviously, Cardinal John Lithgow overplays his hand by attacking the credibility of the guy who told him instead of just saying like, I have no idea why you would say something like that. I'll pray for him, but like that's not true at all. Instead, he's like, oh, well, he's obviously a drunk, and you know how much he loves drinking. So can he really be trusted? He protests too much,
Yeah.
but and so that's the update on John Lithgow. Meanwhile, it is time for the first day of the conclave.
So I was just like, I like Kevo's comments in the chat. Lithgow, I want your rosary and your badge on my desk. The big man's on my ass. You're a loose cannon, Lithgow. That's fucking funny.
Yeah.
That'd be good. It's a Tums festival.
So now we're opening the conclave, and first he's going to
He's
give
gonna
a little
deliver his little
speech.
homily.
Yeah, he's like, let me speak from the heart. He doesn't exactly crumple up the speech he wrote and throw it out, but it's basically that scene. And we get the idea that no one or person or faction seeking to dominate the other. Basically, he gives a bunch of progressive liberal platitudes. He all but says diversity is our strength. Like unironically. He says that diversity is our strength, and obviously variety and diversity are good, and since like certainty is actually the real evil sin here, and doubt is a virtue. I've mentioned some of my problems with this already, but the main problem here is that he's attributing the worst to sin, the sin that he fears the most, to be certainty. When really when certainty becomes a problem is because it's pride, right? And yeah, pride is the big sin in Catholicism. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, that's the biggest sin, not certainty. Like, if you wholeheartedly believe in God, why is that a bad thing for a cardinal in the Catholic Church to do? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like when certainty becomes a problem is because it's tinged by like pride and arrogance and things of that sort. Like that you know better and that like you know exactly God's will and all that sort of stuff. But when it comes to the fundamental beliefs of what the religion stands for and advocates for and the tradition it's trying to preserve, certainty about those things, like certainty in the belief of God is not a sin in the Catholic Church. Why would it be? You know what I'm saying?
Because that way the doubter, the guy who's been publicly telling everyone that he kind of is having his doubts, has
It's so annoying. And of
plants
course
the seeds of potentially being elected.
yeah.
That's
And
not
so
it, but
diversity is our
that's not why though.
strength,
That's not
and
actually why
doubt
he's
is
doing it.
yeah. And then of course a lot of people in the in the audience are like alienated by that, as they should be, as they should be.
Yeah. Well, and like
And so
his own faction immediately turns around on him after the speech and goes like, "Well, that speech isn't fucking helping us, guy." Like,
yeah,
that actually kind of actively harms our chances of winning
you know
this
it's crazy.
election.
but they don't disagree with him. They
No,
just
they
think he
don't
shouldn't
disagree with him. It's just that he said the silent part out loud, and that makes them sound crazy. And they're like,
because they
"Fuck,
are crazy.
you're
They're
ruining our chances." Which,
they're hiding their power level.
yeah,
And we're meant to think they're the good guys. It's crazy. Like Tedesco just actually believes what he says. Like, as a counterexample, he
yeah.
just actually believes what he's saying, that like, we need to return to tradition. All the things that the liberals have advocated for have contributed to the breaking apart of the church, and we need to go back. And he legitimately believes that. He's not hiding his power level. And that all his fellow, progressive members of this, caucus are like, dude, don't say that out loud. You're not supposed to say that out loud because you're going to alienate people. And then the bad guy is going to win. We can't have that. You need to hide what you really feel,
Well, and like,
or else the bad guy will win.
why would he say it? Right? Like, this is the thing that especially after the ending, kind of gets on my nerves about it. Right? It's like, why would you, like, if you believe, like, we're gonna find out eventually that Rafe Fiennes' character does believe that the progressive side needs to win, right?
Hmm.
Why would he actively sabotage their efforts if he's not making the play for it himself? Why would you do it?
Because he doesn't want to lie about how he actually feels. But then
But
later,
he's doing that he does it kind of the whole time. Whatever. Whatever. Doesn't matter.
yeah, there's a bit of a tension there, but obviously, like, if saying what you actually believe to this crowd of people makes them not want to vote for you, then maybe you're just in the minority and you should let the majority decide the future of the church instead of being backhanded about it, guys. Maybe if
Yeah.
everyone disagrees with you that certainty is the worst thing you can have as a religious person, um, then maybe you shouldn't be in charge.
Yeah.
Anyway, so he gives that speech and he says, and let us pray that God will grant us a pope who doubts, and let him grant us a pope who sins and asks for forgiveness and who carries on. Because this is just his projection out. I mean, obviously,
Well,
like,
he
not,
almost did twice. Kind of. And
yeah.
you
And like, here's the other
submarined that
thing.
effort, buddy.
Here's the other thing. We talk about the old pope in this movie, like he was just unambiguously good because the liberal popes agree with him. And it's like, well, how long has this last guy been pope? Was he pope when all the sort of, sexual abuse scandals were happening? Because we're going to barely make mention of those in this movie. I had that thought a few times. Like, wait, is the last pope unambiguously good? Who oversaw all that stuff?
Yeah. So he moves.
Okay,
Like,
so
let's move
moving.
forward a little bit to like when do we get to our first big like episode of conflict with the first candidate to drop, right? Because like we have
Okay,
to do our first vote, our first couple rounds of voting.
yeah. So we do our first round of voting. Everyone votes, and basically, there's a couple people that are front runners. Hold on, I'm going to say who they are out loud. Just a moment. Okay.
I want to say the African Pope is the top. He's the front runner in the first.
Yes. Okay, so just a moment. I have it here. The results of the very first ballot are, drum roll please, Cardinal Adeyemi, however you say it. He is a
The
black
African
African
cardinal, yeah.
cardinal. He has 21 votes. Cardinal Tedesco, 18 votes. That is the Italian traditionalist guy. And remember, the African we are eventually going to learn is even more kind of radically, we'll call it right wing for lack of a better phrase, than Tedesco even. So that faction has 21 and 18 so far. Cardinal Bellini, 17 votes.
That's Stanley Tucci. That's the one
Yes.
that the movie expects us to believe is the good one. That's the
Yes.
right choice.
Cardinal Tremblay, 16 votes.
That's Cardinal John Lithgow.
Cardinal John Lithgow is Cardinal Tremblay. He's not quite as progressive as maybe some of the others. He's maybe somewhere more in the middle. But there's obviously the movie is setting up some suspicions about whether he was actually sacked for gross misconduct and what that might mean. So 17 for Bellini, 16 for Tremblay. Um, Cardinal Lawrence, 5. Other Cardinals who assigned a single vote, 31 votes. That's a lot of sort of
A lot of people voting for themselves in that first round just to test the waters, you know.
exactly.
Take a shot. You never like this is the time to do it, right? Like, you know, throw yourself in.
Um, Trayvon Washington asks, is this weighted or first across the post voting? I believe it's first across the post. That's how they
Yes.
always treat it. There's no ranked choice voting here, as far as I can tell. And so right now, the overwhelmingly largest faction are the sort of conservative, traditionalist, and or reactionary, depending on your perspective. That wing has the most votes, obviously. So from the very beginning of the movie, there's obviously 31 votes that were like undecided. But even as the movie goes on, those people obviously have the biggest have the greatest number of supporters. And I want to plant that flag now because later when they make the bizarre turn towards the end, that doesn't actually seem to make much sense to me. But
Yeah.
we'll get back to it. So the first round of voting establishes that they put up the white smoke, not the black smoke, because they haven't chosen someone yet.
No, it's the black
Um,
smoke.
is it the other way
It's
around?
the other way around, yeah.
It's the other way around. You're right. And so, okay, so the assistant cardinal, whatever his position actually is, to Cardinal Lawrence, is telling him a bit about the backstory of the cardinal from Afghanistan, about like where he started and the charities he's worked in and all that sort of stuff. Then we get an update on the Cardinal John Lithgow situation. That would be Cardinal Tremblay, and Cardinal Lawrence is told that the person who could have corroborated the drunk cardinal's story about Cardinal Tremblay denies it, but he denied it a little bit too much in a way that seemed obviously suspicious. That's what we learned about that. I suppose, like we're cruising along. This is actually one of the shortest movies nominated for Best Picture.
Yeah.
So we'll just keep moving.
It is the shortest, isn't it? At like
Yeah,
clocking
it's
in
only
at
2 hours.
yeah.
All the other movies are over 2 hours for sure, and some of them are over 3, or one of them is anyway. So Cardinal Lawrence has a meeting with Cardinal. Is it Dietz? Is that his name? What's his name? What's the the guy who will become very important at the end? What's his name?
Oh,
Do you remember?
Cardinal Dietz nuts.
I'm forgetting his name. Benitez. Cardinal Benitez. He's the one from Kabul.
It obviously something Mexican.
Yes, and so this is the first of a few scenes where Cardinal Lawrence tries to tell him, "Hey, did you vote for me?" And he's like, "Yeah, I voted for you." And he's like, "Please don't vote for me. I don't want it. We need to coalesce around another progressive candidate." And Cardinal Benitez, who's the sort of naive idealist who the movie really, really likes for reasons that baffle me, is like, "No, but you're my favorite one. Like you're who I think
He's like,
should
"Oh, I
win."
voted for you. Am I not supposed to say that?" Like, well, I guess it doesn't really matter because this isn't, like nobody's gonna kill you for. We're not in the era of the Medici popes. Nobody's gonna kill you for voting the wrong way here. However, why?
Yeah.
What exactly has Cardinal Lawrence? This is the thing that like baffles me most about this movie, and like if this is not a setup by the former, the now dead pope, which it's not, then why is any of this happening? Why does the new guy all of a sudden just like vehemently support Cardinal Lawrence? Is it because
I
he's
don't
the
know.
first person that he met when he arrived at the Vatican and he imprinted on him?
I think so,
Like,
honestly. He no, he you don't understand. He's obviously good, and so he just likes Cardinal Lawrence because he senses that he's a good soul.
yeah, basically.
That's really what's happening there. Now Bellini, after the first vote, comes up to Lawrence and like, "Hey, I didn't realize how ambitious you were." And Cardinal Lawrence is like, "What are you talking about, dude?" He's like, "Oh, you said you didn't want to be pope. It seems like you want to be pope, bro." And Cardinal Lawrence is like, I got 5 votes.
I got
I
five
didn't ask
votes.
anyone to
Like,
vote.
yeah, and it's just like, well, like he could have just thrown the old Uno no you card at him, you know? Like,
Hmm.
well, you said you didn't want to be pope, and now you're here yelling at me because I took votes away and stopped you from being pope, bro. Like,
Yeah. Yeah, it's not like those 5 votes would have made you a front runner anyway, but fine, whatever. Um, and then now we're talking about how, like, well, we need to unite, bro, or else Tedesco's going to win. And he says the way he and his circle, that is Tedesco, attacked the Holy Father towards the end, the smears, the leaks to the press, it was savage. He fought him every single day of his pontificate. And I'm like, oh, well, did he have good reason to, or what?
yeah, what was he doing? Like,
He says, and now that he's dead, he
what
wants
are
to
the leaks to the press
destroy.
that he's talking about, by the way? Like, because
I
the,
don't
the
know.
big ones that people give a shit about are the sexual abuse scandals, right?
Yeah.
So is that like, is that what He's like, how
Wait,
dare this
was he
guy?
the whistleblower?
Was he the whistleblower who was like, hey, by the way, this guy helped cover up the sexual abuse of more than 100 children in the Boston area during his during his pontificate? Like,
Mhm.
what a scumbag! Isn't he the worst for doing that?
Yeah, so obviously it's like he's going to try and ruin the last pope's life work, and it's like, well, has his life work been to like do things that are undermining the church? Because it seems like it. Because it seems like a lot of the things that you stand for, Bellini, are things that kind of deliberately undermined the history and tradition and unity of the church. Specifically, you're like, we need to tolerate dissenting views within the church, and it's like, well, you do that to a certain point, and then you don't have a church anymore. So, like, I don't know. It seems like maybe you guys are on the progressive war path, and Tedesco is actually quite right to be like, no, we need to undo a lot of what he's done. But of course, the movie and Bellini and that whole faction think that that's obviously bad, and so we need to unite, bro, or else bad things will happen. Now it's time for the second vote. It goes similarly, but there's a bit more consolidating among the people who
Yeah, some of those
were
31 who voted for
exactly.
themselves were like, ah, shit. Okay, well, yeah, I guess I'll just vote for the front runner. Um,
Mhm.
some of these people are like, all of the ones who are unnamed who sit in this room are the most easily swayed human beings that you'll ever
Seriously,
encounter in a ballot.
unbelievably. Yes.
Like, but they
So,
they throw their votes mostly behind the Black African cardinal,
yeah,
who,
he's currently the front runner.
yeah.
And so now the movie needs to establish why he's obviously bad.
So
Um,
the next
oh,
day, as like since there's been no decision, the next day as they sit and eat some breakfast, a scene is caused by the only Black African nun in the room, dropping a tray and running out of the cafeteria while they all sit around and munch. And the Black Cardinal gets up and angrily storms out,
mhm.
rubbing his nose like he's a former boxer or something. Um, he gets out of there, and everybody's kind of like, I wonder what that's about. And
And before we find out what that is, before this happens, they're talking about Adeyemi among the progressives sitting at the table together, and one guy's like, "What should I tell my congregations if he's elected pope?" And then Bellini's like, "Well, this is a moment that comes totally out of character for him, but he's just like, well, tell him that we celebrate the first African pope in the history of the church." And he's like, well, if he was white, everyone would recognize that he's more reactionary than Tedesco, because apparently Adeyemi, the African cardinal who is currently the front runner, very, very, very anti-homosexual. I think there's a line somewhere in the movie about how, like, not only like he thinks they should be put to death, not just that they're going to hell. So the movie's like, no, it can't be Adeyemi. He's even worse than Tedesco. So obviously it's not him. And then right as we establish that he's actually bad too, there's that black African nun who like comes close to him, and Adeyemi gets really mad and storms off. So Lawrence has to go figure out what the hell that was all about. And there's a white nun, or Italian nun, I guess, who's like trying to protect her from his questions. Eventually, he gets her alone, and finds out through. She won't just tell him, but but he says, like, "Would you like to make a confession?" As in, the logic being that if she confesses it officially as a confession, then he's not allowed to tell anybody because he's bound to secrecy, right? Formally. And then immediately after she reveals what happened, he goes to confront Adeyemi about it and reveals what he only learned through the confession. This is supposed to be our main character who the
Yeah.
movie asserts is a good guy. By the way, so we
Manipulated.
will.
Yeah. Well, and so there was a question earlier in the chat. Isn't it revealed that the African cardinal impregnated an underage girl, and the movie is oddly sympathetic about it? She was not technically underage. In the movie brings up that she was 19 and he was 30, so there's an age gap. Not like, so they play it that it's not super gross. It's legal, but still gross. Like
It's a little gross
it's a
because of
little
the
gross.
age,
Yeah.
and the movie is more like, well, he broke his vow of celibacy as a priest. Though I'm surprised these progressive priests even think that's a good thing. Honestly, I'm surprised they
Yeah.
don't. Basically, they aren't just basically full Protestants who think that certain types of Protestants who don't think that they should have to be celibate at all. Never mind why they. But he's like, the movie walks a fine line with this because it's afraid of like. Because the movie doesn't want him to be Pope because he's very, very anti-gay. And so they like really kind of out of nowhere concoct this whole story where when he was younger, he had a moment of weakness, whatever, and impregnated a younger woman. And so obviously that's going to ruin his reputation. And Adeyemi's like, "You're not going to tell anyone, are you?" And he's like, Cardinal Lawrence is like, "Well, I won't have to because of the scene you made. Rumors will swirl. I'm not allowed to tell anyone. I'm bound by confession, even though he already broke that by telling Adeyemi what he knows." So he's kind of full of shit here, but he's basically like, "I don't have to ruin your reputation because it's going to ruin itself, and that's okay because you're anti-gay, and we don't want you to be Pope anyway." Um, it's a
Yeah.
little, it's a little odd.
Yeah. Also, somebody's Jay Jameson is asking, "What's the age of consent in the Vatican again?" I don't know for the Vatican.
Presumably, this doesn't happen in the Vatican. This happened years ago, probably
Yeah, this
somewhere in
happened in
Africa.
Africa, which like, but yeah, sure.
19 in Africa? That's pretty old.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, at 19, so I googled in Italy, considering that that's it. Like, so here's a fun fact for you: the age of consent in Italy is 14,
Ugh.
unless the person is in a position of power over the younger woman, in which case it jumps to 16.
Okay,
So
sure.
like a professor is legally allowed to, seduce and have sex with his student as long as she is 16 years old. Otherwise, 14.
Cool.
Way to go, Italians.
There's another thing that happens here. I think the movie is just kind of rather inconsistent about its morality in this scene, where he tells Adeyemi, "You will not be the next pope," because obviously rumors are already swirling, and
Well, who
this is gonna
started the
be.
rumor? Like,
I think the implication that the movie gives is that the rumors started swirling because Adeyemi like had that weird flare up. And so Cardinal Lawrence is saying he's not going to tell anyone because he's not allowed to tell anyone, even though he already broke that. He's just acting like, well, the rumors are already swirling, and this is going to be bad for you. So Adeyemi's unhappy about it because obviously he wants to be Pope, or maybe it's not obvious, but he certainly wants to be Pope. But then Cardinal Lawrence says, like, "But you're a good man," and it's like, do you think he's a good man? Because here's the thing: the movie, these sort of like radical progressive members of the Catholic Church are like, it obviously can't be Adeyemi. He's so anti-gay. Like, because there's even a line that says like he thinks they ought to be stoned to death. That seems like quite a striking difference between the sort of like, well, I think it's a sin, but obviously I don't think they should be killed for it, and they should be killed for it. And it's like, well, do you think he's a good man or not exactly? You know what I mean? I don't know. I feel like we're just not dealing with any of these issues, really. fundamentally.
To Jameson is, wow, they must really be thrown off by that 3019 with that, with that age 14 as the standard. Yeah, they think it's weird he's into people who are so old and past their prime. That's what really throws them off. It's the fetishizing of older women, clearly.
So,
Gross.
by the
Also,
time the
real quick, I wanted to address this part too because Angst Kitten put it. According to Google, the age of consent in the Vatican is 18. It was changed from 12 to 18 in 2013. Do people who aren't within the church live in Vatican City? Is that
there are some people that live in Vatican City, it's not a lot of people. But yeah, it's there. It's like, well, there's family members. It's not all celibate priests. I'll say that.
okay? Gotcha.
But there is not a ton of, I guess, civilians.
Civs.
So there have to be some for the maintenance of the the country.
Yeah. What are the priests gonna do the work? What are they gonna be, carpenters and shit? Only losers do that.
The next vote, there are no votes for Adeyemi. He's done. Now, starting to coalesce, Tremblay has 40 votes. So guess who the next person we're going to have to destroy the reputation of in this movie so he can't win is Cardinal Tedesco, 34 votes. Cardinal Bellini, 13 votes. And Cardinal Lawrence has gone up to 11 votes. Even though he's telling people not to vote for him.
He's telling people not to vote for him, but they're like, damn, this guy got game. Game, respect, game. Put some more votes on that name.
Which lends some credence to the idea that, like, he's actually sort of making moves behind the scenes. Because we never actually, we don't, except for the guy from Afghanistan, Benitez, we never actually see him tell his supporters anything. So, like, maybe he's not actually telling people not to vote for him, other than Benitez. It's weird. I can understand, Hugh, where you thought this was going.
Yeah, because like
is what I'm getting at.
Yeah, the only time he ever tells people, Lawrence does, not to vote for him is when he's yelling at Benitez. And I just figured that he was doing it in case of, like, they were going to reveal that people are watching him, right? And that this guy was planted there by the old pope to be the one who sort of sways all the votes in favor of Lawrence, who was the, like, essentially, I don't know, man. I figured there was a conspiracy coming. They said it was a conspiracy movie. I figured there was a conspiracy coming. That's not what's happening. But all the pieces are there. They're all there.
A lot of, they could be there. I would still be annoyed with the movie a little bit if that was the twist, only because, like, they have so many scenes that I just don't think Ralph Fiennes plays it like he's actually a secret Machiavellian genius. I'd be like, oh, I mean, that twist is more interesting. What you put forward is more interesting than what they actually do by a long shot. But I think I still would have been like, there's not really quite enough evidence to support that. But sure, it is. Yeah. It would be better. So his assistant comes and tells Lawrence that, like, hey, I found out that, Cardinal Benitez might have had some health problems and that the Pope had something to do with about sending him to a clinic in Switzerland, but we never found out. He never went. And it's
also, we should have mentioned, by the way, that when the African cardinal is confronted with the fact that he will no longer be Pope, like he no longer has a chance, right? He kind of throws a fit and he's like, this is fucking bullshit. Like, that woman, I haven't set eyes on her for 30 years, right? Like, it's been a long time. How did she get here? Somebody must have brought her here deliberately to discredit me. And so that adds another little, conspiracy thing, drops another conspiracy pebble into the water, if you will.
Yes.
And so now we've got another little thread to chase down. But the African Cardinal's out of the game because, everybody swayed off of him, essentially. Even the other African cardinals who are, like, form his clique, which you would think they probably wouldn't have as much of a problem with this, considering But there you go.
Yeah, it happens so dramatically because like any person that isn't one of the progressive liberals, we need to knock down one by one with scandals,
Yeah.
essentially.
Well, and what's crazy too is like when the liberal or the progressive group starts to, lose, they pivot, right? Like when
Yeah,
Bellini starts to look like he can't possibly win, and all they need to like, what they're about to do right now is they start saying, "Oh, we got to put all our eggs in the Tremblay basket." Basically, we got to
yeah.
tell everybody to vote for
He's the
Tremblay.
current front runner.
He's the front
Yeah.
runner, and he's better than the others. The Africans, they don't do that. They don't go, oh,
No.
well, what? Like, you can't do it anymore, I guess, because, your scandal was revealed. Mine's still safe. So why don't we just put our votes in for me? I have very
Well,
similar views to you, right? So, like, why don't they pivot to a new candidate?
they might. I think some of them probably did vote for Tedesco, and some of them probably did vote for Tremblay because,
They didn't put one of their own people? Whatever.
well, I mean, Tedesco is closer in their views than Bellini or Lawrence, that's for sure. And Tremblay, I believe, is something of a moderate. He's kind of like middle of the road,
Yeah.
if you will. The progressives aren't happy with him ultimately because they disagree with him on some important things, but they're like, he'll be unifying. He's better than Tedesco. That's sort of their view. They start to pivot, and then because sometimes in this movie that this like there are people who are really annoying idealists who have like no practical considerations. Lawrence is like, ugh, I hate that we're in a situation where we're considering the least worst option. It's like that's life, dude. How old are you that you've like that you haven't accepted that that's just the way the world works a lot of times. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, shut up. You're so annoying. God, this movie is so.
Well, and so he breaks his sequestered rule. Like he's setting himself up. He's like, I'm going to be sequestered. I don't want to know any details. I just need you to go and make sure, check and see if any of the rumors that are being spread about Tremblay are valid. And the guy comes
Mhm.
back and says, well, I talked to somebody else who was there and he vehemently denied it, right? And he goes, okay,
Mhm.
fine. And he goes, well, if you don't mind me saying, I didn't believe him.
Yeah.
And so it's like, oh, well, why not? Tell me why not. And then they start digging. He starts digging like an investigator where he breaks the seal of like the holy seal that I guess gets put on the Pope's bedroom in the complex when he passes away. He breaks the seal and goes in to investigate the Pope's bedroom. Doesn't know what he's looking for, but he finds it in the like stashed in the bed frame. There's all these documents that, oh my gosh, they prove that Tremblay stole money from the church and that he paid for a ticket to bring the black nun who the black guy impregnated to the Vatican to smear his name. That's all just stashed in the bed of the Pope. Um,
Yeah.
yeah,
So we knock out Tremblay because he was bribing people for votes essentially, and also he was the person who organized obviously the destruction of Adeyemi's candidacy, if you will. So now he's gone.
well,
Um,
but how did? Because he has some conflict about whether or not to do that. Because he takes
mhm,
that information to Stanley Tucci's character, and he sits there
mhm,
with Stanley Tucci and shows him, and Stanley Tucci goes, "Put this back. Don't talk about it. We need to vote for him anyway."
yeah,
And
mhm,
he decides instead to have Isabella Rossellini make him like 100 fucking copies of the thing, and he puts it on everybody's breakfast table the next morning. So that
mhm,
everybody knows that the guy who's the front runner has been bribing everybody, including the ones who are being bribed. Like they're based like he retracts all the names of the people who took the bribes and voted because
mhm.
we don't care about that. All we care about is that the guy stole some money and paid people. We don't care who took the money.
Yeah, Tedesco cares about that.
Yeah,
He's
Tedesco
like,
cares about that. He's like, you should
show us
tell
the
us.
names.
Show us the names.
Presumably because he knows he's innocent of all this. He's one of the few people that is, apparently. Tedesco, honestly, seeming like the most honest person here, is quite funny. because the movie's so dead set against him. Yeah, so to be clear, Bellini is so convinced that Tedesco would be awful that we should put in the guy who's obviously corrupt and buying votes for himself,
With
and
stolen
who
money from the
with
church. Yeah.
with stolen money from the church, and he's organizing the destruction of other candidates like Adeyemi. That's how like nakedly political Bellini is. But Cardinal Lawrence at least is principled enough to like not let the secrets lie, and so but except for the part of who accepted the money, because he's like, I don't want to do any more damage to people's reputations. It's like, well, dude, you kind of have to now. Like everyone gets mad at him, and I think rightly so. But at least you could say about his character that he's not willing to just brush it under the rug. That's something at least. Topaz dude in the chat says, what irks me is I feel you could have had the Montanist conservative ones be portrayed as bad guys if you really want that, without it being like he's bad because he's also racist. Well, that's the thing. The movie doesn't have any good arguments against the traditionalist perspective, which is why they also say, and also he's just a racist. And also the other one who's a traditionalist, he's also just like horribly, horribly anti-gay. Like they're not interested in exploring the issues, presumably because they can't. frankly if they really felt like you could win on the arguments, they would have the argument in the movie, but they don't. They just smear. The movie smears the people who are the conservatives. Obviously you could have a movie where you have those conversations and the movie ultimately concludes that, sort of secular social progress is good for the church. Actually, you could make that argument. Not everyone would agree, obviously, but at least if the movie was interested in exploring the issues and at least presenting both sides of the arguments and letting people decide, that would be one thing. That would certainly be much better than what they actually did. Because as is, it's a movie that's like, no, what I fear more than anything is certainty. We need to doubt is super, super duper important, you guys. Also, like, here's what the message is. Here's what you should believe. Here's who the obviously good guys are, and here's who the obviously bad guys are. Thanks for watching my movie. I hope you now have the correct opinion. Fuck this movie. I hate it.
By the way,
I hate
Topaz
that.
Dude also pointed out that as the stream has been going on, Conclave just took home the Best Film Award at the BAFTAs, which British voters, something that doesn't disrespects the Catholic Church, color me shocked. Wow, it's almost like they don't. It's like they don't like Catholics. I wonder.
Yeah,
There's a whole thing with that Anglican Church, I think, separating from the Catholic one over whether or not you could divorce people.
It's also interesting. I don't think what wins at the BAFTAs is ever an especially good indicator of what will win at the Oscars. I feel like they tend to differ quite a bit, but that is interesting that it won at the BAFTAs.
Yeah, it also won Outstanding British Film.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure, whatever. I don't think the movie's outstanding in any regard. But anyway, so he outs what's his name in front of everybody. That would be Cardinal Tremblay, Cardinal John Lithgow. So now his reputation is ruined because he was buying votes and he assassinated the character of Adeyemi. So now he's
now he's up there in the front runners. He's the only one standing between the Italian and
who's obviously awful and evil. Yeah,
the racist Italian and progressivism as a standard. So
Bellini is now at the point where he thinks he can no longer win, so he thinks they should put all the progressive votes behind Cardinal Lawrence, which is odd because Bellini was still getting more votes than Lawrence last time we checked, but whatever. And so now they have the conversation like don't tell me you've never thought about being Pope. Like all of us have fantasized about what papal name we would take when we became Pope. And he asks him what his would be, and he says like Pope John or something like that.
Yeah.
I would choose John. And it's like, oh, okay. Then there's a little reveal that at least he's thought about it before. But maybe this is more credence to the idea that like, oh, maybe he actually does want to be Pope, the angle you've been talking about. Ultimately, no.
Ultimately, no. So, okay, so the next scene is the what you would assume is going to be the final showdown, right?
Mhm.
Tedesco, shows his
Versus
vote paper,
Lawrence.
flashes his vote paper across his ballot across the room, like eyeing down Lawrence the whole time, like it's a
Mhm.
trap card in Yu-Gi-Oh! And then Lawrence walks up to the fucking ballot ball and he goes to drop it in. He says the creed before he puts it in, and a car bomb goes off as soon as his ballot drops in there, and some light shines down through one of the windows that had been blocked off by the anti-laser measures, implying God is not very happy.
With him voting for himself. Yes. Yeah, and so now there was rumblings of something happening outside before that originally Lawrence had not told anyone because they didn't want to distract them with like political concerns. But this obviously they have to be told what's going on here. There was terrorist attacks all over the city, but I think all in places all over the West, I believe, but definitely in the Vatican, that was a car bomb that went off that was a deliberate terrorist attack.
Yeah,
People
and
are fleeing.
like somebody bombed, like the car exploded, and then somebody killed, like blew themselves up. Somebody, we don't know who, we don't know what nationality, but somebody blew themselves up
With a
in a
suicide
crowd.
bomb and
Yeah,
killed a bunch of
and
civilians.
killed a bunch
Yeah.
of civilians as they were running away from where the car bomb exploded.
So
And
okay,
then
so we're told that the death toll is like 56 people or something horrible like that. So there's been a terrorist attack. Now what? And then Cardinal Tedesco stands up and he gives his impassioned speech. I'm going to read some of it. He says, "Here at last we see the result of." Sorry, I just want. Sorry, just a moment. "Here at last we see the result of the doctrine of relativism." I assume he means moral relativism. So
yeah,
beloved by our liberal brothers. A relativism that sees all faiths and passing fancies accorded equal weight, so that now when we look around us, we see the homeland of the Holy Roman Catholic Church dotted with the mosques and minarets of the Prophet Muhammad. And then Bellini stands up and says, "You should be ashamed of yourself for noticing that Islam inspires so many terrorist attacks." Um,
the
and
offices of Charlie Hebdo were never bombed by a Catholic, as far as I'm aware. But okay.
And then Tedesco responds, "We should all be ashamed. We tolerate Islam in our land, and they don't tolerate, but they revile us in theirs. We nourish them in our homelands, but they exterminate us. How long will we persist in this weakness? They are literally at our walls right now. What we need now is a leader who understands that we are facing a true religious war." "Don't touch me," he says, because someone tries to touch him. He's all riled up. He says, "Don't touch me." He says, "Yes, a religious war. We need a leader who will put a stop to the drift that has gone on almost ceaselessly for the past 50 years. How long will we have to persist in this weakness? How long?" You get the idea.
Yeah.
And he says,
And at this
who's
point,
gonna,
I'm like, yeah, make Istanbul Constantinople again. Bring it back.
Yes. So he gives an impassioned speech about how we need a pope who will realize that we are facing a religious war here with Islam. Now, how is the movie going to respond to that, you ask? When I was watching it, I was expecting the worst. I was expecting it to be like, you notice I never actually said Islam. It actually wasn't an Islamic terrorist. Oh, you just jumped to
Ooh,
conclusions.
actually, they were Irish.
That's what I thought was going to happen. Luckily, it wasn't. It wasn't quite that bad, but it wasn't a whole lot better. So now there's a question
It
about
was a
like
joint attack by the IRA and Al Qaeda.
and so then Cardinal Benitez, who has been like picking up stray votes here and there slowly in the background. This is the one from Kabul. says, with respect, and I'm going to read this all the way through too, because I think this is like the
This is
pivotal
okay.
moment in
This
the
is the
movie.
moment where so like what I was expecting, right, is that this is the lowest point possible for Lawrence, right? That
Yes.
he, because I'm operating on the idea that him voting for himself and having that kind of like face of like glee when he goes to put it in the fucking the ball that they slide the ballot into is he is about to get what he wanted, right? Like he
Hmm.
is about to
Yeah.
get this position and he has played the game and done it and like nobody has seen it happening. The car bomb goes off and now it's like, "Oh fuck. This is going to give the perfect opportunity for the guy on the opposite side who always says what he believes to
Hmm.
steal it out from under me, right?
Yeah.
Because we can't count the votes now, obviously, only one's in there." So I was like, great. He's going to have to finally deliver a speech or something where he manages to turn the tide back towards him. Like he's going to
Yes.
have to play his hand more than he is comfortable with doing. He hasn't done it yet, and this is going to be the
Hmm.
moment where we sort of get the real reveal of who he is, but it's going to work, and there he is. Now he's going to be elected, right? And they
Yes.
like that the new person, the secret cardinal, is going to sort of like be the voice that sort of like the plant in the crowd who
Hmm.
sort of turns the ones on the fence in
Yes.
favor of Lawrence, right? That's what I thought was coming, and I was
Yes.
like, fuck yeah, we're
All
on.
right.
Here's what
Let's
happens instead. Go ahead and read it,
wait
Jamie.
really quick. Let's talk about how that would have worked if this were a good movie. All else the same up until this point. We want to do what you just described, what you were hoping for. Lawrence would have to make a speech that brings the people who are riled up and on Tedesco's side back over to his side. So what you might expect of a speech like that is something to the effect of like, yes, you are right about some things, but you're not right about all of them, right?
Yeah.
Like, like obviously religious extremism, and not just all religious extremism, but specifically Islamic religious extremism is a problem we need to deal with. And we can't just pretend like, oh, everything's the same. We all believe in the same God. There aren't major, major differences, and that there aren't religious motivations at play in this conflict that the West has with the Islamic world, but especially the most radical elements of it. You'd have to acknowledge those that point of view, that like you are right to notice that Islam and the clash between Islam and Christianity is having an effect here, but you have to pull them back from the like, because Tedesco says like we tolerate them in our lands while they revile us in ours. Clearly, what the movie is saying Tedesco wants is that we should treat them the way they treat us, right?
Yeah,
And the,
which
the
is
movie
not what we
obviously
want to be doing. Really, we do not
no,
want to fight fire with
no.
fire on here.
No, no. And so, like, he would have to say something like that. Like, we must treat them, like, treat this as the serious religious conflict that it is without, lumping in people. You know what I mean? Like, you'd have to moderate that somehow. You'd have to acknowledge that there's some truth in what Tedesco's saying, only to moderate it and say, like, this is the fact that they are evil gives us no excuse to be evil in retaliation. Essentially, you'd have to say
Yeah,
something like that,
you'd
right?
have to do that and also appeal to the fact that it's like, well, it's not the ones who are coming here necessarily that are well, I mean,
Well, sometimes it is, but you'd
sometimes it
have
is.
to,
You'd have
you'd
to,
have
yeah,
to,
yeah.
yeah.
That's why I stopped like right there. I was like, oh no, I don't believe that. But anyway, yeah, no. So like,
Yeah, you'd,
you'd have to
yeah.
acknowledge it. You'd have to play a little bit and then pull them back, right? So like, I don't know how
Mhm.
I would do that necessarily, but
It's a
like that's what you'd have
complicated
to do.
thing, but
It's a
like, if
complicated.
assuming he's the Machiavellian, assuming he maybe actually is in the movie's eyes the leader, like the next pope, like that he doesn't really want it, but maybe he steps up because like he'd have to give an impassioned speech and he'd have to win some of them over, and it would have to involve like recognizing the severity of the threat and the reasons for it, without like equivocating and drawing like moral relativist sort of like, well, extremism is extremism everywhere, like without doing any of that sort of like liberal bullshit where it's just like, oh, it's just a matter of like economic opportunity and blah blah blah. You can't do any of that crap. You have to be like, this is,
Socioeconomic factors made this happen.
yeah, you can't do any of that shit. You have to be like, look, this is obviously religious warfare and it's been rather asymmetric, but we cannot respond to evil with evil. You know what I mean? Like there's a line to walk there that's very difficult. It's not easy, but like, we are not, like that's the line we need to walk. And like, I don't have this speech ready to go, but like you'd have to do something like that if
Yeah.
you're going to try to bring the people who are all riled up by Tedesco back onto your side. And part of that, the biggest part of that, would have to be acknowledging that there's some truth in what Tedesco's saying. But let's see what the movie does instead. Instead of Lawrence responding, he looks like he's thinking about how he should respond. And then Benitez, the guy from Kabul, stands up instead. And he says, with respect, what do you know about war? Let's let that simmer for a moment. I carried out my ministry in Baghdad and Kabul and all these places. I've seen the lines of the dead and wounded, Christian and Muslim. What would you say we have to fight? What is it you think we're fighting? Do you think it's those deluded men who had carried out these terrible acts today? No, my brother. The thing you're fighting is here, inside each and every one of us. If we give in to hate now, if we speak of sides instead of speaking for every man and woman, this is the first time here amongst you, and I suppose it will be my last. Forgive me, but these last few days we have shown ourselves to be small, petty men. We have seemed concerned only with ourselves, with Rome, and with these elections, with power. But things are not the church. The church is not tradition. I'm going to stop right there because, yes, it is. The church
kind
is
of the whole
not the
thing.
past. Yes, it certainly is, to quite a big extent. The church is what we do next. God, I hate that line.
And that's the end. That's the end of the speech. Keep in
Yes.
mind, he has been here. Nobody even knew this person existed until like maximum 5 days ago.
Yes.
And he drops that speech in response to the most popular candidate giving an impassioned speech that confirms all of the beliefs that he holds.
And beliefs a lot
and
of
the beliefs
people
that other people
agree
hold.
with. Yes.
That
Not just in
has
this
caused
congregation,
them, yeah.
but in the world. Yeah.
Yeah, but this has, yeah. That's the speech that he drops in response to that.
It's awful. Let's talk about it. I've already mentioned that he says the church isn't tradition or the past. It's what we do next. A huge part of what the church is tradition. Otherwise, you don't have a church. It's just, you're just amorphous people trying to do good. Like, if you're not trying to bring the past with you into the future, then like, why are you Catholic? Why are you religious at all? Like, obviously you are tradition and the past, among other things. So saying that the church is not tradition, like, that's just categorically incorrect.
Following
Like
it up
that,
with the church is not the past. It also categorically not correct.
yes, and the fact that you think it shouldn't be any of those things going forward is like, that should be worrisome. First of all the traditionalists in the audience should write you off instantly.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, well, this guy's a liberal fruitcake who doesn't know fucking anything. I'm not going to vote for him. Spoiler alert, we will return to more of what he just said in this speech, but spoiler alert, this is the rousing speech that causes everyone to vote for him, and now Cardinal Benitez is the new pope.
Yep.
This
TKO out of nowhere. Benitez with the chair, taking down Tedesco.
With vague progressive platitudes. Yes. Oh, how we just can't give in to hate, and like what you're really not fighting is these delusional men who are setting off car bombs in cities. What you're really fighting is the hate within your own heart, and it's like,
Your own petty,
okay,
small, power-obsessed heart is essentially what he says.
yeah,
He's like,
that's harsher words than he had to say about the people who just murdered 56 people, for the record.
yeah.
So it's almost worse than a moral equivocation. He's like, how can we judge anybody considering how power obsessed and petty we are? You know, really, the enemy you're fighting isn't those guys who just murdered 56 people in cold blood. It's the hate in your own heart. It's like, well, and like all sort of insidious garbage like this, there's a kernel of truth to it that is being sort of like weaponized against the actual truth. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, yes, the line between good and evil runs down the heart of every person, not like between groups. Sure. Yes, but unequivocally, the people who just murdered people outside are a horrible existential threat and need to be dealt with. So yes, they are the enemy that you ought to be fighting. And the church itself has a just war theory. It doesn't think that it's always wrong to fight because really the enemy isn't out there, it's inside your own heart. The church has a theory created by tradition and by the popes and all that of what a just war constitutes. All right. And fighting against like evil religious extremist terrorists, and often in many cases, would actually constitute just war under that theory, because like they're rather against, they can't be reasoned with in many cases because they have really extreme religious beliefs and they have like a sort of oftentimes a genocidal worldview. So like, what are we saying here, buddy? Besides general like, hey, we can't give in to hate, man. Don't look back in anger, bro. Like, no wonder this fucking won at the BAFTAs.
Yeah,
Fucking
that's yeah,
nonsense.
sounds about right. Also to Duke in the chat who's calling me out and exposing me for my lack of knowledge of wrestling terms. We've shown ourselves to be petty and small men here. And wrestling is not about tradition or proper terms or anything like that. It's about what we do next. So
Yeah.
shows you.
So this speech kind of sucks. It does nothing to address the real criticisms and concerns that Tedesco is bringing and raising here. And it does nothing to moderate those concerns by like reminding them that they still have an obligation to be essentially noble and virtuous, and reminding them that there is a way to fight this threat without giving in to evil itself. You know what I mean? But instead, he says like, what do you know about war, bro? I was in Afghanistan. You think the enemy is those murderers. It's the hate in your own heart because, look how petty and small-minded and power-hungry you guys are. Like, actually go fuck yourself, you little twink. Get the fuck out of here. I hate you. Ugh. So this is the rousing speech that the movie 100% agrees with, even though it has very little actual
it literally,
content to
like,
it.
the next scene is them voting for him and everybody clapping. They're
Yes.
all like gather around
then
him and
everyone
clap in
claps.
his face.
So here's the thing. The only person they show in that scene who's like really unhappy about the fact that Benitez won is Tedesco, which makes a certain amount of sense. But what about like the 40 people that voted for Tedesco? Where are they? Do you think that speech convinced them? You think that speech convinced Tedesco? Fucking really? He's been adamantly opposed to the current pope, who all the liberals like and think is good, for his entire pontificate. So clearly, vague liberal platitudes hasn't been enough to convince him yet. But suddenly, this is really, and everyone in his faction. So like unanimous victory, over 75 votes for Benitez when no one's gotten above 40 so far. Really?
Well, yeah, and like calling the trad cardinals petty, power obsessed, small minded men. So, like just like one little admonition of that sort from somebody who they do not know, who
Mhm.
has shown up out of nowhere,
He
may
might
not
be a
even be
fraud
a
for all they
like
know.
yeah,
Yep.
they don't even know if he's real, like a real cardinal. All they have to go off of is the word of a progressive dude who they barely trust as it is, right? That he is a actual cardinal. This admonition of their reactionary response to being bombed and to 50 people being murdered is shit. Yeah, maybe that guy should be pope.
Yeah, maybe we shouldn't look back in anger, actually. And so he accepts. He says, "Yes, I agree to be pope." And he says, "What would you like your name to be?" And he says, "Pope Innocent," which I know is a name that popes have had before, but in the context of this, it's just like, oh, shut up.
Well, yeah,
So annoying.
it's deliberately chosen.
Yes.
Yeah. You
You got to do
you
better,
got to do
Cardinal. But
better Cardinals.
it's ever so slightly more faux sophisticated than that, but that is essentially the message. It's terrible. It's
Oh,
actively
Jesus
terrible.
Christ. Okay. Pope Innocent III, by the way, is often revered as one of the most powerful and influential of the medieval popes.
Yeah, like it's an actual name that a lot of popes had, and they
Greatly
won't.
extended the scope of the Crusades.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
it is
shit.
funny. But yes, Pope Innocent is this new guy because he's like Falcon and Falcon and the Winter Soldier. Maybe I don't know how any of this works, but you gotta do better. Maybe it's good that I don't know how any of this works.
You gotta stop calling them terrorists.
But that's exactly.
That's exactly what it is.
Oh, fuck me,
He
dude.
might as well. Oh my god, Jesus! He might as well have just gotten up and said it's the same speech. He might as well have just gotten up and said the speech from Falcon and the Winter Soldier.
Hmm.
Oh my
It's not a
god.
whole lot better. So
Well, okay,
now
so all's well, right? I mean, Pope Innocent the something or other, is in
Pope
now,
Innocent or whatever.
and he's going to
Yep.
start a crusade for peace,
Yeah,
and
he's
do
gonna be a
better.
good guy. He's gonna make everything better. And then the assistant to Cardinal Lawrence is like, "Hey, there is a problem. The
Remember that
Pope did
medical
not.
procedure we talked about him having
Yeah,
before?
well, yeah. Remember that medical procedure? Well, now he's not letting us dress him in the official Pope garments." And he's like, "Okay." He's like, "Hey, man, hey, bro, what's going on?" And he's like, "Hey, I've been waiting. I was expecting you to come."
Well, no, he
He's
like
like,
they find out what it was, and he goes in to ask like to have him confirm it.
"Oh, right." He
Yeah,
tells him like off screen. He's about to tell him, and then we cut.
yeah.
So he goes in to talk to him, and he says like, "Hey, can you tell me what your situation is, bro? Can you tell me what's going on here?"
It's like, what do
For
you
those
mean?
for those for those in the chat that have not had this spoiled for them, get ready. So you think the movie's essentially over? No, no. We have one last conflict to overcome. What's the deal with his medical condition? And he says, "Well, my situation, as you put it, is the same as when I was ordained a priest and when I was made a cardinal." And he's like, "But the treatment in Geneva?" And he says, "There was no treatment.
I
I
didn't have
considered
any.
it, but I prayed for guidance and decided against it." And he's like, what would this treatment have been?" He already knows the answer, but he's just wanting him to say it. And so Cardinal Benitez says it was called a laparoscopic hysterectomy. And Lawrence is like, "Oh, Jesus, so
Oh,
they weren't
Jesus
lying to
Christ!
me."
And he like sits down in a huff. He's like, "Fuck." He might as well like light a cigarette and just be like, "Oh my god."
So let's keep going. So he
Yes,
says,
please, because we need to talk about this.
Benitez says, You have to understand, when I was a child, there was just no way of knowing my situation was more complicated. And life in the seminary is, as you know, a very modest one. I want to get all the words
Yeah,
right
yeah.
because it's going to be important. The truth is, there simply was no reason to think I was physically different from the other young men. Then, in my late 30s, I had a surgery to remove my appendix. And that was when the doctors discovered that I had a uterus and ovaries.
Okay, stop right there.
Hmm.
Stop right there. Grew up in a seminary. No reason to believe that he was any different from the other young men. Late 30s, discovered a uterus and ovaries during an appendectomy. Now,
Hmm.
somebody in that seminary, they changed diapers in seminaries.
Yeah.
So, somebody, if this person either has both genitals, both sets of genitals, or is a woman, or like whichever one, would have noticed this and would like these are not ignorant people who just don't understand how male and female anatomy works. They know the
Hmm.
basics, right? They
Yeah.
would be well aware of whether or not this person was any different. And obviously there was no menstruation involved because wasn't until his late 30s that it was even discovered in the first place. So this person had what? A dormant uterus and ovaries inside of
Okay,
them?
let's slow down here because clearly what's happening here is that this person is intersex. That's what the movie is saying, but the movie's kind of vague about it, so we don't know what exact type of intersex abnormality this person has. What type, like, because it could be a couple different things. One is he could have both sets of genitals. That would be really odd, and that makes no sense that no one ever noticed that he had a penis and a vagina. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Um,
A
that
penis and
doesn't
vagina.
that doesn't really make any sense. Someone would have noticed,
Yeah.
for sure. If he only has a vagina and a uterus and ovaries and no penis, someone would have noticed that, oh, this isn't a man, or if it is a man, something's weird about it. Someone would have noticed that as
Yeah.
well. So I think what you have to conclude for the story to make any sense is that he has a penis, but then also, like, inside of him with no vagina, there is just the uterus and ovaries that don't work because otherwise you would have noticed things like puberty, and
Yeah.
like periods and things of that nature, menstrual cycles, all that sort of stuff. So what is happening there exactly? I don't know. It's kind of too vague to know, but that seems like the only plausible outcome, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Unless there's something I'm missing.
Yeah, no, and like I just so the I don't think there's anything that we're missing there. I mean, like that information that we get is so incredibly vague that it's like it does what exactly does this
Oh,
matter in moving
he
forward, right? Like
okay. He adds Benitez adds. Well, I'm going to say they for now. They add that some would say my chromosomes define me as a woman, which means he has. It's hard because the actor is definitely a man.
yeah.
Has XX chromosomes. So
Okay.
I think I tried to Google this after watching the movie. I think it is actually very rare but possible to have XX chromosomes and a penis. I think
I
it's a
mean,
it's
like
it's a
sure, it must be
it's a really
possible, right?
bizarre, medical abnormality, but apparently it's possible. Now, so this is one of those very, 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 very rare people biologically for whom there is some ambiguity about their sex, right? And so he never told anyone. He never knew until he was 30 that there was any reason to suspect that he wasn't just a normal man. So I want to, what his genital situations are, I have no idea. But he had no reason to suspect that he was different. And so he never told anybody. When he did find out, he talked to the Pope because he was already a cardinal at this point, I think, is the logic of the movie. And he talked to the Pope and said, "What should I do about this?" And the Pope was like, "Oh, maybe, he
I mean,
didn't tell anyone, the Pope. And he didn't say, like, because apparently he told the Pope, maybe I should resign since I'm, like, maybe technically a woman, maybe, question mark. And the Pope says, "No, you shouldn't resign. You should stay on as cardinal and maybe you can get a hysterectomy in Geneva." And he ultimately thinks about going to get that surgery and decides, you know what? I'm as God made me. I'm as God made me. So I'm not going to get the surgery and I'm just going to stay the way that I am. And then the Pope immediately died before telling anyone
Yes.
any of this. And now this person has been elected Pope. And so now, the Catholic Church obviously doesn't let women be priests. That's part of the tradition. So obviously, the liberal members of this group have said that they think they should let women be more involved. And clearly, the movie agrees with them because the movie is insistent on showing the nuns and how they're just kind of silently in the background and how that's obviously a bad thing because it's sexist or whatever. And now, ultimate final conclusion, even though it's barely set up by the movie at all, is twist. The new pope is actually intersex.
So
And
kind of
what
the
a-
first female pope. But once again, men do it better.
And so, yes, and as Mordecai presents, I am also very much I hate when people go, oh well, there are some really really rare exceptions. This goes for literally anything, not just sex. Well, there are some rare exceptions and points of like ambiguity between concepts or categories. Therefore, categories don't exist. That's a retarded argument, and it's retarded every time it's made. But nonetheless, what is Cardinal Lawrence going to do here? Is he going to say, well, you can't actually be Pope because you're a woman? Is he going to tell everyone in the conclave what has happened so they can make the decision for themselves? No, he's just going to let it be a secret and not tell anyone. And
And then he goes like when he
and then he
leaves
gets
the
to feel good
Vatican.
about himself,
When he leaves the
essentially.
Vatican and goes to a bar somewhere, he's just gonna be like, "Boy, you like gets drunk and talks to the guy next to him. You're not gonna believe what I have to tell you about the Pope."
And so Cardinal Benitez said that like he felt it a sin to change his handiwork, that is God's handiwork, rather than to leave his body as it was. And so then Cardinal Lawrence does the natural thing of like, so are you still? He's like trying to ask, are you a man or a woman?
So does your cock work or like what's going on? Yeah,
Can I
like
see it?
yeah. Show me.
Let's show me. I don't believe you. No.
X or it didn't happen.
He's like, so are you like a man or a woman or what? He's trying to figure out how to ask that question, but he doesn't quite get it out. And then Benitez says, I am what God made me. So he doesn't really answer the question. Then he says, and perhaps it is my difference that will make me more useful.
Of
Chad,
course.
how do we feel about that? How do we feel about that?
DEI, baby. It's only ever improved things.
The movie's logic, unironically, is like really sort of gender essentialist as well, which is kind of funny because it of course thinks it's being really progressive, but it's like, well, maybe the fact that I was born with a very, very rare condition that actually makes my sex somewhat ambiguous means I will be more useful as Pope.
Than any of
Fucking
you possibly
why?
could have been. Yeah. Maybe the fact that I have a uterus inside me makes me a better choice to be the Pope. To be the guy who steers the most powerful Christian ship on.
Not that he doesn't say that ultimately I don't think it's relevant, you know?
Yeah.
I think, he's like, I man or woman, I'm sort of ambiguous, but ultimately if people think I'm right for the position, then I will accept the responsibility. And if ultimately they decide that I'm not, then I'll accept that as well. He doesn't say anything like that. That's actually sort of like humble. He's like, he only reveals this after he's been made Pope. And Cardinal Lawrence doesn't tell anyone. He's just like, maybe the fact that I'm sort of ambiguous in terms of sexual identity or, but you know what I mean, like actually makes me better suited to be Pope. Like, holy shit, the arrogance of that. My goodness. What are we doing here? And so, yes, that's the big twist. The new Pope Innocent is actually intersex, and that makes him even better. Um,
It's like
and
the
so
argument
now,
about traps, right? It's like the dick just makes it better.
and so now
No,
Cardinal
it's
Lawrence
gay.
has to decide what to do here, and ultimately he decides not to tell anyone and to light the white smoke that says, is it red, white,
White.
whatever,
It's white smoke.
white. Yes, that says we have a new pope now. And then the smoke goes out. He hears people cheering, and it puts a smile on his happy little face. Even though I think a lot of people cheering wouldn't be happy if they knew what he knew. But he's just going to keep their secrets anyway. Mister Honesty over here has just decided that some secrets maybe people should know about. And then he looks on as the nuns come out of the building and kind of smiles at the nuns.
Yes,
And
because the future is female.
because the future is female, and our current pope is the transition into the female future. The end. Conclave. Isn't that one of the best movies of the year? I fucking hope it isn't.
Well, the
I
British
really,
seem to think so.
yeah. Well, who cares what they think? I really dislike this movie. I don't think it's especially well written, but the biggest sin is it's obnoxiously unsubtle, unnuanced, kind of gender essentialist and sexist if you think about it too long. Um, Very, very nakedly political message that it frames as that it and that it cloaks itself in the idea that it's nuanced and it's about doubt and uncertainty and humility. It's not. It's an incredibly arrogant movie. It's incredibly stupid in its view of what the church represents and is and ought to be and what would be in the future. It doesn't have compelling arguments to make in favor of its own positions, so it paints the other side as obviously evil. And I think it's a piece of shit. It doesn't have the same kind of awful writing problems that The Substance has. It's certainly more coherent than that. It makes more sense, but the sense that it's trying to make is stupid to say the least. I found this movie very unenjoyable. I wouldn't recommend it to anyone. And that's what I have to say about that.
Given the way that it ends, I also wouldn't recommend it. If it had had a little bit more, if it had been willing to have a little bit more fun with its potential conspiracy premise, because like as it stands, right, it's basically a conspiracy to keep secrets in the Catholic Church.
Yeah.
Mind blowing. Wow. No, they've never done that before. So
Yeah, well, they chastise all the other people for their secrets only to keep their own secrets.
their own secrets.
They
Yeah.
that they know many Catholics wouldn't accept or agree with, which is why they're
At the
keeping
very
it a secret.
least, that many Catholics would be exceptionally confused by. They'd probably just be like, so wait, so wait, hold on, wait a minute.
Hmm.
Like the same thing that we're trying to puzzle out, right? Is like, said you
Yeah.
have both. No. Okay. So
Well, what do you
what
have?
do
What's
you
happening here?
have? What are you what is it? Well, my chromosomes would say I'm a woman.
Hmm.
Right, but like do you have like do you produce testosterone? Like what are we what are we looking like there would be debates for months, maybe even years about this, and people I don't think anybody would arrive at a significant conclusion really, and it
Hmm.
would just sort of peter forward in a kind of a confused and like confusing mess for a while until the next
Yeah.
pope comes along, essentially. I don't think
And it's probably Tedesco in that case. Yeah.
yeah. Like I really don't think it would I don't think it would cause like I mean I know it would be like what the fuck? Like people would there would definitely be some reaction from
Hmm.
some people, but I think most people would just be confused
Yeah.
into almost like a stunned silence for a while. Um yeah.
Yeah, I think this is the kind of movie that only appeals to people who already agree with it because, like I said, it's not interested in exploring ideas. It's very didactic. It's very progressivism good, and that comes at the expense of what is this value and purpose of the institution of the Catholic Church. So it's unsurprising that religious people don't like it. And it's perhaps unsurprising that the only people who do think it's actually giving religion a fair shake are people that aren't religious themselves. Yeah, I don't recommend the movie. regardless of like your like I don't know, even if I knew someone would agree with the movie, I wouldn't recommend they watch it because they shouldn't like it.
Yeah.
They would. I know plenty of people that would, but it's like, but there's the movie's so empty of any sort of meaningful exploration of anything, and like I said before, it's entirely hypocritical. It's entirely hypocritical.
Peter forward is a very poor choice of words. Thank you, Trivia on Washington. That is oh fuck. Yeah, nah.
Yeah.
Not great. We're 0 for 2 today.
Yeah. We're 0
right
for
now.
2 today. I think those are probably among the spiciest opinions we'll have on the best picture movies. So we got them out of the way right at the back. But some of them I've yet to see. So we'll see how we but we have one more movie to talk about today. And that movie is called Anora.
It is. And Jamie, how do you feel about Anora?
I like Anora quite a bit. Anora is my favorite movie of last year.
I am so glad to hear you say that. I feel the same.
I really like Anora, and I'm excited to talk about all the reasons why. I think Anora is basically, in essence, just a really fun, stressful roller coaster ride drama with some very strong character work and kind of crazy situations and fun drama between characters. It's a simple movie. It's a simple, effective movie. I wouldn't describe it as especially preachy like Conclave, nor is it so artsy fartsy that it has no inherent logic like The Substance. It's just a fun, wild, funny. It's a surprisingly funny movie. I knew it was
hilarious. I was having
It's a very funny movie.
A great time. Yeah.
Yes, I really like this movie. I have not seen many of Sean Baker's other movies. They've been on my list to check out at some point, but like I have not seen Red Rocket or The Florida Project or Tangerine. I know based on the premises of those movies that he's quite fond of telling stories about, prostitutes and sex workers and strippers and porn stars and stuff like that. That seems to be his thing. At least in this movie, I think he treats the character of Anora quite well and quite realistically. Not in a way that's like, oh, isn't prostitution awesome and empowering? Like it just seems to be a very well-written character study about people in a sort of crazy, wild situation.
Like these strange fringes of society, I think is like a good way to put it. It's a little overstated in that way, but I think that's kind of what we're. Some Mr. Burpler said it's the best movie that the Safdie brothers never made. I would agree with it. It feels very much in the vein of Uncut Gems, like where we're
Good Time,
or Good Time, where we're sort of exploring
I really like
this
chaotic and stressful, takes place in New York. Yeah.
Main character has a funny accent.
Yeah, so this is a movie that I highly recommend if you have not seen. It's just a really fun and funny and like a little bit sad watch. I think it's got all the things you want. It's a very simple story about something that's too good to be true, and then the sort of the fall down from that, the consequences of that thing that ultimately was too good to be true. It's a movie I highly recommend. So I don't think you should, if you haven't seen it and you want to see it, you should leave and then come back to this stream after you've seen it. Because this is, of the 3 movies we've talked about today, this is an easy recommend for me. I just found this movie very, very enjoyable.
Yeah, I would agree. So Hostman's Lounge, thank you very much for the super chat, says capital O opinions like Anora, plot twist. Yeah,
is that a twist?
I don't know if that's that strong of a twist.
It's a plot twist that we don't hate everything, I guess.
Yeah, maybe. I guess that is kind of a surprise. Yeah. That we actually enjoyed one of the
Topaz dude, I'm excited to argue about this movie with you as we go on, because what Hugh said earlier about The Substance applies to Anora. If it came out 30 years ago, it'd be revelatory. It's not as revelatory. Oh, sex workers are people too. Wow, crazy take, Sean. It's amazing that you think that's what the movie's trying to say. It's amazing that you think the movie is trying to be like, oh my gosh, did you know sex workers are people too? Like it's some big revelation. The movie is just telling a story about a
Yeah,
stripper
I didn't.
and just
I didn't think
presenting.
that
It's
it
just
had.
presenting. Hold on.
Yeah,
It's just presenting her in a realistic fashion. Like, why are you acting like that's pretentious? That's an insane reaction to me.
yeah. I didn't. So I didn't think it was. Like, I would disagree as well. Topaz, maybe not quite as harshly, but I don't think that it's like the purpose of the movie is to show that sex workers are people. I think it's just this is the story that he was interested in telling, and he tells it
Yeah,
pretty well.
he sells it
That would
very
be
well, actually.
yeah. That would be that
Yeah,
like that would be my argument against it is I don't think this is meant to be a revelatory movie that tells people that strippers are also human beings and that we should
yeah.
treat
There's
them
literally
kindly.
nothing in the movie that suggests that the movie thinks that.
Yeah, I think it's just like the character happens to be a stripper, and it's about what happens when she gets caught up in this crazy, you know,
And she's
like
portray
political drama that she doesn't quite understand, or family
and
drama, I should say, that she doesn't quite understand the scope
what's
of. You know?
what's remarkable about the movie in terms of the character work is just how like realistic and vivid the character is. Like he just understands what a person like this is like, and we get to see it play out. Like especially the ending. I think the ending is it really kind of ties it all up for me in a really nice way. So, okay, if you haven't seen the movie and you want to see it, it's an easy recommend for me. Go check it
Yeah,
out.
go check it out. You can
Now,
rent it. Just, it's
now
cheaper
we're
than
going to
any of the others at the moment, so I highly recommend doing that if you're looking for something fun and good to watch. Um,
yeah.
yeah.
So now we're going to talk about the premise now. Mr. Burpler, I agree that the last scene in the movie shows that it's definitely not trying to glamorize sex work like it's all empowering. Yeah, it has a very melancholy note at the end of the movie that I think is quite nice. So, Anora is a sort of like is like a two-act structure, if you will. This is a movie, it's like a rise and fall kind of story, or I like to think of it as like The Party and The Hangover. That's essentially the basic structure of the movie. This is a stripper who works in New York City. Um, she's doing normal stripper stuff until one time a client, like, she starts to form a relationship with a young Russian client because she speaks a little bit of Russian because her family is Russian.
She
She's
understands it.
obvious.
She's bad at speaking it, right? And that's
Yeah,
a
but she
fun
can
part of it.
understand it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a nice little detail. So she can't really speak Russian, but she can understand it because her grandmother is Russian. She's obviously like she's got a thick Brooklyn accent. And so there's this Russian guy who comes to the strip club and wants to be with her because she speaks Russian. They start to form a relationship. He invites her to like some of his parties and stuff like that. Eventually it gets to the point where
But
he
the,
wants
the the first thing that he does is like he immediately asks her, "Do you work like do you do other work outside of this?" And she gives him her number because she's prostituting herself essentially,
Mhm.
right? Like that's essentially what she's you know
Yeah, so she's a stripper who's kind of also a prostitute. Yeah.
yeah,
But only for like
a self-made prostitute. She doesn't have a pimp or anything. She just
no, and
yeah,
she kind of like she'll sleep for money with people that she actually likes a bit more. It's
yeah.
kind of how she operates
Yeah, you can
a little
tell that
bit.
like she had like it's the way that they show it, and I think this is really really nice, right? Is that like she hesitates a little bit when he says that, and then she kind of goes like, "Yeah, give me your phone," right? Because she like sizes him up and
Yeah,
decides like, "Yeah, this is someone that I think this would be, this is
worthwhile.
worthwhile, or
Yeah,
this is a safe thing,"
he's got a
right?
lot of money and
Yeah,
everything. Yeah. So I don't mean to gloss over details, but I want to get the basic arc of the story. So she starts to date this guy essentially for money. It's a little bit like Pretty Woman, as someone has mentioned in the chat, where he's basically paying to be his exclusive girlfriend and have sex with her and go to parties and do all that stuff, but she is still getting paid in the process. So it's a sort of blurring the line of an actual, romantic relationship and the, prostitute relationship, right? And so he has this beautiful house somewhere like just outside the city in New York, and she's like, how do you get all this? And she eventually learns that he is the delinquent son of like a Russian billionaire, and so that's how he gets all this. Eventually he decides he wants to marry her, And so she is hesitant at first, but eventually decides, you know what, fuck it, let's go to Vegas. We'll get married, or is it Atlantic City? I don't
No,
remember
it's in
which.
Vegas. Well, they go to
It is
Vegas
Vegas.
for a
Yeah.
week first, and then like he goes, "Oh yeah, marry me," and she
Yeah.
kind of like, "Stop fucking around." It's like, I'm not fucking around. Like he's very sincere in the way that like someone who is looking for an out would believe, right? That's another thing that really I find quite nice about this movie is that she's she is realistic about these
Uh-huh.
things, but when he pushes a little bit and she sort of sees that potential for, oh my god, wait, maybe actually I just hit the jackpot, you
Yeah.
know, and
Because she
maybe it
does
would
have
be,
fun with him.
yeah,
Like a lot of the first half of the movie is like them having a lot of sort of like debaucherous, immature fun together, right?
yeah,
It's the party section of the movie, and we indulge in all of the party as well as we're going to indulge in the hangover in the second half of the movie. So you really get all the sort of like hedonism and fun and youthful exuberant partying in the first half of the movie and then all the consequences later. So eventually he's like, no, I want you to marry me, and she's like, stop it, because she's hesitant, she's a little guarded because she's like, you don't actually mean that. And he's like, no, I think we have a lot of fun together and I want to get married. And so he wins her over, they get married, and then everything's going well until his family in Russia hears about the marriage, and they're like, fuck no, you're going to get that marriage annulled. And so his billionaire parents in Russia send goons, sort of local
goons,
goons.
goons in quotes. They're just like
They're
it's
just
his
normal guys.
godfather. It's like friends of the
Yeah.
family and
Yeah, but
some
they
normal
but he's
people.
got Igor with him, and like Igor's like, he's a goon, but he's not like a cartoonish goon. But I mean, like, they send guys over there to deal with the problem for them.
Yeah,
I'm calling them goons. All right, you're
yeah,
not going to
that's
stop me.
no,
But
no, that's fine. I just think that like what I one of the other things that I like about it is that it like I knew the premise going into it, and I was like, oh, he's he's a Russian billionaire's son. Like it's probably like a drug dealer, arms dealer, something like that. Who knows? But it turns out actually they're just like legitimate business people.
yeah,
Essentially, and they just have a lot of money and they have a lot of pride in their family, and they're like, no, you're not gonna fucking embarrass us like this,
yeah,
getting married to a
yeah,
stripper. And like
yeah,
they
because
were
he's
yeah,
their shithead delinquent son,
yeah,
right? And so they find out that like he's embarrassing them in America by like marrying a prostitute. They're like, no. So they send some people who are local here while they travel from Russia to go make sure that this annulment happens. They send there's a local, I think, Orthodox, like Russian Orthodox, like
yeah, his
priest guy.
godfather, the Russian Orthodox
Yes.
priest Toros.
Hmm. And so hold on. See, now that is a part I totally disagree with. I did not buy her thinking she hit the jackpot and how quickly she folds in Vegas. So obvious he's an immature idiot who doesn't actually even love her. She's also immature, dude.
Yeah, so that's the reason, right? Is that she's also not. She also does think that like I don't think we can look at her as being a particularly well-rounded person.
Hmm.
She's wise in the ways of her own world in the
Yeah, she's
strip
got
club,
street smarts. Yeah,
but
but
she's
like,
not a very bright person who would
or
automatic like yeah, like that
emotionally well adjusted
yeah,
as to like what true love actually looks like. Hell
yeah.
no.
She
She
doesn't
wouldn't
get
be
she doesn't know
she
that.
wouldn't be a stripper and a prostitute if she was.
Yeah, and maybe that's what the movie's saying, which kind of
Yeah.
rejects the idea that it's glamorizing. Although I don't he didn't argue that it was glamorizing sex work, just like that, it's humanizing them. But I don't know. I didn't find that unbelievable.
No,
I
I
thought
didn't
that
find it
that'd make
unbelievable that she decides to marry him because this is a great deal for her. She's like struggling for money. She seems to enjoy spending time with him and partying and all this sort of stuff more than she does like actually stripping, for work all the time, the grind of that, if you will. And so this is something of a jackpot for her. I mean, I can't imagine she was just like really thinking that she would actually get married anytime soon in the line of work that she's in. You know what I mean? And so they seem to like each other enough. Obviously, he's kind of immature, but so is she.
yeah.
And this is obviously seems like a good thing. but like she's not really old and wise enough and mature enough to realize that this kid, when shit goes wrong, will drop her like a hat.
Yeah.
Which
So
is what happens essentially when things get stressful and the consequences of his actions kind of come up to bite him. He's quick to abandon her, and that's one of the big sources of drama and conflict between them. And it totally make because this sort of thing happens, and so like it's totally believable and well written as far as her character is concerned that she goes along with this, and the way they play it, I think, is actually quite good.
yeah.
So they get married in Vegas. They come back, and then
Well, and real quick too, before we continue, because I just noticed the second part about wanted more of her buying into the hey, maybe he does love me for real. I don't think that she actually believes that. Really, I think that that's something like maybe she's saying that, but I don't think she like. I think she's kind of looking at it from more of a selfish perspective, right? Like I
this
don't think
is
she
good
really
enough.
believes that this guy fully is committed to her. She just number like she sees a good deal and it's
Mhm.
like, well, I mean, he does care about me, so why not, right?
And
Like
we
it
have a
seems
lot
like
of
he does.
fun,
We have a lot of
and
fun.
I'm
Yeah.
not an emotionally well-adjusted person who has a really strong grasp of what true, actual selfless love is like.
Yeah, I don't have a strong relationship with my father, and so this
No.
seems good. Like, yeah, I mean, it's
Yeah.
very young, and she's 23, right? So it's not like
Mhm.
she's not, you know, she hasn't been wizened and completely matured through her experiences at the strip club. She's yeah, I
Yeah,
don't know.
she has a very warped view of sexuality, romance, and love, and she's young and immature. And this is an obvious improvement on her previous situation. And she seems to genuinely enjoy him and find him funny and likes hanging out with him. So, yeah, no, it all makes sense to me. I think expecting her to be like, oh, clearly this guy doesn't really love me in like a true, meaningful, selfless sense. It's just like, I think that's expecting a lot of this character who very clearly has a warped view of sex and romance and love and everything as a result of her circumstances. Like,
Well,
I
yeah, and
think
I mean, like,
I think the
she's not
ending
a
drives that home pretty
yeah,
clearly.
she's understandable, but I wouldn't call her like a particularly likable character throughout the most
No,
of the
she's
movie.
very, yeah, I mean, she's sympathetic, but
Yeah,
she's
yeah.
not like, I wouldn't want to be around her.
No, she's like I felt so bad for Igor, dude. Like
Yeah.
Igor is catching all of her worst. Like she
Oh, I
does
love
not give that. I
Igor.
love Igor. That
Igor's the
poor
best.
man.
Yeah, Igor's the best. But okay, so and then now the people on behalf of the Russian family are trying to get the marriage annulled, and Anora is very unhappy about this. Like hell you are. We're married and we love each other. Like you're not going to get in the way of that. And then she's like, "What is going on?" And then he, in a panic, that is her new husband, just flees. He leaves
And so she has
and
to work with the goons to
to
track him
find them.
down in New
Just
York
so they can
City.
figure out what's going on now. Because she's like, no, we're not getting an annulment. We just need to find him and we'll explain everything. She's under the impression that his family already knows, but it's quite clear that he hasn't told his family. And so as soon as things get rough, he leaves.
Yeah.
And that's it's predictable to a person who's a bit wiser and not Anora, but like she's surprised that happens. And it is kind of crazy how quickly he just leaves. Like trouble shows up at the door and he's like, fuck it, I'm out of here. Because he just wants what's easy and expedient and allows him to, be a little hedonist party animal with no consequences and all that sort of stuff. So he sort of abandons her, and now she's stuck with the goons, including the slightly older. Is it Toros? Is that his name?
Yeah, Toros.
He's an Orthodox priest. I believe these particular guys are Armenian. Don't they say that?
Yeah, Armenian.
I believe they
Yeah,
are.
Armenian fucks as he keeps calling him that, and then
Yeah,
he calls him like
yeah,
Gopnik and everything.
yeah, yeah. And so they're
Fuck.
they're going around all over the city, Coney Island, to all the different boroughs. They're looking for him. They're trying to figure out where he would go. and they're running into all sorts of people in wacky sort of situations along the way. It's way more of a straightforward comedy than I was expecting it to be. Obviously, it's a little more, it's got a little bit more melancholy laced through it than like a, you know, like an Anchorman or that kind of comedy. But it is a comedy through and through, and there's a lot of funny stuff that happens, especially in this back half of the movie. So as they're sort of like going all over the city looking for him, trying to figure out where he's going to go, things keep going wrong, like parking illegally and then getting like T-boned and all this stuff, and like people throwing up and getting into fights and all sorts of crazy, wacky situations that happened. She's kind of like the unwilling like captive of these people, but she like sort of starts to form a little bit of a relationship with Igor, because Igor is one of the goons. I love the scene where they first come in and they try to like hold her down and stop her from attacking them.
And he's just like, he's like, why let her go? No.
They're like, okay, so there's a really, so like she's like punching and kicking them and, you know, being really aggressive. And so at one point he like gets the cord of a remote to like tie her around her wrist and like hold her down. But because of the way the very, very, very scrappy fight has gone, he has her like pinned against the couch with like him behind her.
Yeah,
Kind of like
she's on top of him with her hands tied behind her back, and he's like, she can't move, but neither can he. So they've kind of just fought their way into a stalemate because they're not like, they're willing to act like mobsters. Kind of, somebody mentioned that, like, is it really like Russian oligarchs if they're not willing to act like mobsters? They're not like bad people. Like they're
just dudes.
They're just dudes. Like it's a little bit like, the premise is essentially like, what if like all of the Russian mobsters were just like really bad at being mobsters? Because like they're not actually mobsters.
They're not
guys.
mobsters. They're just guys.
Yeah.
They're just regular dudes.
They're just regular guys. Like, she's a little girl and like she's not fighting like one is a great.
So like the guy gets like slammed in the head, and then when he gets her pinned down, kind of like it kind of looks like he's having sex with her from behind. And the Toros comes in, he's like, "What are you doing?" Because it like looks really bad. Like, what are you doing? And he's like, "I'm just like, no, trust me, she's dangerous, bro. Like, stronger than he looks." That's a really fun, chaotic sequence. And it goes on for a long time and a really enjoyable.
It pretty much goes on all the way till the end of the movie.
It's kind of one long, stressful. I think that whole section of the movie basically takes place over one 24-hour period, kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like the first half of the movie takes place over weeks, maybe a month or something like that. And then the back half of the movie, the hangover, if you will, is all kind of like one day, essentially, because they come by in the morning to annul the marriage, and then he bails, and then they have to go find him. And they're looking for him all night, and eventually they find him, and he's like having sex with one of the other strippers, or he's about to have sex.
Well, he's just in the private room with one of the other strippers. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, one of the other strippers, that has a sort of beef with Anora. So that's kind of funny. Because earlier in the movie, we established that there's someone that Anora works for, that someone Anora works with at the strip club who was mad at her for giving a dance to like her ex-boyfriend or something like that. And Nora's like,
her
whatever.
Boyfriend came in and Anora gave him a lap dance, and she's mad.
Because that's her job. Yeah, she's mad. She's like, oh, whatever, bitch. You're just jealous, like that sort of attitude. Because that's Anora. And then later on in the movie, when they're looking for him, he's actually at the strip club where he first met Anora, and he's getting a private dance from that woman, because that woman hears that he's in the club, and it's like, oh, I'm gonna give him a dance to get back at her. It's like really petty.
Yeah, like strippers tend to be, if you've met them, like.
Yeah. Oh man, it's just like. We can talk about it more in detail as we go through. It's been a little while since I've seen it. You've seen it more recently, but this movie's just, I think it's really fun. I think it really understands these characters as people and really does a good job of just exploring kind of wacky, stressful situations that they find themselves in. And I think the attention to detail and the character work is the strongest part. I think coming out of it, the dipshit kid that she marries is like he's especially unlikable, but it's not like you can't believe him. It's like it's obvious what kind of person he is. Like you watch all these people and like they all feel real in a way that I find quite refreshing.
Yeah, especially given, the others that we've been
Talked about
watching.
today.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially, but in general, I find this is just a movie that understands all its characters very well, and they feel like real people. And there's a certain degree to which, like, people like Toros at one point goes into a bar where there's clearly a lot of other sort of Russian and that area of the world immigrants and stuff like that, and he's asking them for help, and then they're all just ignoring him, and he gets really mad at them, like, "Oh, these young people today, they have no respect." He's like, I forget exactly what he says, but he kind
He
of
goes
he
off
has
on a
some like
rant about how
he
much
has
he
like a
can't
boomer
stand
rant.
Gen Z, which is fucking
Yeah,
amazing.
it's really funny, and the way they play it is quite funny too. Like it's oddly specific and kind of awkward the way he says it. I wish I could remember exactly, but yeah, like he's a really fun character. And let's talk about Igor. So Igor is the guy he's just the muscle essentially, who like ties her down and like restrains her. So obviously she doesn't like him. But like over the course of the movie, he kind of like very, very slowly in a very believable way, they sort of like learn to not hate each other so much.
Yeah.
So that eventually we find the kid and his parents force him to get the annulment, right? But
Mhm.
she's because Anora eventually has to learn that like no, he doesn't actually care about you. As soon as things got rough, he abandoned you. He doesn't actually love you. He never told his parents this was never going to work out. This is all too good to be true. And so she's obviously naturally rather kind of heartbroken and early she plays it kind of tough because she's kind of very like a very tough, got like
Yeah.
a hard
She's
exterior.
yeah. That's her way of that's her way of dealing with, problems, is to get like she's very New York about it, right?
Yes,
She's very obnoxious
yes,
and in your face. She's mean about it and
and
everything, and
loud.
like
Yeah.
loud and brash.
Hmm.
Yeah, she does that throughout the movie, and that's one of the things that I find so funny about it, right? Is that like she's constantly walking up to these people who are like bigger than her, and like when you look at the trailer, you can be understand like somebody being intimidated by them, right? Because they look like goons from a Russian mobster movie, but she's so comfortable walking up to them and essentially like putting her finger in their chest and yelling at them about like, "Don't you call me a whore," like shit, like all that
Yeah.
kind of like craziness. And she thinks she goes along with it because she thinks that there's a way for her to win this situation, right? Like she
Hmm.
thinks that if she finds Ivan and that they meet up with his family, that she can
They'll
just,
see that their love is real and yada
yeah.
yada.
And like I honestly at one point I was kind of expecting to like get a revelation that this is not the first time this has happened, because you could definitely believe that he'd done something like this before, right? Like he is that kind of person where like the consequences be damned. But I did like that they didn't go for that, because
Hmm.
the parents are like, no, this is too far. You do this once, you're done. You're coming back. You're going to work, right? Like we're sick of this shit, and bailing, like buying, bailing you out with all that kind of thing. It works on like every character's relationship with one another. Really, just like it just works. It gels really well. It's good.
Yeah. So okay, I want to just like go through at least one scene so you can get a feel of like how fun a lot of this dialogue is. So, um, okay, Garnick, I believe Garnick is one of the other goons. So Toros is the head
Yeah,
of
he's
the.
the Orthodox priest. Taurus is the older Orthodox priest,
Garnick
the
is the one who
godfather.
got his nose busted early on, and he vomits on himself at one point
Yeah,
later in the movie.
because she gives him a concussion by kicking him in the
Yeah,
face. Like,
yeah,
yeah,
yeah. She kicks him fucking hard too. And then there's Igor, right? And Annie is Anora. So she likes to go by Annie because Honora is like her grandmother's name. It's a more formal name. She likes Annie better, right?
yeah.
So, for example, Garnick is like, if we haven't found him by now, I won't do the voice because I'm bad at doing the voice. You're better at it than I am. Garnick says, if we haven't found him by now, we're not finding him. Tor's like, did I ask you? Keep your opinions to yourself. And he's like, give me one of those oxys. And Igor says, no. She says, why? He's like, because I don't have any more. Plus, I don't deal drugs. And he's like, because I don't deal drugs, like mocking him. Like, I don't. It's like, yeah, right, a gopnik who can afford to live at Brightwater and not deal drugs. Okay. He's like, I'm a gopnik. I'm living with my grandmother. And she's like, faggot ass bitch. And he says, why am I faggot ass bitch? And she's like, I don't know. They say you're born that way. I don't know. I don't know. It's just like, it's a lot of fun.
She's very snappy with it. Like
Yeah.
it's good.
Why am I faggot ass bitch?
I don't know. They say you're born that way. I don't know.
Yeah. There's a the other scene I wanted to talk about the specific um uh, dialogue for is the name where the scene where like finally they're sort of awaiting what to do, and she's with Igor and they're alone, and at one point Igor is like asking her about her name.
Yeah, yeah. Well, because she's talking shit about his name. Uh,
Hmm.
and he goes,
Yeah.
"No, it's a good name. It means warrior." And
Yeah.
she goes, "Igor means like hunchback, some shit, basically like it just because she's just lashing out at everything at this point because
Hmm.
she's lost, right? Like the marriage is
Yeah.
annulled. She got some $10,000, which is not bad, but it's not
Yeah.
Russian oligarch wife money, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Go ahead. I wanted to read through the dialogue of the scene because it's funny. So this is at a low point for her, and she's still mad at Igor for like manhandling her earlier, and
Oh yeah,
like
and I knew exactly which scene you were gonna go for after the first one.
yeah. So Igor, happy birthday to me, and she's like, "It's your birthday?" He said, "Yesterday." He's like, "Yesterday was your birthday?" Yeah. It's like, "Well, happy fucking birthday." He's like, "Thank you. I was 30." It's like, "Great." And then he's looking at her driver's license, her ID. I don't know if she has a driver's license, but New York, whatever. He says, "I like Anora," and he turns and looks at him with the what the fuck face. He's like, "The name Anora, the name more than Annie," and she's like, says the fuckhead name Igor. He's like, "Fucking Igor." He says, "Igor means warrior. It's a good name." Like, yeah, Igor means hunchback weirdo. You fucking clown. Can you shut the fuck up, please? And he's like, touche. He's like, what? Like, touche. He's like, do you mean touche? Are you fucking moron? Like, try figuring out English before attempting French, you dumb fuck. And he's
She's
like, you're,
so mean. It's
yeah,
great.
she's very mean. And he's like, and your name is better? And he's like, fuck no, that's why I don't fucking use it. And he's like, what does it mean? He's like, what does it mean? He's like, Anora. He's like, in America, we don't care what names mean. I'm not interested in conversation, man. And he Googles it. And he's like, you're better off this way. Trust me, this is a fucked up family. He's like, I didn't ask for your fucking opinion. He's like, no. It's like, I was just being nice. Like, nice, you fucking assaulted me, dude. Go fuck yourself. He's like, I didn't assault you. Like, that wasn't assault. I had to calm you down so you didn't get hurt. And like, I like Igor a lot because he speaks English like okay, and so
Yeah.
like when things get like important, he switches to Russian and stuff like that. I don't know. I like, and then they get into an argument, and he's like, "You attacked me. You tied me up. You gagged me. You're psychotic." And he's like, "You're in no danger of injury or harm." He's like, "If Garbnick wasn't there, you'd have raped me, guaranteed." And he's like, "I would have raped you." He's like, "Yeah, no doubt." He's like, "Why would I have raped you? Like, do I have rape eyes?"
Oh
He's
no,
like, "No."
well, yeah, I think that changed is that are you reading from a script?
Yeah, I was just reading the script, but
Yeah,
yeah,
I think that changed because she says you have rape eyes to him, and I because I
yeah,
was like, what the fuck? I remember like being like, Jesus Christ, like she
yeah. You have
really just
rape eyes.
cannot and he goes, I would not have raped you. She's like, oh yeah, why not? And he says, because I'm not a rapist. And she goes, no, because you're a faggot ass bitch, and then walks away like it's a mic
Yeah,
drop moment. It's like,
yeah,
it's God, it's
yeah. And
yeah,
that's towards the very end of the movie, and so eventually it gets to the point where like at the very end he's going to like drop her off. So I mean, we've been jumping around and sort of breezing through it, but I think the ending is my favorite part of the movie, and because I like Igor a lot as a character, and I like their sort of like combative relationship they have, because she goes through this whole ordeal with the dickhead Russian son, and there's a really nice moment where like she's trying to negotiate essentially for like a little bit of a payout, for all the trouble he's put her through and everything like that. And so like she's trying to negotiate for himself, and then they like make the deal to get the annulment, and it's like, is that? And then Igor has this moment where he's like, I think he should apologize to her. He kind of like chirps in,
yeah.
to try and stand up for her a little bit, to be like he should apologize to her. And it doesn't work, but it's like a nice little like, oh, I like Igor. Igor's a good dude. Igor cares about her a little bit, you know?
Yeah. Well, Igor is just a good guy. Igor is like
Yeah.
he's like he doesn't want to hurt her, right? When he gets pulled in there, he doesn't really know what he's getting himself into, right? Like he's just supposed to go and check up on the kid. They're all
Yeah.
very like the others are all very reasonable, right? Like
Yeah.
Toros and Igor and the other what's the other guy's name again?
It's Garrick or Garrick.
Garrick. Okay. Those three are all like very reasonable, right? Like when they come there, they're like, "Look, we have to check. Did you get married?" Right? Like, and he comes in, it's like, "Yeah, I did. Now get the fuck out." It's like, okay, look, we can't leave. We're sorry. Like we can't leave. We have to stay here. Your parents are coming, and that's when he like loses. Like he calls. He loses his mind. He starts freaking out, and that's when he runs away. Right? But they throughout the whole incident are just like, oh come on, like we're just trying to, we're just doing what we're told here, like we just got to check in, we just got to go find him, you've got to get it annulled, like it's not gonna happen. You can't convince them otherwise, right? But
Yep.
yeah, as she's convinced that she's going to be able to, and she tries a lot of ploys. It's one of those like she's very she likes to think of herself as like very self-sufficient and very much like in control of everything, but then in this
Yeah,
situation
nothing bothers her.
yeah,
Yeah.
like in this situation she can't get out of it, she can't muscle her way out of it, and she ends up giving up something that she wanted, and
Hmm.
by the end of it she's completely you know broken, and that's
Yeah.
essentially like where Igor comes in to
Hmm.
sort of
Be
just
like
be
someone who actually
who
seems
actually
like
like kind of cares about her and gives a shit.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'm just gonna jump ahead to it because I want to talk about it because the very end. So obviously she loses everything with this guy, so now she's kind of back to square one. She has a little bit of money as a result of this whole ordeal, but she's been through a lot. She's had her heart broken and everything. And Igor is like driving her back in his like shitty grandmother's car kind of thing, and she makes fun of him for it. And then they park and it's snowing outside, which is just a really nice touch because the scene's really pretty. And so then like as she's about to leave, she kind of like gets out of her seat to like climb on top of him. And then she starts to have sex with him. And at first he's a little like, whoa, this is very forward. But she just kind of jumps right into it, if you will. They start having sex. And then he goes to kiss her. And that overwhelms her emotionally. She freaks out, and then like she starts crying for the first time in the whole movie. She like finally breaks down and like allows herself to be emotional as a result of everything that happened over this whole ordeal
Yeah.
and everything it meant to her. And she like starts crying and he just kind of holds her, and then like we sort of like just hang in that moment, and then it cuts to the end credits.
It's a very powerful thing. Yeah.
I
It's
love it.
yeah.
I absolutely love it. Let's talk about why it's so great. So and I think this is the perfect example because I was wondering, I was a little worried about the ending of the movie because I was like, are they just going to end up together in a way that feels kind of easy and cheap? Like how do we end this movie? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then we have the scene when they started to have sex. At first, I was a little like, I don't know, that seems like maybe a
Yeah.
little easy.
At first I was like, "Oh man, is this really going to like this is how we're going to do like it felt strange, and I think that that's the intention, right? And I think the reason is because she doesn't know how to express affection really. Like she doesn't know how to express
Yeah.
affection or to value herself.
The
Uh
most telling detail is that sex isn't too much for her, but kissing is.
yeah.
Like kissing is too intimate and it overwhelms her and it starts her to cry. So I don't Topaz dude, I don't think it's that at all. I think it's that she she starts crying because the kissing, like when he goes to kiss her, like you might actually do if this was like someone you like were actually romantically interested in, might love, and like might actually share an intimate moment with. Like the sex, she's come she's become so accustomed to having be such a transactional, casual thing, but somehow kissing like kind of breaks through that barrier that she's put up, and like it's so actually intimate that it causes like the whole facade that she's erected around
Uh-huh.
this emotional facade that she's erected around herself and her personality and what she does for a living and everything that happened to her, that finally kind of crumbles, and then she cries. Not because she's like, oh, now I have to go back to being a stripper. It's like he tries to like, actually be intimate and loving with her, and it just overwhelms her. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think I think that that's exactly what it is, right? Is that like
Yeah.
she's been through this entire, all this whole ordeal, and I think there is a point, right? She does believe like she can, like when Yvonne's mother comes into the airport in Vegas, right, or into the airport in New York, and Anora walks up to her and starts trying to speak to her in Russian, right? She's trying to be like really trying to present like a wife, like wife material essentially, right?
Yeah.
Um she comes up to her and she makes a play at like being like, oh, I'm so glad that you're here. I'm so honored to be a part of your family. And everybody kind of looks around at each other like this is not the person that this is going to work with, but we're
Hmm.
not like we're going to get up and stop you or anything. And she gets shot back down, right? And then as she's getting to go like going to get on the plane to Vegas, she makes a threat. So she tries to charm, and it doesn't work. And then she tries to threaten like, I'll get a lawyer and I'll
Hmm.
sue and I'll take half because I didn't sign a prenup, so I
Yeah.
want all this money. And that doesn't work because she doesn't really know what that involves or entails.
Yeah.
But the Yvonne's mom kind of hits her back with like, if you try that, everything that you have will be gone.
Yeah. We'll destroy
We'll
you. We
destroy
have,
you.
yeah. Yeah. And so she doesn't really have any power or leverage there at all, essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so like,
And
and
so then
go ahead.
she gets into it, and then they, at the end, right, like when she's getting up to leave, Igor asks for an apology. Like it's not even for like, he says he should apologize to her, right, for causing this issue because they've annulled the marriage and everything and now it's done. But like, he's put her through a lot for this. And when the mom basically snaps back, is like, he's not going to apologize to anyone. She comes back, she whirls back around and then like lashes out with, your son's a pussy. He's a pussy little bitch. And the dad thinks it's really funny, but the mom gets, like angry and starts yelling back and
Mhm.
everything like that. And it doesn't do anything for her, really. Like, she doesn't know where to direct, like, she doesn't know how to process her own emotions. She's not a very emotionally mature person. So she's trying now, she's lashing out at Yvonne, and that doesn't work. So they get back to the house, and then she lashes out at Igor, and that doesn't work. And then
Mhm.
Igor, like shows some real
Actually cares
true
about her.
kindness for her towards her.
Yeah.
Like he hid the ring that Yvonne bought for her and smuggled it back, and says like, don't tell the guy, don't tell
Until
him,
Tauros.
don't tell
Yeah.
Toros. And then he brings her bags to her porch for her, and then like
Hmm.
comes back to the car, and so that like in that moment she doesn't know how, like, she's been very mean to him, like
Yes.
very
Very.
very
Yes.
cruel, very
Yeah.
cruel,
Well,
and
they
she
got
doesn't
off
know how
on
to
the wrongest
process.
of foots.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like she doesn't know how to process this person just like who's genuinely a good guy, who's like taking all the lashings and just kind of like moving on, right? Like it
Mm.
doesn't phase him really. She doesn't know how to process this person caring for her. And
Mhm.
so her
Caring for
first,
her without the expectation of sex
yeah,
either.
caring for her without any expectations attached to it. And so her first response essentially is to do what she knows how to do, which is, sex. But then when he
Mhm.
moves in to sort of be emotional, all the weight of it collapses on her. And it's
Mhm.
just, she breaks down and it ends with him like holding her because that's that's what she needs.
Yeah.
This is a very want versus need story done very well,
Yes.
right? Like everything that she gets in the first half is what she wants, and what she
Hmm.
needs at the end is, a friend, somebody like Igor who's not going to, expect things from her and try to take, and is not going to be transactional with her, who
And
just
thinks she
needs.
actually deserves respect,
Yeah.
and is willing to take her sort of abuse because he kind of sees that it's just her, that it's kind of like the outer shell, that she's just kind of brash, and that like something about him likes that a little bit,
Yeah.
right? Because he withstands a lot of it, and
Exactly.
he
Yeah,
kind of
yeah, he
he
really
pushes
takes
back a little bit too.
he
So
really
like,
takes it on the chin most of the,
yes, he
like.
does. Yes, and he feels bad for her, and he wants to care for her, and without the expectation of like sexual reward, and then she has literally no one in her life like that, and
Well, yeah,
so
like
she wants her.
everybody is out. Feels like out. She has a cantankerous relationship with almost everybody. Really,
Yes.
like she
Hmm.
there's when she's leaving the strip club, everybody kind of gets together and like has a moment with her, except for Diamond, right? But like
Yeah.
she doesn't really care about. She doesn't care about any of really. Like that's not. Yeah,
Not really. They get along well enough as coworkers, but she
yeah,
doesn't really have anyone in her life. And I think it was a there's a small moment earlier in the movie. It might be the second half of the movie, but quite a bit away from the end, where she's talking to someone, and she men's I think she's talking to the shithead Russian kid, mentions that like she doesn't really know her dad, or that her dad's not around, and it's just a little throwaway thing, but it's a nice bit of character detail because of
yeah.
course,
Well, and her mom and stepdad, her mom. Well, not even stepdad. She's like, my mom lives in Miami, and you can meet her man, right?
hmm
Which is like,
yeah. She
yeah,
doesn't even say the dad isn't around. She just says like, "Well, my mom lives." Yeah, so it's just a subtle little thing, but it's just enough to like flesh out the character. And because I'm like, I come away from this movie like, yes, the writer understands a person like this,
yeah,
understands how they become the way they are, how they would act in these situations, what they're like beneath the facade. You know what I mean? What they actually want, what they actually need. I just feel like there's a real sort of depth of understanding there that's really quite nice and refreshing and compassionate. And you get all of it. You get the sort of brash, kind of funny but like mean outer exterior, and the sort of tough street smart sort of thing. But then you get the sort of very real, like
yeah.
emotionally stunted vulnerability underneath of it.
When you get the relationship with her sister too, right? Where she says like, "Ah,
Yeah.
you can meet my sister whenever, but I'm sure she'll try to steal you," right? Which is like,
Mhm.
she says it sort of jokingly, but like having spent some time, in my younger years with people who are reminded me very much like this, like I knew a couple of girls who were sisters who would try to steal each other's boyfriends all the time,
Mhm.
just to be cruel to their sister, right? Which
Yeah.
is like, that is not a relationship that, it doesn't breed trust, right? Like
No,
it
certainly
creates a
not.
lot of problems, and it creates people who are very isolated and who have to rely on themselves all the time. And then when, like, what the writer here has done is taken that and put her in a situation where she can't rely on herself anymore. And no matter
Yeah.
how hard she tries, she can't win, right? She can't get out of it in a way that she wants. She has to basically just like play. It's a little bit
Take
like
the L.
playing a game that you know you're going to lose, but you have to play it anyway, right?
Mhm.
And she's trying everything. She tries, like, it is respectable in a way, right? Like, even though she has to be aware that she can't, like, on some level, that she can't make it out of this, that it's not gonna work out. She gives it the old, like, everything she's got, basically. She goes out
Yeah.
there and she plays the game, and she really, like, she she doesn't really have a chance, but she does well, like,
Mhm.
she does it, and she can hold her head up high, kind of thing, in the way that someone like this might, you know
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's
the
really interesting.
Kobayashi Maru of relationships. Yeah, that's exactly it.
Yeah, there's I find her character very interesting in a very sort of like sympathetic sort of way, but she's rough around the edges to say the very least. I think Mikey, is it Madsen or Madison? Either way, whatever her
I'm
name
not
is.
sure. She
Hold on, let me
also just
Google it.
won Best Actress at the BAFTAs, so broken clock is right twice a day, I suppose.
Mikey Madison is her name. I think she's excellent in this movie. I think just about everyone's excellent in this movie for like the parts they're playing. They're all really good, but she has a lot to do in this movie. This is a you get to really see all sides of a person in this movie, and I think she delivers on all of it. Because like this is a movie that like the first half of the movie is very much reveling in the sort of immature partying, it's a very sexual movie. um and we see it, it's pretty
Yeah.
explicit movie. And some of the sex scenes are kind of played for laughs, and like
Oh,
the way
dude,
we like
Yvonne is terrible at it. Yeah, like it's really funny, like how bad he is at actual intimacy, right? Like, and
yeah.
that it's you can see so in their building their relationship, right? Like you can see how transactional and selfish it is, and you can see her trying to bridge that gap a little
Yeah.
bit, right? So like,
Mhm.
there's a scene where he's just hammering away, basically. And she's like, "Hey, you would last longer and enjoy it more if you like took it easy for a while, right? Like took it easy
Mhm.
for a little
Mhm.
bit,
Build up to it a little,
build
my
up to
dude.
it." And she goes, "Here, let me show you," and kind of like tries to, work that in. And I think that's the night right before he asks her to marry him. That's like the sex that they have
Yeah.
right before that. So you can tell that he doesn't really like he doesn't think about other people really at all. He thinks that like as soon as you have like decent sex, like that's it. That's the marriage.
Mhm.
That's the marriage material right there, right?
Yeah, and there's something about the fact that like she is getting paid, then he doesn't really need to satisfy her in other ways, if you will. You know
Yeah,
what I mean? Like she's getting paid, so I'm allowed to just like there's a lot of scenes in this where like they have sex and then we hard cut to like him playing video games afterwards and like kind of ignoring her. You know what I
yeah,
mean? The way this person absolutely would, kind of thing.
yeah.
And
Because
he's,
he's a child.
yes, exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly. And I think that part is all everything about it is very well realized. It's far from the most. Well, I was gonna undercut it a little bit, but I don't think I need to. I was gonna say it's far from the most profound movie, but I really do think like the character work goes quite deep,
yeah,
and I feel like there's a lot you can actually draw from the drama in this story, and how from human behavior, and how but especially the character of Anora. And I think, man, that ending really got me.
yeah.
It really
Dude,
did.
this is an excellent example of, especially when you put it up against the other two that we've talked about here, right?
Oh
Like
God, yes.
he's focused entirely on fundamentals of telling the story, right? And you
Hmm.
can take a lot out of it about,
Yeah.
intimacy, about, what it means to be loved. You can take a lot out of that story, but really at its core, it's a really well told story about
Hmm.
a stripper who thinks she's found love in some way and learns the hard way that that's not what it is that she's found, right? That's
Yes.
essentially that's essentially what. Would I say that this is Pretty Woman but written by a smart adult? Um,
I don't hate
I
Pretty
don't. Yeah,
Woman,
I'm not a.
but
I don't. It's been a long time since I've seen Pretty Woman, so I don't remember if like I don't hate it. I think I enjoyed
I
it when I
like
watched
I
it.
like yeah, I remember enjoying it too. I like this better. If we're
Yeah,
if we're going to have them compete, I like this movie better, yeah.
yeah. I mean, I would
But
rewatch.
I
This is more my speed of movie.
yes.
Like I like these kinds of off color comedies that you don't
Hmm.
really expect. And look, man, I like a good movie where people are shouting at each other a lot, but
Yeah.
in funny ways. Like I
Yeah.
really do like that because that
Uh-huh.
feels more like what like a conversation with people like this gets you in
Yeah.
most. Yeah,
Yep.
yeah,
Yeah. I think this movie, this is I love a good chaotic, stressful, dark comedy. Those are like some of my favorite types of movies. The comparison to like Uncut Gems and Good Time is a really strong one. because I love Uncut Gems. I think that movie's incredible. I really like this movie too. I think if I watched it again, I might love it. It's really, really good. And I think it's, there's a lot you can draw from it thematically about love, about intimacy, about, the transactional nature of sex and whether, like, whether it's empowering or not and stuff like that. I think the movie.
Well, I mean, you can definitely draw a lot from the sex work stuff with this about whether or not it's
Sure.
empowering, and I think it has. If you were going to draw, I don't think the movie is trying to say any of this, and it doesn't need to try to say any of this. That's why I think it's really, it kind of, you know, that's why this is my pick for Best Picture, like my realistic pick for Best Picture. I would vote for this one. I still
Mhm.
think Amelia Perez is going to sweep. I
No,
tweets
I,
aside, I
I
still
think
think.
I think The Brutalist will probably win. I haven't even seen it yet, but that seems like the shoe in for me. But we'll
Okay,
see.
maybe
Go
we'll
ahead.
see. Yeah, I might enjoy the Brutalist. I don't know. Once we get
Well,
around
we'll
to
find
it,
out.
yeah.
We'll find out.
Um, but I think that you could draw the conclusion that this movie doesn't necessarily think that sex work is a fulfilling career. you know, I think.
No, I think it's pretty clear. So this is a movie that I would say understands reality. It isn't preachy, but obviously it's not like value neutral. Like
Yeah,
clearly this movie understands that there's something very sad at the heart of sex work. And this is a movie that is not like this movie obviously understands that and is realistic about it in a way that isn't preachy because it still manages to be compassionate about the characters, not just Sonora, but all the characters in this movie to a degree. Like how you can judge something is wrong with and still like understand and sympathize with the people that make those kind of choices and mistakes and all that sort of stuff. You know what I mean? Like this isn't sort of like old school religious moralizing against prostitution, nor is it a movie that's just like let's make a movie about a sex worker and how like empowering it is and we're going to glorify it and we're going to show that like you can be a boss bitch sex worker and
no, it's
everything
just
will
like
be
a
awesome.
realistic lens, like pointing a lens at a realistic situation for like realistic
Mhm.
but dramatic, right? Like it's
Yeah,
not
and
just a slice of
noticing.
life in the in the a day in
Yeah,
the life of a stripper, right?
no.
It's a really fun it's a really fun movie story of
Mhm.
what
Yeah.
life can be like in these situations, right? Which too many people would have said like would have too many people would have taken a script like this or could have taken a story like this and just been like I'm just going to write like a slice of life about a stripper and like her trials and tribulations. But this guy came in and was like no, fuck all that, something fun has to happen,
Yeah.
some big catalyzing event needs to happen and we need to observe it that way, right? And
Yeah.
that's what sets this one
It
apart
is
from like
very
other. Yeah.
funny. It's a funny sort of thrill ride of different emotions like stress and hilarity and titillation and melancholy and all that sort of stuff, and it's consistently funny the whole way through. And I think the movie notices things about human behavior without being super preachy about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, and that's what I like about it. I'm quite a big fan of this movie. I would definitely watch it again. I think it's fun to watch, and also that little bit of sadness about about the character, and especially everything that she goes through and like where she ends up at the end. I think the ending really. I was a little unsure how I feel about it. Like in the last 20 to 30 minutes of the movie, I'm like, okay, how do we wrap this up? Like, what's the conclusion going to be? And the conclusion is something like when she's faced with actual care and intimacy, it's so overwhelming to her because she's grown so accustomed to like transactional versions of that and like guarding herself against it that when she actually experiences it, she finally kind of breaks down and becomes vulnerable. And like that's awesome. I just
Yeah.
think that's really good. It's a really good ending. It's a very touching moment. Really ties the whole thing together. It's a movie that I would easily recommend to anyone who's fine with sort of raunchy R-rated stuff. Like it's a pretty sexually explicit movie. it's pretty explicit in terms of, language and all sorts of debauchery and things like that. As long as you're fine with all that sort of stuff, I think it's an easy recommend.
Yeah.
Consistently funny, really strong character work. The music and the cinematography and the editing, those are all good, fine to good. Um,
Yeah, nothing. So there is nothing particularly mind blowing to me about the way that it is shot, although I think it serves its purpose as well, right? Like it keeps that sort of gritty street level kind of look like you get from your Safdie brothers movies, right? Like you got
yeah,
one of my favorite bits is like the slow zoom ins from across the street as people do things, or like
yeah,
I like those a lot. They feel very appropriate to this kind of story, right?
sure.
I like that a lot.
It's kind of loose and handheld, and shot on longer lenses, so there's a lot of movement to it. Yeah, I think I prefer something like Uncut Gems in terms of the filmmaking to this, but the filmmaking is good here. I would say
Yeah,
nothing about it is mind-blowingly good. It's all solid. It's
yeah,
all
it's
good
it's
stuff.
solid stuff. Really, where its strengths lie are in the
Yeah,
writing
I do
and the
think the editing is
performances.
good
Yeah,
because I don't think you can have a good comedy without good editing, honestly. So, like, clearly something's going right if it's consistently engaging and funny the whole time in terms of the editing. So, yeah, we'll give it some editing love for sure. And I think all the cinematography is like solid,
yeah.
solid. Yeah, it's a fun movie. Is there more? Is there like I kind of left some of it untouched
I
in
would
case
like
there
to
are
just
people.
like leave some of that off because I really do think people should go and watch it. I don't want to dive too like I don't want to go beat for beat like we did with the others because I think you all should check it out. I really do.
Yeah.
And this is the cheapest rental that you can get of all of them right now. So have
Yeah.
at it, go for it. I did see somebody mentioning that The Brutalist, you can only see it in theaters and you don't have money. Well, I got good news for you. I think I saw this morning that it is coming to streaming on Tuesday. So that should be available at some point soon. But is that what we're not going to we need to talk about what we're doing next
I
week?
think we should. I think we should so people have time to see it if they want to watch it before, so they can talk about it with us. Um, I already forgot what we decided earlier this morning. Hold on.
Well, we didn't decide anything specifically. What I did was I gave you the two blocks. So I'm still here. Bob Dylan and Nickel Boys should probably be one day. And then,
Because the Brutalist and the Wicked are Brutalist and Wicked are so long that we
yeah,
should
Brutalist
probably.
and Wicked, I think, are the two longest of them. Like,
Yes,
oh,
they are.
Jesus, and
But
Wicked's
but
only a
all
part.
the other movies there are like
Uh,
215, 220. Yeah, it's a long year for run times. But yeah, so I say if can we confirm that the Brutalist is coming to streaming this week?
I will do my best. Let me see.
Release on digital this month. Let's see. Forbes
So I
says
got
this
Newsweek
week.
available from February 18th.
Okay.
That's on Newsweek. So
So, let's do probably an odd pairing, aside from the fact that they're both pretty
yeah,
long.
and
Let's
Wicked's
do
already
the
streaming. It's an expensive rental, but yeah. Wicked will probably be
Topaz, dude. I fundamentally disagree. I think you got a bad read of the character. I think it's totally believable how the arc that she goes on for all the reasons we stated already. Let's do the Brutalist and Wicked next Sunday. That'll be the plan.
Ooh, lordy.
Two
Okay.
long boys.
Incredibly low. And Wicked is only a part one.
Yeah, yeah. I'm not thrilled about having to see Wicked. I wasn't planning on watching it. Nothing about it appeals to me. But hey, you know what? Maybe it's actually really good, and I'm
Uh,
just
I
maybe
saw it
maybe I
on.
go in
I don't think
with
you're
an
gonna
open.
like it. I saw it on. I saw it at at the West End in London, and I don't think you're gonna like it. But maybe I'm wrong.
Oh,
You
you
know,
saw the play? You mean
I
the
saw the
stage
play.
version,
I saw the stage version.
musical?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the stage production was good. I'm not the biggest
Hmm.
fan of musicals. We've talked about this, but I do like seeing them live, right? That's my like for Broadway stuff, I prefer to see those done on a stage with practical effects and like singing and all that, dancing and all that jazz.
Keep CGI out of my live musicals.
Yes.
That's what I say. No more CGI on stage. That's what I have to say about that. That's my soapbox.
Yeah.
Getting on my
No.
soapbox.
Yeah. We're gonna
Yeah,
see.
I'm a
I'm not looking
yeah.
forward to it. I've
Here's
never had
the,
any interest to revisit it since then. I was like, oh,
here's
what's this
the
about? Oh, that's what it's about.
You started off as a musical hater. I've sort of convinced him that there are enough good ones to not hate all musicals.
That's true.
I'm definitely of the opinion that musicals, when they're good, are great. So hopefully, Wicked is great. It's one of the best movies of the year, clearly. So yeah,
Yes. Yeah. Oh boy, same with the substance and Conclave.
yeah. Topaz, dude. I think this year's batch of nominees so far, there's still a number that I haven't seen. Um, has been pretty rough. I think this has been a rough year for movies in general, in terms of just like the big tentpole stuff and the stuff that gets nominated for all sorts of awards and stuff. I think it's been a rough year. Uh, it's there's. I'm glad that there are movies like Anora that are solid and good. They're kind of few and far between this year. That's for sure.
Yeah. We'll see how I feel. Like Dune and Anora are my two favorites so far.
Yeah, Anora is my favorite of the year. Dune's kind of like below that,
Yeah.
but
Yeah, same. I would agree. Um.
yeah. It's been a rough year. We'll do a whole ranking or something like that when
Yeah.
we've seen all of them.
Real quick, I just want to defend myself for just a little bit. These stage musicals are just live action versions of the films, says Male Council of Karens. Look, okay, most of the movies in these situations tend to over rely on CGI, and it's just not as interesting to me to see it filmed as opposed to just like seeing the artistry that goes into making it work on a
On
stage in a
stage,
limited
yeah.
amount of time. I don't find it as compelling when you take a stage musical and put it on screen, but I do like I have come around on musicals like Singin' in the Rain, for example, or White Christmas, where there is a there's a like a stunt aspect to it. Like I can more classic musicals. I can do classic
Yes.
musicals. That's
Hmm.
basically what I like the extent of what I can get to, right? I cannot do any like I cannot rewatch the Hairspray movie with John Travolta.
Oh
Can't do it
no,
anymore. I've seen it on
no.
stage, loved it. Hated hate the movie
Yeah.
now. Can't do it. You know?
Yeah, it's yeah, we've had a real dearth of good movie musicals. So
Yeah,
yeah.
Mad Season I thought Dune was kind of meh. Yeah, but it's better than
It's
better than
better
the others
than
in the field, apart from
certainly better
Anora
than
so far.
Conclave and the Substance. That's for
Yeah,
sure. That is for
better than
sure.
Amelia Perez, although
Listen, Amelia Perez, my sweet. That's such a funny movie. I I ironically enjoy it so much. It's quite a bit of fun. I don't think it'll win Best Picture. It would be quite funny if it does. I still think The Brutalist seems like the obvious choice. The other thing is, I've noticed that I tend to be better at predicting what'll win the Oscars when I haven't watched them, and so my gut says The Brutalist, which I haven't seen yet. But
well, and mine's still saying I still believe in Amelia Perez, Saint
all
Amelia.
right, all right. Well, we'll see. Unless there's anything else you wanted to say about Anora, I suppose we'll end it there,
Yeah,
and we will pick it up next week with Wicked and The Brutalist.
Jesus
So,
Christ. Okay, I'm supposed to be
well,
getting
two
like 20 inches of snow here in Fredericksburg this week, so I'll have lots of time if anything.
really again.
Yeah, again,
That's crazy.
two
All
weeks in
right,
a row. I'm so excited.
isn't it fun to be in the South?
Yeah.
Where that shit ain't supposed to happen.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Oh
Another
boy.
banger. Well, thanks for joining us, everyone. Thank you for all the people who contributed in the chat, and especially for those who gave us super chats. We certainly appreciate it. Um, we will see you next time, next Sunday. That'll be the next stream on the channel. And I'm still working on the Nosferatu video. It'll be done when it's done. I don't want to make any promises because sometimes life gets in the way, but I'm working on it and it'll be done, and I think it'll be good. certainly will be a little spicy, I think. So look forward to that. Thanks again for joining us. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Take care. Toodaloo. Uncle Remus wouldn't complain about snow. Uncle Remus would look on the bright side, Hugh.
Uncle Remus